go. Oh, that's nasty, Peter. Don't know why I wanted to say that, but I did. We'll pop out chat. I'll minimize this. Come on, help me out. Cool, cool. Get this going. Oh, maybe I need to sit down. Let's get some music going. Okay. I think I should close this. Don't think I need that anymore. Heyo. Coffee shots, Anna, what's up? Trying to get some music going here. I really need to find like an alternative instead of just using YouTube, because I have gotten some copyright stuff going on. How long is this? An hour? Cool. Maybe we'll do this. Batgirl? Mini grill? Unlikely. I think yeah, I can't play this one. As cool as it sounds, I can't play this one. Oh, dude, my back is... I might have to actually sit down. I'd realized, dude, my last like 2 or 3 streams, yeah, like my last 2 or 3 streams, I was standing the entire time. And that's probably not good for my back. Like, even though I do work out on a pretty regular basis, and I stay in shape. Like, I think I do need to like give my back a rest, because yeah, like even just standing now for a bit, it's like starting to like hurt my back. So I might actually have to sit down. Ooh, yeah. I definitely need to sit down. I might have to adjust the angle of the lights. We got to keep the vibe going. This is, dude, I'm just such a mess. I'm just such a mess. Hey, Ayo, Mark, Batgirl, Mini Grill? Unlikely, no. She's just going up in price because of the most recent announcement, right? Mainly. Let's see. I can still like put this up more. That works. Yeah. This is good. Oh my gosh. So much more comfortable. Let's go. All right, so I don't need this anymore, right? Or is the camera still a little high? There we go. Showing the corner of my bed, but who cares? All right, let's minimize this. Pop this open. So I was coming up with a video idea. I tried to make it before the stream, but I was like, honestly, I was just too tired. I'd rather, like, it's so weird, like, I'd rather stream than make a video, in my honest opinion. Yes, please ask me any question. And that's the one thing I kind of want to do is not, you know, I would love to not incessantly talk about the market. Like, I realize that's why I'm here. But yeah, so Batgirl, Mini Grill, like I said, unlikely. Crypto Talk with Chris. What up, my brother? How about them lenticular cards? Dude, they are taking off. I doubled up on a Mickey yesterday. I think I bought her at like 550. Now she's at almost 700. Kind of wish I stacked up more on those. Kind of wish I didn't buy a Jim Lee Joker for like 1600 like a week and a half ago, because I could have gotten 3 cards for that amount. But you know, it is what it is. You can't I don't think anyone was able to predict the gem squeeze that is 2 back-to-back major named IPs, right? So Shankster the Third, yo, Mark, loving Ghost Spider. Dude, Ghost Spider's good. And and what's she at right now? I think she's Someone said like Spider-Man was at like 218, at least last I heard a few hours ago. So I'm like, I did say he would probably hit 250 before the end of the week. And 300 I don't think is out of his potential either. If he gets to 300, you know, Zombie Hunter Spider-Man will try and catch up and surpass it, which is fine. I do think like the Marvel Almighty Spider-Man will be the cheapest, but once it flips Zombie Hunter Spider-Man, I think Zombie Hunter Spider-Man will go up. Hey there, Patty Mouse. Patty Moss. Anna, can I ask you any questions? Dude, you can ask me anything you want, honestly. These new Mighties thinking of stacking the lower 3 Spideys. Yeah. Oh, like all the, so girl Spideys, stacking the lower 3 girl Spideys. So 3, you mean just the ghost spider, right? I assume you mean ghost spiders instead of girl spiders. I wouldn't say it's late. I think she could still go up. Like, where's she at right now? 150. Okay, she's actually pulled back a little bit, but I could see her still keep running. Like the listings are still gonna go down. So yeah, it's not a bad investment. Like, because what if you bought her at 160? Let's say even if you sold her at 200, I mean 8.5% fee would put you at what, 185? It's about a 25 gem profit. Like, that's not bad. She runs to 200. I mean, that's an over 10% return. That's really good for literally anything. Hey there. Hello from, I cannot see that flag. Plus, I don't know what it is. I'm sorry. I wish I knew, dude. You're speaking with an American, so it's you gotta dumb it down a bit for me, you know. Dax G. I get you. What's gonna be under 200? What gonna be under 200 mint golden moment skateboard for one? Was gonna buy under 200 mint skateboard for 1K last night. Could have flipped for 2K because I didn't want to get banned for off-app transactions. Was not what I get what you mean, Dexter. That was just a verbal and like mental gymnastics that I had to pull there to read that. Like, Kieran S, any thoughts on Batman battle statue? I ended up purchasing a sub 250 for last week's floor. Do you think it's a significant collectible? It'll get up there. I think I've said this before. It's just a victim of like, people were kind of like on the fence about it, and to exacerbate it, like 2 days later, they announced the mini cards, and then they announced the Marvel Mighty Spider-Man the day after. So it just got gem squeezed to hell. Even if I know people that have bought it for 1700, like, you know, if you bought it for around that much, just hold on to it, especially a low mint. Like, you'll be fine. It could take a few weeks for it to get back up to, you know, 1500 or so. But it will go up. Anything DC related, especially if it has Batman on it, it's not going to stay that low forever. So just give it some time. So I wouldn't panic sell it or anything like that. I'm not sure how much. I mean, you said you paid floor a week ago, so it's probably up there in price. Buy not but. Jeez, I can't type. Yeah, no kidding. Patty Moss sold to Pluto, FA Joker, Steamboat Willie comment, and a Pop Life yesterday to buy a second Superman. I think this was the right decision. Thoughts? Let me see. Those are some heavy hitting NFTs, but I think Superman is primed at any point to just take off. I mean, so is kind of Pluto and Steamboat Willie Common. Joker has been kind of in a weird holding pattern for a while. Pluto's growing slowly but surely. I think it was fine. It's not terrible. It's not great either, but it also depends. I mean, if you got, okay, I will say this: if you got profit on any of those, you're fine. Like, you're fine. You got Superman pretty much at a very, very low price. The only thing I'm afraid of is I don't know how much he's gonna squeeze, right? Like, I hope he's done by now. Not that I want to buy him or anything. Yeah, he's at, if you got him at 14.8, or sorry, 4.8, that's pretty good. I do think he will. I do see him taking off in the near future. Because a grail like this, and he is a grail, he's just on the very low end. He just tends to get, and he is one of the more affordable grails. So I do think that is why some people tend to purchase him and then sell him off, flip him, this and that. But it wouldn't surprise me, like Patty, if you were able to get him and like, let's say he pumps up pretty high, you might be able to, like, if you really wanted to, you might be able to go back, get that Pluto, Joker, Steamboat Willie, and that Pop Life, and still have some gems left. Though, like, this is something you might be able to flip like in a few weeks. Like, it's totally up to you. I'm not sure if you're doing this for like extremely long-term hodl, but what do you think about buying a Ghost Spider now, or would we wait for the DC drop? I don't think the DC drop is going to, and same thing with this new drop. I don't even know what it's called. It's like the Japanese puppet thingy, but someone said it was, it wasn't Japanese, it's like Taiwanese or something. I'm not entirely sure. I don't think that's going to cause another gem squeeze. I mean, people might sell off. Like, I already know I have a couple NFTs I'm going to sell off, but that's it. Like, I'm not trying to sell half my vault to have enough to play the secondary market for these things. Like, I'm going to sell off just enough to have enough gems for basically the next 2 drops. And I don't really care to play the secondary market for the next one. And they said none of these are FA for this next CoverGirls thing. So I'm guessing, it's going to be Batwoman, Batgirl, Wonder Woman, Starfire, as well as, is she already on it? Catwoman's already on the CoverGirls, right? Hawk Girl, potentially, that could be another one. So there's a few different options that it could be. Yo, Adam Gonzalez, what's up? Crypto Talk with Chris. Let's go. I got 2 Mickeys and a Donald Ducks and Minnie. I'll be do a video on them tonight. Nice, dude. I'll keep an eye out. I didn't know you were I didn't know you were a content creator, so I'll have to definitely check out your channel, dude, when I got time. But yeah, if you got any doubles, even Disney can't go up forever, right? Like, you even saw Steamboat Willie's down. He used to be at 9.5, 10K. Now he's down to 7.3, at least last I saw. So there is a certain point, you don't have to hold the Disney cards forever. If you do need it for other things, there is a certain point where I do think Disney related stuff obviously plateaus. It can't go up forever. Yeah, like Pluto's doing well. I'm trying to remember like what price I bought all this stuff at. I remember buying these kind of on the higher end, only because no one, including myself, like no one expected to see the market just get all weird the next day, and like listings weren't disappearing or anything like that. So yeah, like if I would have known that, I would have waited an additional day and buy, but like no one could have foreseen that there was a market glitch that was going to happen, plus like a huge bot outbreak or like a huge talk about bots. So I think that just kind of exacerbated the sell-offs as well. So like technically, the day after the drop would have been the best, but I don't think anyone knew that. Let's catch up on chat because we're already behind a tiny bit. Adrian V. Comics, greetings from Paris. Don't sleep on the comics. No, I need to really educate myself. And luckily I have gotten in contact, or I've been kind of introduced to other people that are pretty knowledgeable about comics. I would love to pick their brain more on it. So yeah, I mean, that's the whole point, right? Like I don't know everything about everything. Like I do know there's good comics, but like I'm one of those people that like, I still want to get the best bang for my buck, right? Yeah, I could just buy ASM #1, Marvel Comics #1, buy those, but it's like, all right, is there another comic that I'm better off with? Like, hey, instead of ASM, or Marvel Comics #1, you could buy 4 of these for the same price. And I think it's going to go up more in price over this comic or that comic, or hey, buy the rare of this. And I think that's what sometimes makes some of these kind of confusing, because there's also like different levels of rarity and like the price points are different, and some people that care or don't care about Veve exclusive cover art, it's it's a bunch of different stuff. So SWFL resale, thoughts on Batman, Battle Statue, and Goofy? I got them on drop, bought into Zombie Spider-Man Common too early, into Zombie Common too early. I don't know what you mean too early. Like you got him at his peak, or like when he was at like 400 or something? What do I think about them? I think Goofy will do better than the Battle Statue long term. I mean, if you got Battle Statue on drop, I do see him going back up to like 15, 1700, but it's gonna take him a while to get there. Could take a few weeks. Hell, it could take a month. I'm not very certain. It just seems like it's one of those NFTs that people could overlook. And I could be wrong again, right? Yesterday would have been an ideal day. Like if you were thinking about selling it off, you could have sold it for like $950, just quick sell it, get it off the market. and you would have been able to probably afford, because yesterday around this time, maybe a little bit earlier, you probably would have been able to buy a Daisy Duck as well as a like a Mini or a Mickey, because Daisy was at like 450, gosh, like 30 hours ago, and then Mickey was probably 550, I think. Maybe, but I think it was at 600. I think Mini, because I bought Mini yesterday at 550 yesterday, and now she's pushing almost 700. I figured Mickey would be a bit higher than Mini. A point will come where I do think Mini will catch up to Mickey, but I'm not too concerned about it. I got Deviant number 72 specimen. My mint number is 2222. Does it have a bigger value because of the mint number? Is that the max mint number you can get? I mean, that's pretty cool. Oh, okay, so max mint number is 3333. I'm sure you have to find a very specific seller. That's always the hardest part with this stuff, right? Is if you want a premium for it, you're gonna have to find a seller that's willing to pay a premium, right? So I'm not too bullish on just independent artists in general. I mean, you guys know that. This is typically the trend you see with independent artists. You know, big spike, people sell off. People are like, oh, I want independent artists, sell off. You know, nothing happens for a while. Gem squeeze goes at like, like rarely do you ever see anything, you know, big name IP ever do this, or it does nothing but just downtrend really hard for 3 weeks straight. You know, the last couple weeks have been tough, mostly because of the Marvel Mighties as well as the Disney card announcements. So that, you know, I understand that as well, because that took up probably about a week and a half, which makes pricing kind of tough. Plus, we also had that time too, the integration, right, on Immutable X. Was it integration or whatever you call it? It's like integration, bridging, whatever it is. Like, there's so many just like weird adjectives and terms they use for like NFTs and crypto. That for like 36 hours, almost 48 hours, like there was just no market activity. So like everyone kind of glossed a day and a half there. Iron Man was over 3K. Wish I sold and rebought, holding like a mofo. Yeah, Nick Flow Show. Oh, and thanks for the question too, Michael. I keep forgetting to like say people's names as I'm like reading the chat. Nick Flow Show. What's up, dude? It's super hard to time that kind of stuff, especially when you're trying to do anything, you know, Disney related or Marvel related, because that 8.5% fee is tough. So, you know, I still kick myself at times. Like the ultra rare Steamboat Willie, when it hit 10K, I was like, oh, should I sell? But like, God, what if it keeps running? And you know, and I just held it. I'm like, you just can't go wrong holding it. And then it started retracing. Then they had like the double big announcement. And then it started going down and down. And I was at like, I didn't even mean it. Haven't even checked yet. I typed the name in, but I didn't even check. I don't even know what I was looking at. Hopefully it's not. Yeah, it's at 7,500 right now. There's a point where someone sold one for 7,100 gems. I'm like, shit, like, sorry, I didn't mean to cuss. Trying to keep this like family friendly as possible and keep it monetized and all that. It's like, God, I could have sold it at 10K or even at like 950. Then I would have gotten like 875 back, or, you know, 8,700 gems back. I could have rebought, and like, it's just, I've said this before, you're never going to time NFTs at the very top or the very bottom. It's just way too hard to tell. So that's why typically the safer thing to do is just to hold your gems, right? SFFL resale, SWFL. I might just say resale. Most undervalued under 1,000 gems. If you had to pick one NFT and only for short to medium term, honestly, any of them are good for short to medium term. Like, I'm not even kidding. Like, I do think everything is gonna go up, like within a week. Like, you can honestly buy anything. I will say probably the Disney, you know, Spider-Man. I say the Disney and the Spider-Man stuff, it will go up the quickest. Will it give you the highest return? Maybe, maybe not. DC stuff might give you the highest return, but it might take, you know, an additional few days for it to get there. It might lag behind. I couldn't really tell you, because like if you look at a lot of the black and white series, like Batman's, like they are just like absurdly underpriced compared to where they were, and like there's still some of them have even gotten cheaper, I believe. Let me double check. It's like you can I'm not even kidding. You can buy almost anything. It's kind of just dealer's choice. Like hell, you could buy Steamboat Willie. You can buy Zombie Hunter, ultra rare, Spider-Man. You can buy You can buy Wonder Woman right now. Like that's probably, if you think Wonder Woman's going to see a slight pump because tomorrow we're going to get the Medium article for the new Cover Girls, and I think there's a very high likelihood we will probably get Harley Quinn, Wonder Woman, and probably something else. Like that's probably my biggest three. So if you want something DC, and if you want like a short-term flip, I mean, look at Catgirl. Yeah, no, Batgirl. That's what it is. Also, why is my thing? I might have to re-log in. It's like not. Hello. I have to re-log in. What is this? I do not know what that was. I think I'm getting hacked. Dude, thank you so much for the super chat. Hola? You think Common Steamboat Mickey, good price, selling a SR Lover comic for it? Let me just look up this one thing real quick, and I swear I'll get right back to you. What the heck was I looking up? Undervalued. Where's Wonder Woman at? She might be above a K right now because people. Wow, she's almost 900. If you want to, a relatively quick flip, like Wonder Woman could be good too. But Batgirl, like look at Batgirl. Just because people were not even speculating. I mean, they knew she was on the cover. But she went up to like she went up to like 270 today, 260. So I mean, she was up basically 60, 70 gems from yesterday, and I think the same thing will happen with Wonder Woman if she gets announced. It's pure speculation, right? So Ola, you think Common Steamboat Mickey, good price, selling SR Daredevil comic for it? All right, let's see. Let's help you out. Not huge into comics, like I've said before, but then again, let's go ahead and try and give this a shot. So go to all comics, and you said SR Daredevil. The Daredevil comic. Is there more than one Daredevil comic? I don't think so, right? There's just like the first appearance one? Or am I wrong? No, there's two of them, so I'm not sure which one you're talking about. I'm gonna assume that it's the one that's probably the closest in price, right? Daredevil #1, I'm assuming. No, that's the ultra rare. We're selling a secret rare. So Daredevil #1 is 3,500. This Daredevil secret rare is 400. I would say, like, if you're selling Daredevil 131, probably, it seems, I mean, it did peak up here. I don't know, like, especially with secret rares, like, if I own a secret rare comic, like, I would hodl that for a while. But then again, like, I'm not sure which one you're talking about. I hope you're not talking about Daredevil #1. I heard that's... I mean, just the fact that people even entertained the idea of buying this for above 5,500 definitely says something. And it's kind of hard to do price action on these listings because the mint numbers are not mint numbers, but the total listings are so small, right? If it's a Daredevil #1, I would say no. That's a hard no. And if it's the other one, you would obviously have to make up what, like 400 gems to buy the difference, 450 gems. Not entirely certain on this one. Again, this one's pretty new. It's okay. It's a little over a month. Seemed to have peaked up here. I'm gonna check vvrank.com really quick, like where that's ranked at. I know that's not like the end all be all when it comes to comics, but I'm genuinely curious what VV ranked says. Okay, so we'll go ahead and go to comics. Gonna go to see all, and we'll do the search function. Let's do 131. So it's a C tier. Okay, it's the Bullseye, which is pretty cool. It's one of the lower mint runs. I do know some people like really liked that comic, like this Bullseye one, right? So I'm not entirely sure. I do think Common Steamboat Willie is like at a good price right now, but I mean, selling a secret rare comic at its bottom, and Deadpool is not like a no-namer or bad guy, right? I'd probably hodl. If you can, I would probably try and sell anything else you can to get a Common Steamboat Willie. Like, I love Steamboat Willie, but like selling a secret rare comic, I feel is kind of hurts a bit much. So I could be wrong on that. So I hope that helps. Oh, and Specimen, gosh, my chat just like updated and I just really fell behind, so I apologize. Specimen number 80, thank you so much for the $2. I really appreciate it. I do not know what's up with my chat. It didn't populate your specimen. I apologize. Let me catch up in chat because my chat's already exploding. I already did the most undervalued. Yes, I got it for 1.6K. Happy, but with the low mint I picked up. Awesome. Peter Lays, what do you think about a good golden moment for around the 2K range? If you can really afford the extra 2K gems, I would really, really get Iron Man. Is he still in that range? Like, I think it's a significant increase in potential if you can get an extra 200 gems. I'll just type in golden moments so we can get a look at all of them. Because I do think the potential for Iron Man is really up there. Okay, 600. I will say if you can get the extra 600 gems, that's a big deal. If you can land an Iron Man, you can maybe wait a bit longer. Let's see if he's actually trending downward. Like, maybe we can get a better deal. I doubt it's gonna go below 2,500 though, or like 24. Yeah. I don't know what's up with my throat. His listings are going up a bit. So it's gone up about 40 listings or so. I mean, now's not a bad time to get him. I mean, he's kind of creeping back. He's kind of creeping back to where he was before, 3.2. But if you're hard stuck at 2K gems, I know some people really love Homer and the skateboard. I'm not the biggest fan of them. Like, I get it, there's still golden moments at the end of the day, but to be honest, I'd much rather have I'd much have it like a Wally. Pizza Planet Truck is exactly 2,000. Part of me kind of edges out Wally over Pizza Planet Truck, but they're both very good. Pizza Planet Truck is, I wouldn't say niche. Definitely Disney collectors or just people that love Disney. I understand this little like Easter egg that's in all of the Disney movies. Wally's pretty good. And I think Wally's gonna have his day. The little guy's had, a rough few weeks. His day will come. But the nice thing about if you pick up a Wally, you're gonna have 600 gems to play with. So that's not enough for a Steamboat Willie, obviously, but 600 gems, I mean, you can maybe pick up one of the other Disney cards. Just type in, it's Mickey and Friends, right? You might be a little shy, but you can, like, with an extra 50 gems, you could pick up like a Daisy Duck. Also, like any of the new Spider-Man stuff, like Ghost Spider's still pretty good. I know some people might think about stacking Spider-Woman's. It's probably not a terrible idea, but I think she's only going to get up to 100. Like, her breaking 100 is going to be very difficult. I can already just imagine the cell walls at 98, 99, 100, and there's just a ton of them. So, yeah, I mean, for like an extra 50 gems, you could definitely get a Wally plus a Daisy Duck card, and that's very solid. I mean, that's double Disney, if that's your thing. So, but if you're very hard stuck on 2,000 gems and you can't get the extra 600 for Iron Man, I would say Wally, like plus a Disney card, because it sounds like you want Disney, right? So, or if you can afford a mini, like any of those is good as well. Hold on one sec. All right. I think my throat's like still clearing out because my roommate was nice enough to give me some Subway, and I got a Italian BMT with all the veggies with Chipotle sauce, and that is fuego. That is really good. So I'm still trying to like deal with that. Yeah, I got 2,000 profit, 4,800 for Superman. Hell yeah, dude, that's awesome. May sell Daisy, Jason Fabek, my second Ben Reilly, Wally, and Homer. Make up the extra gems and get Elsa and Joe season 1 black and white. That seems a lot to give up for a Joe Mad, for an Elsa and Joe Mad. I think, honestly, of all of those, I think Daisy has a bit more room to grow. Ben Reilly has a ton of room. So does Jason Fabek. I think Wally and Homer are a bit more speculative. I think like all the golden moments are going to go up. It's just like a matter of when. Like it could be next week. It could take 6 months. Like, but there will be a point where all the golden moments just go up 20-30%. Like out of nowhere. Maybe even like 40%. And throw extra gems in, dude. That's way too much. Like gem gymnastics that you need to do. You need to like sell this and this and at the high point, not deal with undercutters, and like that seems like a bit much too. I think getting an Elsa, like going through some of that effort to get an Elsa, not bad, but like getting all that plus a Joe Mad, I don't know. Meet Angel, how are you doing, dude? I'm doing awesome. I'm doing awesome. Appreciate the question. Message, Daisy, good investing for HODL? Yeah, any of the cards are good. Daisy is the least expensive right now. Will she surpass Mickey, Minnie, Donald, or you know, yeah, those three? Probably not. She might catch up to Daisy, not Daisy. She might catch up to Minnie, but I think as of right now, she's the least popular. You know, less people know her. So yeah, any of the cards are a good investment. Even right now, I do think there's a good chance they could all hit a K, like probably in a few weeks. Definitely by the end of the month, but there's a chance they could all hit 1K. I mean, Donald's already at 1K. Mickey and Minnie, you know, maybe just give them a couple more weeks, maybe after the next big announcement, especially if we find out Pokemon isn't dropping. Like, I really think, even though everyone's waiting for February 27th, either there's going to be some massive moves happening on February 25th and 26th, because there's going to be a group of people that are saving up money saying, all right, if they were going to announce Pokemon, they would have done it by now, had the Medium article out by, you know, the 26th, and then the drop is the 27th. But they could troll us and make the announcement on the 27th and then have it released early March. They could do that as well. So I do think at the very end of this month, the 25th, 26th, 27th, and, you know, March 1st, there's going to be some massive moves on the market, because everything is just linchpinned around the Pokemon announcement. So is it the announcement going to be 2 or 3 days prior? Is the announcement going to be on the day of the 27th, and then the Pokemon drop is if, you know, the first week of March? Who knows? Lakewood, what up? Thanks for the live. Would you start collecting rare comics at the NCP if there is MCP news at AMA? Potential. I mean, someone's going to talk about the Master Collector Points program, and that's actually one of the questions I meant to write down. I was actually making a video before the stream. You know, these were 5 questions I would like answered in the AMA. Kind of just avoiding questions about bots and about, you know, restricted accounts and questions about the Veveverse, because I just assume those are going to get asked anyway. And to be honest, those are answers I don't really care about. Some of the ones were like, can we put up buy orders in the market? Is that going to be a feature eventually? Were they even aware of the market issues that happened the other day? Because like the market was just in a really weird, like, it was working, but market listings weren't going off the market. So people were basically selling their NFTs for way cheaper than they should have. So it's like, if there's an issue like that in the future, should they just shut off the market? Should they at least put out a notification saying, hey, there's issues in the market? Like literally anything, because basically nothing happened. Like there's not even a word from ecomi. So I thought that part was kind of weird. Also, what you said, when can we expect the finalization of the Master Collector program? Because I'm kind of waiting for them to come out with the final numbers, the Master Collector program, before I just dump, you know, hundreds or thousands of gems into comics. Because if people do dump a bunch of gems into comics, or at least the rares, next thing you know, they could change it up and say, oh yeah, by the way, commons are now worth a point each comic, up to 5 points. And at that point, it's actually better to get 5 commons and then start stacking rares. And like, you know, it probably wouldn't change much, but it might make some people upset that now stacking rares is no longer the best thing to do, you know, per gem wise. So I'm kind of waiting on that. But yeah, I mean, I doubt that. I think it would upset a lot of people if they lowered the number of points you got for anything, because people are already speculating and buying stuff. What they would do is probably just increase the numbers of other things that they would probably want more rewards for. No matter with Qatar, can you look up Amazing Spider-Man 14 comic SR high? I can't get Veve Wiki to work and won't let you play. Okay, I got you. Spider-Man 14. Not 13, 14. Is this it? Secret rare. And of course, you know, this is on YouTube, so you can always pause it, look at the chart, take a screenshot, whatever you need. And I've said this before, like, I really like this listing because we checked this out yesterday. At least in my mind. At least in Oh God, I gotta set up the program. Give me a sec, guys. Let's see. Okay. Sorry, I didn't set this up prior. Bright light. Come on. Come on. All right. Gonna get this rocking and rolling. I'm gonna put my thing on do not disturb so I don't get people incessantly texting me. Yeah, so the Spider-Man secret rare market. Not this. We want comics. Now this is the fun part. Wow, it's right there. We got lucky. Look at that. It was on the first page. All right, so so interestingly enough, let's go ahead and put this up. There it is. So if we look here, when we looked yesterday, at least in my mind, when I'm looking at this, when I see the chart on the right side, like if I'm seeing the listings go down at the same time as the price, that typically means people are actually buying. They could be delisting as well. But in my mind, it just seems like people are just, or if it's plateauing, like the listings are going down, or if it's plateauing and the price is still going down, that means people are typically undercutting each other harder. Like you can tell the first two listings, literally a gem apart. But then after that, it's like a 30 gem jump, 5 gem, then a 25 gem jump, then a 50 gem jump. And then just a couple here and there. This guy's probably at 10.99, or is that 1,000? Okay, good for him. But as you can see, like just on this front page, there's a 300 gem swing, basically. Probably a bit higher. This guy's probably at 12.99. Let's see, 1,200. Wow, these comic people are actually kind of honest with their listings. So yeah, it's like a 300 gem swing just on this front page. And yeah, like I think if the listings are going down, I mean, there could be people willing to take profits once it starts going up. I mean, listings might go up a tad. I mean, that's always going to happen regardless. Like no matter what you own, people are going to do that. But I do think now is a pretty decent buying opportunity. I think yesterday it was at 835. Now it's at 900. So if any of you guys buy, I remember looking up this exact one yesterday and telling people like, now it's actually a pretty decent time to buy. Like listings are going down. Doesn't seem like, we'll see after this uptick. Like let's say this goes up to 1,000. We'll start seeing if, God, I don't want to say paper hands, but you know, people coming out of the woodwork, you know, trying to take profits. But this did have an all-time high of 1,400. There's you know, a candle there. There's also some resistance on the way down around 1,000. So worst case scenario, you can estimate it around 1,000. So that'd be my take on it. Did I remove that? Right? Okay, cool. It's gone. Nice, cool. Hope you got that information. I got restricted today in the Veve market. I requested a ticket. The only thing I was doing was trying to buy a low mint number, but every time someone else got it. Yeah, that is strange. That is strange. Oh wow, I really skipped chat. Did I? I don't know. So like sometimes chat updates and it like scrolls down and it just acts weird. Anna, now's a good time to buy a Ghost Spider. Yeah, I would say so. I have Spider-Man 8866 holding for dear life. That's cool. That's a pretty cool number. Crypto Talk with Chris says Fuego sunglasses. I like it. Ed, do you think Ghost Spider and Spider-Man Woman are undervalued or fairly valued? I still think Ghost Spider still has the chance to run to 200 like by the end of the week. Spider Woman, she might go up to 100. I can just imagine already in my head the massive sell walls at like 98, 99, 100. So I think you're better off, even though the values are just literally doubled. I think you're better off with Ghost Spider than Spider Woman, in my opinion. Hola, Veve Vibes. Do you think the Steamboat deal? Do you think Steamboat is a good deal right now? Selling my secret rare comic ASAP for that ASAP comment. Okay, yeah, you're the one that put in the thing, so I appreciate that. Sorry I didn't get to you and like you felt like you were forced to give me money, but I have to try and catch up with chat. Picked up at 2.1, I think. What's the best buy for 135 range right now? I'm thinking Deadpool. Yeah, I would probably agree. Deadpool. Where's he at right now? I'm talking like uncommon. Goodness. I mean, hell, you're not far off from the freaking rare. Yeah, there's the uncommon. I'm trying to think of some other. There's none of the black and white series stuff below 200. Like, I mean, Darwin Cook was heading that way. Like he was heading for like sub 200 potentially, but even that's too far off. Yeah, but for 135, I think so, Drew. I think Deadpool's pretty solid bet. I'm trying to think of anything else that I'm overlooking. Like maybe a Snow Globe, but I would still put Deadpool above that. Batman 89 at 285. What a deal. Yeah, let's pull that one up really quick while I catch up with chat. HQ or Doctor Doom? I'm trying to remember what HQ. Harley Quinn or Doctor Doom? Depends on which Harley Quinn. I guess you mean the FA version, or maybe there's like another version that's 1,000. Doctor Doom he's peaking. He's doing pretty well from himself. Well, let me check out the 89 Batman. Oh, that's the Batman Who Laughs. Yeah, it's so hard to judge the Batman Who Laughs because I genuinely think he was just artificially pumped. Like with the absurd number of mints that he has compared to any of the other black and white Batmans, like his price should not have gotten that high. I mean, all the other black and white series Batmans have what, like less than 10,000? I don't think any of them have above 7,500, right? None of them have above 7,500. Just Todd. Like Todd is the one with the most mints in series 1. Okay, I mean there's a Robin, but yeah, that's different. But yeah, and then we have over here Batman Who Laughs with its 17,000 mints, and it just ran up higher than half the Batman Black and White series stuff. So this thing's at an all-time high for listings. That's why like I didn't even bother judging pricing, or like I wasn't really encouraging people to buy this because I'm like, dude, this is such an artificial pump. Like there's going to be people consolidating and selling for profits for quite some time. So it would not surprise me if this thing got to about 250, which would put it in the range of some of the cheapest black and white series Batmans. Maybe even low 200s, but we'll see how that pans out. If you buy it now at 285, like it's, you know, it's not a terrible deal, but I do think it'll go a bit cheaper. Harley Quinn or Doctor Doom. Let me look up just like Harley Quinn really quick. Like what, or I should probably look up Doom first. Last I saw, he was at 1350, 1300, yeah. But if we look at Harley, is there any other, like, let's trying to find like an equivalent price. Like, would I take her? Number 13, I'd probably still take Doctor Doom. FA Harley, I mean, it's a 250 gem difference. I mean, that's a lot. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I would take Doctor Doom, to be honest. Yeah, I would take Doctor Doom. No, he's peaked at 1350. He went there. He's at there again. I probably should have actually pulled up the chart for Doctor Doom. Yeah, I mean he went back to his all-time high within, or almost. I mean he's basically there. Like this would have been a great time to buy him when he was at basically 1K. That would have been solid. So, and if any of you guys like myself bought Green Goblin, don't worry, like it will catch up. It just needs some time to consolidate, get up to that point. It will surpass Red Skull, like no doubt about that. It will get close to Doctor Doom, but I do think Doctor Doom will edge it out in like the long term. Here it comes. Oh god, specimen. Here it comes. Mickey, Donald, Minnie, and Daisy catch up to Elsa, then Mickey and Donald higher. Mickey, Donald, Minnie, and Daisy catch up to Elsa, then Mickey and Donald higher. Then Elsa? I do not see that happening. Not a golden moment and not something like Elsa. I don't see it happening. I hope you're trolling. Aiden Jackson, curious to know if you know, but when people using bots get their accounts suspended, do Veve take their collectibles of the market? If so, could it be good for us, right? I don't know. There are some circumstances from what I've heard that they will just, because they do own the collectible, and if they are confirmed to be botters or whatever, I don't know what they do, but I did hear that they would, if they do plan on taking away the NFTs, what they do is refund them the gems they used to purchase the NFT, which is probably for box price. So they get very minimal gems back, and then Veve will take them and do them away for like giveaways, lotteries, all kinds of stuff. Not sure how they would do it, but they would find a way to recirculate it back into the community. I don't know if it would be behind a paywall where you have to like pay gems, or it's just a giveaway where there's just a very small chance you could win. Maybe it's a master collector thing. Not entirely sure, but I think they said if they were going to take away NFTs, that's how they would do it. What do you think of Supergirl? Meh. Like, there's a lot of other NFTs I'd rather have. I think she's seeing a temporary pump because of cover girls. It just doesn't make sense that the other cover girls would be seeing a pump because there's a series 2. I could see a slight increase, but like I wouldn't expect this pump to like go up to like 1,400 or anything crazy. Like it'd be pretty temporary. I bought Daisy at 450 and Donald at 850. You're gonna see profit either way. I mean, as of right now, Daisy is, you know, in the bigger profit than Donald, but like he'll breach 1K, and as it gets closer to 1K or as it gets closer to Pluto people are gonna be like, yo, this is way too close. Let's buy more Plutos. And then Pluto will run to like 1.4 or something like that. So TL Umar, from these 3 NFTs, which would you think is the best pickup? Yeah, so Jason Fabek Batman, Jay Lee Batman, Dick Spring Joker. Let's see. I can look that up really quick. And again, Specimen with the super chat. I appreciate that. Mr. Locknet, hi, just joined. Are the Veve vibes here yet? Yes, they are, indeed. Anna, what would you advise to buy if you are looking for a quick flip? I only have DC and Marvel NFTs. Which brands should I also purchase? Disney's very good, but like quick flips. I mean, if you bought a Batgirl yesterday, or if you bought cards yesterday, any of the Disney cards, you could have quick flipped them. I mean, roughly quick flip, you know, within a day or two and make a nice profit. So, people do underestimate Disney a lot. Like every NFT that Disney touches, or any like thing that's especially Disney Direct, does extremely well on the platform. So yeah, there is that. But yeah, like you honestly can't go wrong with Disney, DC, and Marvel. There are some other brands that you could go for quicker flips, but at that point you're just playing the gem squeezes. Like, it's hard to time the market. You're just waiting for the gem squeeze to show up, and then you're selling before that happens. Then when the gem squeeze happens, you buy it again. Like, you're basically expecting for announcements, and that you hope that it's big enough that it's going to cause your NFT, or at least like your IP, for people to sell it off to afford it with gems. Like Adventure Time, Ghostbusters, Back to the Future, a lot of the independent artists, Cryptkins, those ones are the ones that get gem squeezed a lot. Sometimes stamps, I don't know. So Batman, you were asking Jason Fatbuck, Batman, Jay Lee, Dick Sprang. So let's take a look at those. Jason Fatbuck, Jay Lee, okay. Dick Sprang, I'm kicking myself because I bought a Dick Sprang, I kid you not that far before the announcement. I bought him for $788. So he's down 260 gems for me, roughly. Not everyone could predict the market, and not everyone expected a double whammy IP back-to-back super gem squeeze followed by a glitch in the market to squeeze it even more. Not everyone saw that coming. I do see Dick Sprang doing very, very well. He had an all-time high of about 900. The nice thing I do like about him is that he kind of works in tandem with the other FA Joker. He seems to always keep step about half the price, maybe a little bit less. Like maybe he's always like around like 40 to 50% of the Jim Lee Joker, which is kind of a good thing, because if Jim Lee goes up, Dick Sprang will likely go up as well. So as you can see here, he's roughly half the price, maybe a little bit less, like 40%, because if we double that, that's 1030 right now. Dick Sprang's at 1200, so he's at like 40% of the price. So not bad. At an all-time high of 900. Listings are up there as well, but the mints are relatively low. Jay Lee, Batman, 566. Okay, that's a very big spike. That's I don't want to say that's. Not sure if that seems like artificial or people are delisting, because someone went in there and bought what, 24, 26 Batmans all the way up to 1200 or 1300. There was some resistance at 1K as well as 850, which is pretty good. Listings are basically at an all-time high. We'll go ahead and take out you said Dick Sprang too? Pretty big price difference between these. I guess you're wondering if you can double up on these. And so that's the other thing too. Like, I don't know if like Dick Sprang is more popular than Jay Lee versus Jim Lee. Like, I couldn't tell you. If I had to pick, like, if you're in flipping mode and you're trying to figure out what to do, I do think Dick Sprang might recover a bit quicker just because he's cheaper. There are people that might want to buy back into black and white series Batmans. Dick Sprang could recover pretty quickly. He has a pretty nice, like, upper limit, you know, all-time high of 600, which is almost exactly half of Jay Lee as well. Plus, you'll be saving a bit of gems, so you could actually buy 2 Dick Sprangs plus something else on the side, like a Storm or a Groot. I'm not sure how much you would have, like, left over, but it's also nice, too, that as you're going up in profit, if there is an announcement or something that happens, you can sell off 1 Dick Sprang while the other one keeps going up, right? So, honestly, you can't go wrong with any of the 3. If it was me personally, I'd probably pick Dick Sprang. I don't know, it for some reason right now, it just seems like the Jokers are just struggling a bit right now. And both of the Batmans both have very high, like, just a lot of listings, so honestly, no matter which one you pick between the 2, whether it's Jay Lee or Dick Sprang, like, it's going to take them a while to get back up to these numbers again. I do like the fact that Dick Sprang is a bit cheaper, a bit more affordable. I think people are going to buy into this one sooner rather than later. Dion, best part of the day, another Veve vibe stream. I have about 400 gems on hand. Should I get a Dick Sprang Batman or Batman 71? Or should I just hold on for now and wait till the weekend? Do you care to play anything in the secondary market? Not entirely sure. Holy moly, I'm behind chat. Dude, I feel like I'm always behind chat. 400 gems, 400 plus gems. Damn, you can't afford any of the cards, huh? That's unfortunate. Blinded by the light. So instead of so maybe instead of Batman 71 with 400 gems, I think Jason Fabek would put you over, right? I think he's like barely at 400 last I checked. Yeah, he's at 415, so that's a bit high. I think Batman 71 has a lot of wiggle room, but trying to think like what would be better to invest in. Honestly, if you had 400 gems and you want to make like maybe a little bit of stuff here and there, I might get Ghost Spiders. Get like 2 Ghost Spiders. Yeah, that puts you at 300. You still have 100 gems left over for the weekend, and I really think Ghost Spiders are gonna hit like 200 before the end of the week. That or, I mean, Batman 71 isn't bad, but for some reason I just have a weird feeling that it might take these black and white series Batmans a little bit longer than some of the others to recover from the market. Maybe this will guide us a bit. We'll look at top gainers, see if there's any just like NFTs in general I'm overlooking. Jeez. Daisy Duck up 156 gems. Mickey Mouse up 170. Minnie up 140. Batgirl saw a nice little pump. She actually went up to 270 at one point today because of the CoverGirl announcement. Mira up 36 gems, again probably because of the CoverGirl announcement. Doesn't make a lot of sense, but Catwoman again, CoverGirl. Starfire, that's more of a speculative buy. People think she will be the next CoverGirl. Same thing with like Wonder Woman. Kind of curious if, like, because I looked this up earlier, like, I don't think Wonder Woman's moved at all. And I really think she will, someone in the Discord actually linked a picture of, like, she is in the cover, she's part of the CoverGirl series statues. Will she be the next one? Not sure. But she is part of the CoverGirl series of DC. There's, like, actually a statue of her. So, I mean, if you guys got 1,000 gems, you guys are a bit of a speculative buyer. And even just buying Wonder Woman in general is not bad. But if you wanted to buy her and maybe you kind of want to play a bit of a short-term pump, I think Wonder Woman's a pretty good buy right now as well. But Dion, yeah, it's hard to like make a move and like try and sell it or flip it within 2 days, right? We'll see. That's my thing. If you feel like you want a better answer, you can just ask again or something. So. Ola, thank you again for the $5. I really appreciate it. Steamboat Mickey, good sell. Yeah, again. Sorry I didn't get to your question sooner, but how often does the ecomi wiki update? Every hour on the hour. So in 10 minutes, right now, we're going to get an update. So every hour on the hour. I do know that Chris, still don't know how to pronounce his last name, but his name is, on Twitter it's Crypto Chris, I believe, but on YouTube it's like his real name. He uses cherry charts, and I looked at it. I really like the customization of cherry charts. I would love to have that customization on the charts, plus the aesthetic and the hourly updates that they have on ecomi wiki, but there isn't. So there is, not that this matters, but I do like ecomi, but cherry charts doesn't update every hour. It's every day it updates, so it's a bit different. Drew, Batgirl. I think Batgirl, she's up quite a bit. Every hour, yes. Eve statue, not a big person on the Ink Stories Eve. I could have sworn there's utility with her when it comes to like getting a real world statue or something like that. I'm not sure if that's still a thing. Looks like there's a bit of activity, so either people are just removing their listings, but the listings have gone down by 9 or 8, but the price is plateaued, so I don't know if that's actually confirmed sales or these are people again just delisting. I mean, as we can see here, I'm still not a huge fan of just overall the just the independent artists. Like I the art looks awesome, don't get me wrong. If I had extra gems, I would probably still just buy some of the lower tier 2D art just to have it. If I wanted to sell it, or if the Veveverse comes out, that's cool. But this is typically just what you see with independent artists, just downward trend, occasional spikes, but just the overall trend is down to the right. Yeah, there's probably an artificial pump here. People talking about Immutable X. I think this is like an Immutable X hype going on right here. And I do think there were some other influencers on Twitter saying buy all the 2D art or buy everything indie artist related. That's probably why it maintained here a bit, but like the overall trend is always just down and to the right. It's just like, it doesn't hold value. It doesn't play the gem squeezes well. It just doesn't recover well from gem squeezes. That's kind of like the overall trend that I've seen. You just have to be very quick on the trigger when, you know, if you buy it at 1600 or 1700 and it goes up to 1900, you have to be quick to sell it, because if you don't, I mean, those bars just get lower and lower and lower each time. Again, I'm not trying to like trash talk independent artists, but this is just the overall trend I see consistently over and over again. And I think that's the one thing I do see a lot is like, well, how are independent artists gonna do? I'm like, well, wait for the next gem squeeze, wait for the next 2 gem squeezes, and we'll see what happens. Usually Marvel, DC, and Disney just go up higher than before the gem squeeze, while indie artists don't. They just keep going down. Probably Harley Quinn, Supergirl, Wonder Woman, and Poison Ivy. They said no FAs. I'm sorry if I forgot to mention that, Kua. But they did mention in the Discord thing no FA. So there's like no Poison Ivy, no... I'm trying to think of some other like female baddies like in the DC universe, but like they said like no FAs in this one. Just all existing characters that we've seen before. I trained Studio PT and Group Fitness Lancaster. Time could be optimized if music and setup is ready. Not much happening for the first 4 minutes. If you hit us off the bat, you can give us more of this. If you hit us off the bat, you can give us more of this awesome info. That is true. I mean, the chat was pretty slow anyway, and usually my streams are just pretty impromptu. I don't always have a thing where I'm like, oh, I'm gonna start at this time every day. I do need to come up with a schedule, and at that point I will be probably more organized, but I usually just turn on the stream and get going. Nah, it's like 451. I have some gems, so I'm selling that and paying gems for that Mickey. I'd probably rather go for the card than like chase a Steamboat Willie. Like both will do very well, but right now the cards are the hype. So, and I think they still have a lot of room to move. My Minnie Mouse is blowing up. Yeah, dude, Greg, dude, I bought a mini yesterday too at 550. Now she's already pushing almost 700. Spider-Man Rare, a good price to get right now? Yeah, of course. As long as it's below like 1600, I would say yes. Let's see. I think I passed it. Did I? No, I did not. I just needed to load one more screen. And yeah, it's below 1400 right now. That's an amazing buy point. Only thing is, we just need to give it time. Market just needs time to correct. Disney's already making moves. People are going to return to Spider-Man eventually. So I'm not too worried about, you know, the ultra high listings of 300 right now. There will be a time where we'll probably see a reversal and a very hard downtrend of listings where people are either delisting and or people are just buying them up. Hola. You're right. I'm gonna keep it and sell my other crap. Yep, I would do anything you can. Like that's, I will admit, I'm trying to get a Todd right now, and I had a Steamboat Willie, or I still have it, ultra rare. And I was contemplating buying it. My friend and some other people advised me like, yeah, you could sell your Steamboat Willie, and probably make up the 400 gems or whatever at the time, and buy a Todd very easily. But then they told me, and I kind of thought about it too. They're like, do anything you can not to sell the Steamboat Willie, because a lot of people in the community consider it a grail. They're like, do flipping, do whatever you can, do what you need to do, but like try your best not to sell that Steamboat Willie. You know, in hindsight, of course, if you knew the future, I would just sell it at 10, rebuy it at 7, because Steamboat Willie Ultra Rare was basically at like 7.1 yesterday for a minute. And I could have rebought and just made 2,000 gem profit, or you know, whatever, and then use that 2,000 gems towards like just getting closer to a Todd. But no one knows the future, so. Should I sell Mini for Steamboat Common? I would hold Mini. Just hold her. She's still growing. Like, give it time. It's for some strange reason, it doesn't seem like, at least any time in like the very, very near future, it seems like a lot of the Disney collectors are focused on the cards. So, I mean, I could see Mini running up to like 750, 775. I mean, doesn't seem like Jaunty Jig is going anywhere anytime soon. But I do think once the cards are done running up, then the attention is going to focus on the Steamboat Willies. So there could be a time where Mini might run up to like 750, 775, maybe even 800. And even if you could 1-for-1 for Jaunty Jig, I don't know if you would want to make that trade. I don't think you'd be wrong for taking it. Maybe if Jaunty Jig is down, Mini's up, and you could 1-for-1, that's not a bad trade. But if you have to make a lot of gems and Jaunty Jig's already on the way up and you could miss it, I wouldn't. Spider-Man Rare, good price right now. Yeah, we already got that. Sorry, already read that one. Vision 562C. What do you think long-term hold on the Amazing Spider-Man? Actual comment. VV fam, thanks. Yeah, of course, hold it. If you sold it right now, like I don't think you would get many other things better. I mean, you can maybe get a Steamboat Willie, but I would still just hold the Spider-Man comment. Everyone just needs to hold. Like, market's still down. The only thing that's really moving up at like a crazy pace are just the Disney cards right now, right? As well as some other like very minor things like Disney card. For some strange reason, Sugar Bear is going up. Disney card. Some of the CoverGirl stuff is going up. Disney card. Like the first 7 listings on here are all Disney cards. Those are the only things really moving, as well as some like other obscure CoverGirl and some like other, you know, also the Spider-Man. The newest stuff is moving. It will trickle down eventually to the other Spider-Mans and the other Disney and DC stuff. I honestly think Batman Black and White will probably be the last ones to go up. I think it will go, so once all this stuff is done going up, I think it will go the Steamboat Willies, then the Spider-Mans, you know, that could blend in together roughly around the same time, and then it'll be the Batman Black and White series that'll like catch up to their previous highs. But I could be wrong. I mean, Batman Black and White, nah, I think it'll still be the last one to go because people want to secure Spider-Man and Disney first, and then if they have any leftover gems, there's a lot of Batman Black and White stuff that's pretty inexpensive that you can like round out your vault with pretty easily. Look at relative strength of Steamboat Willie versus new Disney cards mentioned. Buy the strongest recent price action. Forget about dip buying Steamboat. Yeah, I said the same thing. I agreed. Specimen, like there might be a point where you could 1-for-1 and that's a maybe, but right now the strength is in the cards right now. Just hodl that for now. What about Spider-Man and the new movie? Like the most recent one? I think that oh, you mean like the Zombie Hunter Spider-Man? I think that's a great purchase. Sorry, I read something. Yeah, Zombie Hunter Spidey. I'm on collectible top gainers, that's why it's not moving. Zombie Hunter Spider-Man's incredible at this price. I remember buying 9 of these at like between 260 and 280. And I sold most of them at above 200. I didn't manage to sell the others in time. I have 2 left. I didn't manage to sell those last 2 in time. So I'm just waiting for them to go back up. But like right now is a great time to buy Zombie Hunter Spider-Man. The fact that the normal Spider-Man has actually surpassed it, right? Has it passed it in price? Means that I think this one will be sure to go up soon. Yeah, they're like the same price now, almost the same price. How's it going, man? Another fire live stream. LeGroin James, I appreciate it. LeGroin James. Holy moly. Bob Bobby, my favorite radio station at Veve Vibes, dude. Bob Bobby, thank you so much. You've been nothing but caring and giving, and I honestly appreciate that. I will never sell your gift that you gave to me. I don't know if you care if I say which NFT it is, but I'm not gonna sell it anytime soon. And it's my favorite one of that like series. I do think I do like the uncommon more than the common, or and I like the rare too, but I do like the uncommon more. So thank you so much for the gift. I'm not gonna sell your NFT. Like, it just means too much to me. It's the first one that someone's ever like actually donated to me, so I appreciate that. I'm not getting rid of it anytime soon. And if you do in the Viviverse, and if I can, like, what do you call it? Post it. If you could add like a tag or like a name to it, I'll put your name on there. Bob Bobby, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Now back to helping people with their gems and their vaults and stuff. How's it going, man? Another fire stream. Yeah, LeGroin James, thank you so much. LeGroin James. Drew, Voltron comment is a steal. You know, if you want to invest in a Voltron common, like that's fine. Would I heavily invested it? No. You know, it might not be bad. Let me check it out. This could be a legitimate thing to not necessarily stack, but like I wouldn't mind, like, this is like if it goes below 100 gems, and you know, if you're trying to round out your vault, you know, you spent 2K on this, hey, I have 200 gems left over, what should I do? You know, like, yeah, sure, buy a Storm and like buy Lions United, like, who cares? Listings are still like slowly going up. We're chilling at about 300 total listings. A bit of resistance at 123, 100. The nice thing is that the fee's only 2.5 compared to what I typically recommend, which is like Deadpool, Storm, Groot, that stuff. So there's that as well. So do I think it's like a complete steal and like this will skyrocket and like, oh my God, people are sleeping on this? Not really, but could you buy this and potentially see some profit in a couple weeks? I think so. Assuming that there's no major announcements in the next 2 weeks, which is maybe unlikely, but we'll see. But I mean, if you bought it at 81, I think as long as you sell it at 85, like, you literally make profit, 86, something like that, because the way the fees work, like, which isn't hard to do. Specimen number 80, Pokemon would be horrible to your portfolio value, but we are not getting Pokemon, so no matter. I've said this before, like, if someone, you know, was like, are we getting Pokemon at the end of the month? I'm like, well, I don't know, blah, blah. But if someone like held the gun in my head and they're like, you need to pick, are we having Pokemon at the end of the month or not? I'm like, probably not. Like, I would say 9 times out of 10, we're not getting it. But it's still not 0. It's still not a 0% chance. SWFL resale. What makes everyone think that they will be announcing Pokemon this month? February 27th is Pokemon Day in Japan, I believe, or just in different parts of the world. And a lot of places celebrate it. This year's the 25th anniversary, like exactly the 25th anniversary of Pokemon. Plus, we have Alfred Kahn, who's the person that basically brought Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh! And a bunch of other different anime from Japan. Did it with, what's it called, 4Kids or whatever it is. They basically brought it to he brought it to the US. It was called Pocket Monsters, but then he called it Pokemon when he brought it here. And there's pretty interesting history on what he did, but basically he's kind of like the grandfather of Pokemon that brought it over here to the US, got it super popular. And it just lines up. Like, he's the chief marketing officer for Veve. He has a lot of connections. It's 25th year anniversary. Pokemon Day. Plus, he made a Twitter, I don't know, like a month ago or something like that. And some people think that was, or a few weeks back, some people think that could be a tip that, like, all right, he made a Twitter. He's never owned a Twitter, but he made a Twitter. And then he's been saying recently, like, you know, exciting things to come, which I think he just says that to be nice. I don't think he's actually hinting at anything. I think he's just saying that to be nice, like, oh, exciting things to come, and that's it. Kind of like almost like the ending of every Pokemon episode, like at least like the first season of episode, like maybe like, what will Ash and his friends be up to next? Like exciting things to come. Like I think that's just the way he talks or whatever. Who knows? So a lot of things are lined up and it just like makes sense. Like logically it could happen, but I think the app is too far behind. A lot of issues that need to get worked out, including bots, including a bunch of stuff. And like, honestly, Pokemon would just completely ruin the ecosystem of the market right now. Like we still don't have Immutable X, we don't have Omega NFT. Like there's so many like, and I think if Veve really wants Pokemon to be successful and see a lot of burn and a lot of money be cultivated, they need to have, they need to have like Omega NFT at the very least. There's so many people with so much NFT, not so many people, but there's a lot of people with a ton of Omi that are willing to just burn a lot of it for Pokemon. And I think they want to have that on board before they introduce Pokemon, at the very least. Let's go. Rory, would you sell 2 MC1s for a Donald? Probably not. Probably not. I'm not even a big comic book guy, but I know 2 MC1s. I'm assuming you mean the commons. I probably wouldn't. Like Donald's gonna go up, but like if you give MC1s enough time to, like just comics in general, like that's you got the grail of comics. Even if you got the common, that's still the grail of comics on the app. So I would hold that. Dax G, do you know if having a family member's account for drops and transferring them into account can get you banned, restricted, like doing transactions? I think, okay, so what I think is happening when you do account transfers to gems and all that stuff, and like, don't quote me on this, like I could be completely wrong. I'm basing this nothing but on my opinion. I assume Veve, when they look for transactions, they're looking for like mass transactions. If there's some gems moving here and there between accounts, or maybe if you're moving 50 gems, and I've done that before. Like I've like my friend gets on the app, he doesn't know how to play the next drop, or he's kind of hesitant to like get into Veve. I just give him an NFT that he can sell, or I just give him 50 gems. I'm like, here you go, to like just play the next drop, see what happens. Like it doesn't mean much to me. And they win, then cool. Or if they like the NFT enough, they'll keep it, play with it, and then eventually invest. So it's like, I don't think they look for stuff like that. But if they're looking for mass transactions, like if you bought, let's say 5,000 gems off platform, I've never done it, but I assume because of the 500 gem restriction per account, like per day, they probably have multiple accounts transacting 500 gems to you like at a time. And it could take multiple days, but like if you're just seeing a lot of transactions going in and out of one account in the hundreds of gems every day to multiple accounts, like that looks a bit sketchy. So maybe that will flag it. I couldn't tell you. And honestly, even if Veve knew the exact number or percentage or whatever it is, if they told everyone, what would bots do, or what would people selling off app would do? They would just work around it, right? They would say, hey, anyone that transfers more than 1,000 gems a day, that's flagged for a look. And then everyone would be like, all right, cool. Then I'll just transfer 900 gems and I'll just fly under the radar and the bot will never catch me. So they're never going to say any exact numbers as to like what you need to do to avoid it, because then that's what everyone would do. So Ross Frodsham, mini floor at around 670 now. By now, or do you expect another dip? I think she could still run a bit more, to be honest. I think she could run to like 775. It would not surprise me at all. And plus, with any of these cards, if you're planning on holding it for longer than a month, just buy it now. Like I always say this, like just hold, like securing the NFT is more important than trying to play the dip and save, like I could save 50 gems if I get it here, but what if you're wrong? And then if you're wrong, now you got to pay an extra 100 gems and you're just like, oh my God, like I should have just bought it earlier. Even me, like I bought Goofy, I panicked when it was on the drop. I bought it at 3.6. Like me and my friend were on the phone. We're both looking at the market, kind of helping each other out. Like, cause he was looking at one thing, I was looking at the Goofies, and cause he didn't have as many gems as I did. So he's like, all right, I only have 3,000 gems. Like if Goofy hits 3,000, I'm going to buy it. I'm like, all right, dude, I'm going to do this. And so we're both looking. So he buys the Goofy at 3, and I'm looking at the total listings or the total ones delivered. And I'm like, okay, like the majority of the Goofies are delivered. Now it could be a good price. And I just got greedy. I waited. It was at Then all of a sudden 3.1s disappeared, and the 3.2s, and I was just waiting for someone to undercut, and then 3.3s. I'm like, oh my god, what's going on? And I just hesitated too long, and I had to like buy one at like 3.6, and I was like, oh my, I know that was kind of like in the heat of a moment thing. But then later, of course, that day it went down to like 3.3, and I could have still got it cheaper. But typically, if you're gonna hodl for a long time, like just get it, just secure the sale. Saving 50 gems here and there in the grand scheme of things, especially if you're spending that much, like just get it. And if you're gonna hodl long term, like you're not even gonna trip about it, right? Maybe spend a little bit extra time to see if you can get a nice little mint. Like if you're willing to spend 700, like an extra 30 gems to get a lower mint. It might seem silly, but like maybe 6 months, a few years from now, that lower mint is going to stand out on the floor, and you're just going to be able to secure the sale like much quicker. Michael Parello? Probably not Parello. Deadpool UR must be undervalued right now, right? I brought that one up a few times. If you guys haven't seen my most recent tier list video, I suggest you guys check those out. It's a 3-part video. In hindsight, there's probably some things I would have changed, but I probably would have put Deadpool in like higher A tier. It was A tier, but I probably should have put it above X-Men and Loki. But it's probably just because the bottom 2 Lokis actually don't do too bad. The main reason I think I voted it so high is just because there is a pretty big community around like the alligator Loki thing. So, yeah, I mean, Deadpool Ultra Rare has been hovering around like 550, 600 for a while now. It's just been kind of in this like weird holding pattern in the middle. Wow, it actually went up to 700 for a minute. Did not see that. Yeah, I'd say at 570, it's a really good buy. I mean, it's peaked at 970. I mean, it's at the end of the day, it's still Deadpool. I remember selling this. I think I sold it around here at like 480 or something a while back. I don't remember how much I sold it for exactly, honestly. Yeah, I like this. I think this is a pretty decent buy. Do I think there's other options that are better? One thing I can think of are some like the black and white stuff, but not really. Like I said before, like honestly, everything on the app is honestly is a pretty good buy right now. Everything's going to go up. Some things are going to go up quicker than others. Like I said, I think Disney and Marvel will be the first ones to go up. You know, Deadpool might be on the tail end of like the Marvel stuff, and then the black and white series will as well. Specimen number 80. Why would Nintendo hand over Pokemon NFTs to anyone? They can wait until they have built their own metaverse. No rush for them. They're not desperate for cash like Disney. That is very true. That is very true. It wouldn't surprise me if Veve has the NFTs, but they really need to like square everything away first on the app and stuff. And like a lot of people speculated, and I used to think this too, and I probably still think this to a certain degree, which is one of the first licenses they secured was actually Pokemon. They've actually had it for a while. They probably had it for a while, and that's what made it easier to secure things like Marvel and Disney and DC and a lot of the other ones. Like, hey, we have Pokemon, which is literally the highest grossing IP that's ever existed in the world. You want to join? They're like, yeah, sure. If they're doing it, hell, we should too. But then again, yeah, I think as NFTs got more popular, Metaverse was talked about more. Yeah, like maybe Pokemon did back out or something happened. Who knows? I guess we'll find out in a little over 3 weeks. Any thoughts on Pluto Ultra Rare? I think it's good. I like it. Trying to think of like which one would go up more. Like, are you basically better off buying a Donald Duck plus 200 gems of something else? Because Donald's basically at 1K right now, right? He's just shy. Yeah, he's at 1K. And Plato. Jesus, I cannot type today. 1,300. Let's go. I remember buying Pluto at I think 970 or something like that on drop day. So if you bought that, so basically the question is it better to get Donald plus 300 gems worth of other stuff or Pluto? I think Donald will go up higher percentage wise, but I think Pluto would I don't think you can go wrong with either. But I feel like if you're going to go with the lenticular cards and you have enough for Pluto, you might as well go all out, right? You might as well just get the Pluto. Though I don't think you're wrong either for grabbing a Donald plus plus something else either, like with 300 gems. Yeah, I mean, there's some good stuff you can buy for under 300 right now. Like you just saw, I mean, there's Deadpools, there's the you can go with the snow globes, you can go with I'm feeling a little tired right now. Probably should drink more Monster. Maybe I should just pound it. Yeah, I think either one. Yeah, Donald's reached 1K, which is crazy to think, right? There was a period of time where Donald was like 560, like on drop day. So anyone that bought during that period like doubled their money already. Yeah, like right here. He was at like 580 on no, right here on drop day. Yeah, he went down to 569 on drop day and then kind of returned to that same point the next day. But this is when this whole day was just market glitches. And that's the one thing I want to ask is like, did they even know market glitches were happening? Like, did they even know like if that was the case, like they should have at least like stalled the market and fixed it, or put out a notification or something. But like, as far as I know, Veve did nothing and they just let it happen. Maybe no one reported it, but I felt like enough content creators, enough people were talking about it that they probably should have known. Road to victory. Do you think the market will pump this weekend or next week? I think it's gonna happen, and to be honest, it might happen before the cover girls drop. Like, it wouldn't surprise me at all if it happens before, because people are gonna play the next two drops. I'm not sure how big that drop is on Sunday. I've already like forgot the name of it, to be honest. OBS probably spend. Hold on one sec. Sorry, someone hit me up. I need to actually have this over here. Cool. Hold on one sec. We might have something going on. But I think the pump actually might happen. I think people are going to anticipate the pump to happen after cover girls and after the Sunday drop. But if I had a lot of money and I wanted to make moves, I would make it before the drop. That's going to be the best time to get it. Just give me a sec. Mickey and friends are pumping Daisy 7-7. Phil and Don. Like, yeah, Viker. I really think the cards are gonna hit 1K and give it a go. So I'm gonna bring on a guest. He goes by the name of Veve3. I hope he's in the chat and kind of gives you guys a quick wave. But awesome, dude. And Specimen, thank you so much again for the $2. This might take me a minute to kind of get set up, but I would love to kind of get you guys to introduce myself to Veve3. Yeah, there's Veve3 in chat right now. And Bobby, thank you so much. So I'm just gonna fly through some of these messages really quick, but I'm gonna go ahead and see if we can get Veve3 on the call first. So let's try this. I might have to mess with some settings here first.
Victory?
Yeah, do we have it? Can you guys hear him? I'm gonna put you up on the screen here in a little bit.
Is it working?
Yeah, I can hear you. You know what? I think it's because I have push to talk on Discord, but that's fine. I can work with it.
Cool. Awesome.
All right, give me a sec. I'm gonna pull you up. So in the meantime, while I figure this out, what do you think about the lenticular cards? Did they surprise you? Kind of give some open suggestions or thoughts about it while I get this fixed. Can you hear me?
Yep, I hear you.
Yeah, I say, do you mind just chatting about like the lenticular cards, like the new Disney cards that came out? Like, what are your thoughts on it? Do you think they're blowing up? What do you think?
think the lenticular cards are going to be super major if they're the first of each series. So if like Star Wars puts out lenticular cards, Marvel puts out lenticular cards, DC puts out lenticular cards, then having the first of each one of those series is going to be super major. And that goes for these Disney ones, obviously.
Cool. So I'm just kind of messing with some sound settings. I'm going to put you on my screen here in a little bit. But no, that dude, I didn't even think about that. Like having other IPs getting lenticular cards and stuff. Do you think that's because it's attached to Disney? I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if some Marvel stuff got that too, right? You know what? I think it might not be working because you can hear me, right? I might have to switch it from
But they
all right. We're good. We're just working through some growing pains here. Discord. Give me a sec here, guys.
Yeah, they're tracking my audio is super low.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't know if you're able to turn it up a bit louder. I figured I turned you up as much as I could. Okay. Almost there, guys.
This. That pumped me up. Anything?
Yeah, you sound a bit louder. I also like turn off the music too.
Maxed.
There we go. Got you on screen. Now I can do filters. I'm gonna do
It's my normal mic I use for
the videos
and everything. So I don't know if anything's changed with that.
Yeah, that's a bit weird. But once I get this sorted once, it'll probably be good. Bottom left. It's probably a little too far. It's probably good enough. Yeah, I've always wanted to get more of the content creators on here and just kind of hang out and stuff. That's good enough. Let's go with that. That is very large. I'm going to shrink you down. As much as I love seeing your face, we want to see the charts as well.
I appreciate it. I'm huge right now. Very big deal.
I'm also going to change this off of here. It's actually, I need to this video. Okay. Cool. Can you hear me now? Like better? Can you hear me now? Okay, I turned it to
crushing your stream's momentum, bro.
Nah, it's fine. They'll get over it. We're all here for the vibes.
Yeah, I can hear you super clear.
Okay, cool. Because I just had to change it to instead of push to talk, I just changed it to normal. I don't know why my Discord's set up that way, and then we have this. So cool, man. Yeah, glad to have you on. And then yeah, we were talking about the lenticular cards, and like, so people occasionally ask me for suggestions on NFTs and stuff.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, of course. And so, at least like you recently got introduced to my stream, right? So like, how'd you initially hear about me? Were you just kind of just like stumbling on Veve and you found me, or like how'd you initially hear about me? Are you able to hear me, by the way?
You first made that Ninja Turtles video, and you kind of like photoshopped in the Ninja Turtles over top the cards. I was like, this guy's awesome.
Okay. I found the issue. All right, we're good now. I was like, like every time I minimize Discord, your face would just freeze, and it just like looked really funny. So yeah, I don't know if you're listening to me through Discord or through the stream, but it seems like there's a bit of a delay. between the two. So I don't know which one you're looking at. So, but let me catch up with chat here.
I was looking at the stream. Should I be watching through Discord?
You can still watch the stream, but I guess like mute the stream, but just listen to me through Discord if you're able to. So that way it's like live, and I know there's a bit of a delay like on the stream, if that makes sense. Because it seems, I'll be honest, like I'll ask a question and then it's there's like a delay that I'm just like, sitting here like waiting for you to answer. So it's not that big of a deal. It's all right. Heyo. Really wanted to get one. Yeah, people talking about Donald Duck. People saying sound is low.
There we go.
Can you check Mini? So we all squared away? You got me on just Discord now?
Yep.
Sick. All right, perfect. Yeah, so lenticular cards are crazy. What about the price action stuff? Like, does that surprise you? It seems like a lot of them are taken off. I know you kind of rely on me as your marketing guy, not marketing, but like, you know, kind of like the market guy to be up to date with stuff. But do the cards surprise you at all?
From an IP standpoint, they did. You're right. Like, I rely on you guys for the kind of the market speculation side of it. But from an IP standpoint, this being the very first lenticular cards on the platform and kind of establishing that cards could be a new category on the platform, just like comics. And if that's the case, these are kind of like the first comics ever on the platform, which could be major. That's totally speculative, of course, but it could be a big deal, man. Yeah,
I think so too. Like the whole, like, dude, it's such a collector's thing, right? Like, I was looking at the cards and I thought, I was like, oh, these are gonna be kind of lame and all that stuff. But then they came out with the Medium article and I'm like, dude, like Disney lovers, like Disney fans are gonna love this stuff. Like, it has a picture of it. It's like a kind of like one of the more classic iterations of like the Disney characters. And it's like lenticular, like the cards have a gold trim, has like their own like personalized signature on the back with just like their personality on it. And like the music fits their personality, like everything just makes sense. What really got me on it, like what really probably got me very bullish on the cards was listening to Randy Chavez. He had a stream with like two of his friends. He had a stream with two of his friends that used to work at Disney. And then there's the interview with like NFT Pirates and like Veve Magic or something like that. They both talked about Disney and it was just listening to both of those interviews got me really bullish. Have you heard of heard those interviews?
Absolutely. Yeah, I've watched them.
Yeah. And dude, some of the stuff that Disney does really surprises me. Like the stuff they do in their park is like beautiful, but also scary. Like some of the stuff, like they pump scents in the air, like popcorn and like cotton candy and stuff. I don't even remember them talking about that, but I was just like, what? Like they do that stuff? And they really go all out. Was there anything that they mentioned that surprised you? Or is there like one thing that they mentioned that you're just like, wow, like this Disney thing's gonna be huge?
I think the only one that like really blew my socks off from like a investment and IP standpoint was the one interview where the Disney guys were like, Disney should have never made this deal. This was a bad move. They're like blowing money by doing this. And I was like, man, I'm really glad that Veve freaking has the marketing genius to secure these things. Because for us, it's a big boon. Like we really are on the ground floor of some of these IPs. And it's tremendous if you're, you know, if you're listening to this stream right now, you're in it to win it, man. It's really exciting.
Yeah, dude, I've been telling everyone since, and you've been tuning in my streams, I pretty much recommend DC, Marvel, Disney. It sounds like a broken record, but like it's really hard to not lose with those IPs. And I've been telling people for the longest time, I'm like, if you're, you know, looking to invest in NFTs, like I tell people, like try and invest in what's popular. Like what do people want at the end of the day? Like, hey, like the new dragons look cool, like the gold dragon, the torch dragon, like the new Imperial Lotus one and stuff. Like it looks cool, but I'm really waiting. I'm like, what's going to happen the next two gem squeezes? Because they tend to just fall down and to the right and they just don't recover very well. But now I know you're working on a video right now in the near future covering the new drop that's gonna happen like on Sunday, I think. Whatever that is.
Yeah.
What's it called again? I still don't even know what they're called.
I have it in a folder. It's the War of Dragons Pili Fantasy, which Pili means a thunderbolt. And this thing's been around for like 30 years, so there's a lot of history with it, and the company's a big deal.
Mhm.
but I'm still kind of like digging into the meat of it to try to figure out, is this worth the time or not? But
Mhm.
at first broad brush stroke, it does seem like there is a big market for these.
For these like so what are they, like puppets or whatever? Because I kind of remember you said it was like what was the analogy you gave it?
Ball Z meets like Team America, basically.
Yeah, that was so weird. I'm like, what? Output volume. All right, let me try turning this up. I don't know if this is gonna help me. All right, try talking now.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Okay.
How about now? Am I a little louder, everyone?
Yeah, I turned you up too, and I think you turned yourself up. So that's perfect. Because some people are still saying like it's kind of hard.
Sauce.
All right, perfect.
Cool. Sorry, everyone. It's Growing Plains. We've never tried this before.
Yeah, exactly, and it's it's Discord and all that stuff, so we're figuring out as we go along. But yeah, so like, was there anything in that I mean, first off, going for 30 years, was there anything in that's kind of at least initially tipped you off that this could be like a big deal, or is there anything that kind of surprised you about this IP coming out on Sunday?
The big things are the company started in 1996, and ever since then, from then till now, they've consistently been selling out theaters, selling out television shows, selling out merchandise.
Wow.
And then in 2019, they kind of signed some deals with Crunchyroll and Netflix, and that kind of like tapped them into a global market. And if you do a Google search for this brand and you just attach the words NFT to it, something that's kind of surprising about this release is it's the first time I've ever seen external investment websites pegging a Veve product. Usually whenever I do a Google search, the Veve stuff is first. It's the top hit. But this time Veve's buried. All of these external investment companies they're getting the most traction in terms of internet algorithm and kind of like the IPO aspect of it. So that for me either means Veve's just getting bigger and people are hip to it, or this is a bigger deal than we think it is. I'm not quite sure yet.
Do you think like this could be a small little gateway into like getting more access from people like in the Southeastern Asian market, even though we don't have localization in place? But like if there is some sort of leak, and it sounds like this company does promote itself a lot online, if there's even remotely a mention of Veve, do you think we can get more people coming in like from that market?
I do think so. One of your viewers mentioned in a comment that Veve really needs to get their language UI set up. So, people from different countries are able to get that information translated. And I think that's kind of a major key into how this is going to be successful. Because imagine, you're from Thailand, which is where this IP is coming from, and you're coming on to Veve because you heard about this and you just can't understand anything that's on there because none of it's translated. Like, obviously, that's a major barrier to entry for those people. So Veve really needs to like just crack on these language UIs. And I think whenever that happens, weird things that are kind of seem like odd to us, like Voltron or Ultraman, things like that are probably going to pop a little bit. That's my guess.
Yeah. And do you think that will be, in my personal opinion, unless we get localization done and we get, a lot of people on board, like in that market, we might see a temporary pop on the market, but I don't know if it's gonna like maintain or like really take off. At least that's just my personal opinion. That's market speculation, right? It's all speculation.
Yeah, you're right.
At the end of the day, for the most part. But just to field a couple questions from chat. So people are pulling up the Goofy chart. Like, honestly, if any of you guys are holding lenticular cards, just hold them. Like, they're already taken off. They've already gone up. I mean, Goofy hasn't gone up that much. It's already at like 3.7.5%. But if we look at pretty much any of the other Disney cards, I mean, they're all in a bull run right now. Like, I would just hold any of them. I don't even think it's gotten remotely close to the point where they're gonna like start plateauing and like, okay, maybe I can do a flip here or there. And then same thing with someone asked a question about some like Catgirl. I don't know if you mean Batgirl or Catwoman. Sometimes people ask questions. I'm like, I'm not sure if you actually mean Catwoman or Batgirl. Either way. Honestly, if it's a Batgirl, I'd probably sell it sooner rather than later. I think the temporary pump that happened because of the, what's it called? The cover girls is pretty much over. It's very short lived. Same thing happened. Exact same thing happened with Invisible Woman. When they announced her, the FA version, the Marvel Mighties pumped like, it increased by like 70%. I'm like, and it happened for like I probably happened for like 6 hours, and then it just died off. And it just like hasn't recovered since then for the most part. So So if any of you guys are holding lenticular cards, I would just hold them. Like I think Goofy could run to like 4K. I could see Pluto going to 1.5. I could see Donald hitting 1K, maybe 1.1. So I would just hodl all those for the most part. I need Donald to complete the set. Crying face. Yeah, I think a lot of people slept on Donald. I'm trying to remember, but you remember what I don't remember what they said on those 2 interviews, but do you remember Veve and 3, what they said about Donald? They're like, oh, Donald is like overlooked, or do you remember them mentioning that?
Yeah, Donald Duck's a big deal because Donald Duck has appeared in more comics outside of the superhero genre than any other character that exists in cartoon form. Has his own orange juice. He was like the mascot for the Coast Guard in World War II for recruiting. Has his own orange juice. He's the mascot for multiple professional sports teams.
Yeah.
So in terms of like overall IP value amongst that lineup, Donald Duck's a big deal, and people really shouldn't ignore the value that he brings.
Yeah, because I remember they also said too that Donald Duck actually got more screen time than Mickey has, like across all like the Disney mediums of like entertainment shows, movies. Like Donald Duck has technically had more screen time than Mickey. I'm like, God, I didn't even think about that. Like that's crazy. And so it's a niche thing that I think mostly only Disney fans would probably know and understand. But those are the same people that are going to probably pay premium for your cards or your golden moments or whatever it is.
Agreed.
Most likely the cards and stuff. So what really got me bullish was on the fact that they had they talked about, I forgot her name that was on Randy's interview, but she was like, yeah, like I'm in a Disney Discord with like 100,000 people. And she typed in the keywords Veve and NFT, and like those keywords didn't show up anywhere on like the Discord channel. It's like, wow, there's 100,000 Disney collectors out there that, you know, probably from small time, you know, little statues or things from the Disneyland, all the way up to people that probably buy. I remember the other day I looked on eBay. I was looking up just random Disney like memorabilia and stuff, and people were selling like refurbished like trash cans from like Disneyland that were like $4,000 and stuff, and it's like they buy that stuff.
Yes, they do.
It's crazy. So it's like there's a whole market of Disney people that haven't even heard of NFTs, and it's, you know, it could be like this. It could be like the same market of people into comics. They're like, what's this NFT, you know, bullcrap, and I don't want to buy it. I want the physical stuff, and like, what's this digital thing, you know? But even only 10% of the people actually follow through. That's still a lot on people willing to come and invest. So
I agree. I think NFTs are going to start getting a lot more mainstream attention just because of that new Biden bill, or the executive order that Biden's putting out, where they're going to start investigating a little bit more NFTs, crypto. And just because of that, I think a lot of people on the news, a lot of those talking heads are just going to be saying the word NFT. And that by proxy is probably going to have a positive impact on people kind of searching out more information on NFTs. And it's going to make it more mainstream.
Yeah.
And that's what we really need to have happen.
Yeah. I have a quick question for you. Pokemon at the end of the month or no? Yes or no?
Me? No.
Yeah. I
wish, but no.
Yeah, exactly. It's funny because if Veve was, if they had the localization done, if they had all the kinks set up, you know, fixed on their app and everything was squared away, possibly. But I mean, at this point, like Veve was still expecting to have like maybe 200,000 people on the app at this point. Like that was like their roadmap. I think maybe a little bit closer to like 100. And I mean, they've, you know, 15x'd that amount by now. So yeah, but I agree with you. I don't think, like I said, if someone held a gun to my head, they're like Pokemon at the end of the month, I'm like 9 times out of 10, probably not, you know, 95 times out of 100, probably no. As much as we all want it, yeah, it's like it's probably not likely going to happen. But yeah, we have the. Sorry, do you have something to say?
Whenever you have guys like Fred Durst and Andre Jick and these people with huge influence already tweeting and talking about Veve, think of all the heartache that Veve deals with right now with bots, lack of cash out. Now inject a Pokemon fan base into that equation. Think of the amount of negative press Veve would have to deal with. So it'd be crazy for them to introduce something like Pokemon until they really iron out this process a little bit more in terms of kind of PR for them. So
yeah,
we kind of need all that other stuff to happen before we can expect something like Pokemon. That's just my 2 cents on it.
Yeah, exactly. Especially if they've gotten recently scrutinized by bots, you know, at the top of the month. Like that's, yeah, that was, I mean, is there any questions actually? Because I was writing up a video myself and I was probably going to post it tomorrow morning, but is there any questions that you would like to get answered in the AMA? Like if there's a question that you could field, or the one that you had to get answered in the AMA tomorrow, or 2 or 3, like I mean, as many questions as you want. So
I mean, the bot thing's going to get beaten to death. For me,
yeah.
the big things that I'm concerned about are the lack of customer support that there's available on the app, with all these people kind of getting hit as false positives, or maybe they are positives, I don't know. And we can't know until Veve's customer support's at a level where they're constantly communicating back and forth with these users, because people wouldn't be posting screenshots if they're consistently getting customer service and their bots, because it's incriminating. But right now, because it takes so long for Veve to get back and forth with these people, it gives people a lot of time to post basically a lot of negative press for Veve. So I keep saying it. Veve wants to be the Amazon of NFTs, and I want them to be the Amazon of NFTs, obviously, because I'm super invested.
Yeah.
But they can't do that if they don't have Amazon level customer support. So if I had a question, it would be how much money and how many personnel are they going to start dedicating to customer support? Because if Fred Durst gets locked from his account, or Andre Jick gets locked from his account, God help Veve's marketing team, PR team, trying to like mitigate that firestorm that's coming.
Yeah, and some of the top end investors, like I think Brock McBlockchain, or no, Block. There's like 2 different McBlockchain guys, isn't there? There's like Block and then Brock. So one of them, I think it was Block McBlockchain, got locked out of his account, or he said he's talked before how he's gotten restricted and this and that. So it's like if you got some heavy hitting investors, people that are very active on Twitter, and big parts of the community, and they're getting locked out of their accounts. And I'm not even sure what they do to signal like what is an account that could get restricted. What are some of the parameters involved with getting your account restricted? I don't even think they would release that information, because if they did say, hey, if we're looking for this or that, then there's workarounds, right? So they're kind of in a weird space with it. And do you think just right now Veve like has just accelerated so much that they're just simply just understaffed to like get stuff done?
That's exactly what I think. I think in the last AMA, it was Dan Crothers, he's the co-founder, was saying that they haven't been actively hiring people. They've kind of just been taking this organic route to hiring new personnel, and they need to start looking at this more as like a corporate entity. And if you're a corporate entity with the sort of income that they have coming in, it's not organic anymore. Like you need to start like doing LinkedIn and sending out like getting people in. You know what I mean? They can't just expect people to show up randomly anymore. We're kind of beyond that point on the app, I think.
Yeah, and that's why it's like I don't mean to come off as negative, and it does seem like a lot of other content creators are very bullish and optimistic about the idea of like the Veveverse and stuff, but I'm like, if we can't even get our customer service straight, like how do we expect the Veveverse to be like in full swing? And I don't think people realize how much developer time it really takes to design a video game, let alone a VR game with heavy NFT integration and achievement system and renting, and like you guys, like I don't think a lot of people have a clue how long that really takes. And it's like that's why I'm like, unless you have a company like Niantic that's been working on it behind the scenes for 3 years, like if that rumor back in 2018 is actually true, okay, and that now I'm like a bit more bullish on the other idea. But it's like if you just have who was it that works? I think David D works on it, I think, or someone.
Say that again, sorry.
No, I said I think it's David D that said he works on it a bit. Like that's kind of like his project to kind of like that's like his. I could have sworn someone.
David D's the founder. You've got
he's the founder.
Who's marketing, and then Dan Crothers is kind of like the primary guy that's talking, the co-founder.
So you got a little youngling next to you.
Yeah.
Thor, I'm 2 and 3 right now, bud.
It's my boy Thor, my firstborn.
Yeah. Yeah, and so like that's why I said a lot of people that are banking on the idea of Marvel Mighties are going to be in the Veveverse and all that stuff. It's like it probably, which is why like at least like that's why I love the Veve community and these AMAs. But when people ask questions like, hey, will my DeLorean be able to fly, or can this thing do that? And like in their minds they're probably like, yeah, sure, eventually it might not happen until 2026, but sure, why not? Like anything is possible.
Like, bro, we can't even look at our comics in the vault yet. Like, we're not flying around a DeLorean.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to be on here and be pessimistic about all this stuff, but like with the AMA around the corner, there has been some questions raised, and people kind of want answers about certain aspects of Veve for the most part.
Being pessimistic to be realistic with your expectations, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah, especially when people, you have people that have literally invested hundreds of thousands of dollars into this app. Like I think we kind of want some answers. And yeah, so I'll probably work on the video. At least for me, my questions are more revolved around the market. I think the idea of having like buy orders up on the app would be really cool. So that way we can actually know the floor of these NFTs, so they just don't just bottom out. If you are that person that's like, oh no, there's a drop announced, I want to sell my NFT, instead of just playing the undercut game for the next 2 hours, just making sure yours gets sold, you could just sell it to a guy for 10-15% discount and just get rid of it. And then now you're
sets would be nice.
Yeah, selling in sets. I thought about doing like a contract system where if someone goes to your account, you could set up a contract saying, hey, I'm going to sell this set for gems. I don't think they'll do they're not going to do NFT for NFT yet, because they do want to burn with fees and all that stuff. But if they said, hey, I have this set for 1,000, you can buy it, gives you this many master collector points, whatever it is, it doesn't matter. But some people, gosh, I'm trying to remember who it was, but one of the other content creators, I think it was the Gale. He has a Voltron set, but all 4 of the mint numbers are the exact same across all the entire. Yeah, the Gale, his whole set, all the mint numbers
it's awesome.
Are the same. I don't know what mint number it is, but like that's pretty incredible. Like the fact you went through the market, combed through it, found the exact same mint number across 4 different rarities is pretty insane. And like that in and of itself is a cool thing
too.
Yeah,
I tried to do it with that Craven Saga comic set. I was like, I'm gonna get one of every common in these 6 in the series and try to match the mints. It was just like the market sorting feature for editions is so wonky on the app. It's like impossible to even try to start doing that sometimes.
Yeah. The worst is when you try to look up a price of something and it says there's no listings there, because you have a listing and you have to like restart the app. And I'm just like, ugh, it doesn't sound like a big deal, but it does get annoying when you have to do that 3-4 times, 100%. or if you are trying to legitimately buy an NFT or find a low mint or something and it just doesn't work. It's a small little quality of life things that I think they at least need to polish up before they do something big like Pokemon, because all those little things, if we get Pokemon users on here, those issues are just going to be exacerbated and really brought to the spotlight. So just to kind of switch gears here, the Cover Girls announcement on Saturday, we knew Batgirl was coming out. Who do you think the other 3 girls are going to be, or the women like in the thing?
What is that? I actually did a tweet that kind of had like a spread of all the Cover Girls. Let's see if I can find that real quick. If you want to answer some questions while I pull that up. Yeah.
Let's see. Grabbed a ultra rare zombie Spider-Man at $9.90. That's solid. I mean, it's been hovering around. I don't know. I literally put in Spidey, put Spider-Man. It's been hovering around that 1,000 mark for a while. So the fact that you got it for sub 1K. Is really, really solid. Right now, it just seems like the market is just in a bit of a holding pattern right now. I think it's just kind of like finding its footing. I think mostly because of the market glitch that was going on, and that's one of the questions I wanted to have with Veve, or like in the AMA. It was like, do you guys realize there was like a market glitch happening on Wednesday, and like the market wasn't closed? Like not even a mention from Veve, like, hey, by the way, there's listings that are getting bought and staying on the market for all the way up to a full hour. And people were basically undercutting, not realizing that those listings were already gone. You heard about that issue, right? Or like that glitch with the market listings?
I was actually making a video during all that, and I was kind of glad. I was like, hey, I don't have to deal with the market during this.
Yeah. And I think that really studded the growth and like some of the upturn of a lot of the NFTs, because I told myself, I'm like, I really think Ghost Spider could hit 200. Like the Spider-Man Marvel Mighty could hit like 300. But then it just kept on going down and down. I'm like, all right, it'll recover tomorrow. And then it still went down. I'm like, what is going on? And then someone was like, well, there's a market glitch, and people are thinking bots are trying to just mass sell off their NFTs. Yeah. I'm like, all right, well, no one can foretell that. But I do see those things approaching back to where they were. But yeah, what was the list you got?
So these are all coming from Frank Cho. He's the guy that made the Batgirl that we're seeing with a little, whatever that is, a bat pulling on the cape. And he also has like a Supergirl, and he's got a Harley Quinn. Neither of those are FAs. And the other one in that grouping, though, is a Poison Ivy, which I know now it can't be because they said no FAs.
Yeah.
So my guess, and I even tweeted that I was like, man, maybe it's going to be that Poison Ivy, which would have been sweet, but no FAs. So my guess would be the Catwoman, which he also produced. Those would be the 4. I'm waiting for the details. I have like the script and everything for that video.
Nice.
But I hate doing a video without the actual details. You know what I mean? I feel like
Yeah,
I'm
of
not
course.
giving people any information.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't know. It's nice when you make videos like mine where it's like either I just go based off of market data, it's right there in front of me, or I just speculate endlessly. And yeah, I'm right there with you where that's kind of the nice thing with VV. There's so many different content creators that cover different topics and stuff, and people have said in my chat, they're like, oh, you're the best VVTuber because you talk about the facts and you help people out. I'm like, yeah, it's true, but like you also need other people that are the speculators, people that do a ton of research off the like I not that I hate it, but it's like it is daunting and it's time consuming to look at all the information. Like I couldn't do what you do, which is just like comb through all the information, find the facts, present it in an organized manner. Like I could do that, but it just takes so much mental energy. It's like I'd rather just turn it on and go and just run
like
with it.
Autopilot now. I drink a couple coffees. I'm like, all right, we got this script. Let's do this thing. And then it's just a matter of throwing images over the timeline, not trying to be too boring.
Yeah, exactly.
It's tricky sometimes whenever I'm burning it on both ends, kind of thing.
Yeah. So how'd you come up with the name BV in 3 then? Is it just like, was that always the goal to make it under 3, or was it just
it was impossible?
Yeah,
my first few videos were 3 minutes and I was talking super fast like this and just trying to get the information out, and I was like, this isn't enjoyable for me. I know this isn't enjoyable for anyone else. And I think there's just a fine line between giving people information quickly and valuable information at that and rushing through the thing. So now I didn't want VV in 6 doesn't sound very cool, and VV in 8 doesn't sound very cool. So VV in 3 has a nice ring, and the core of the show is the same. You know, I just try to give you the information as quickly as I can with very little speculation. I kind of rely on content creators like you and others to kind of give me that speculation. And that's kind of the niche that I fell into, which is fun, but kind of redundant sometimes too at the same time.
Yeah, exactly.
I love digging up the information. I'm learning just as much as everyone else, and that's a lot of fun for me.
Yeah, because I started doing that when Wednesday stuff, because that's what he talked about the Ninja Turtles overlay. Yeah, the Ninja Turtles,
that's
and
such a good video.
And then I did one with Jurassic Park, and I was just like, I thought about doing something similar with Jurassic Park, and I don't know if you watched the Jurassic Park one. But it definitely wasn't in that organized manner. But doing that video, and of course, sometimes you get faster as you do a certain series or you have a certain format, you get quicker with it. But I remember doing that Ninja Turtles, or especially the Jurassic Park one, like that stuff took me like 13 hours to do. It's a long time, and I was just like, I do not want to do this. Like even once a week is too much for me. And I was like, I'll do it every other week, and then like those videos kind of underperformed. So I'm like, you know what, screw it. I'm just gonna stick with the market stuff. Really understand it. Just double down on that. And as much as I'll probably still occasionally do projects like that because there's a part of me that likes to get really creative and do cool things like that with Photoshop and play around with it. And like it's always fun to speculate, like because I wanted to do one with Pokemon, and I was like, it'd be cool if like the first blind box drop was like a pick your starter set. It was like Charmander, Bulbasaur, and Squirtle, and it's like a pick your starter thing. And like the next set, I don't know if did you ever play Pokemon like on Game Boy or anything like that?
Oh yeah, I'm like a Pogo player. Like my family and I we live in San Diego, so we go to like Balboa Park and San Diego Zoo. And my wife and I were catching Pokemon and doing raids and all that good stuff. Like we love the franchise.
Yeah, and so I thought about like it'd be so cool if they either follow the anime like what's it called, like Ash. So like the first episode he runs into like a Pidgey and a Rattata and all that stuff, and like that'd be the second drop. So the second drop is actually like all the Pokemon you run into like Route 1 or like the first episode. So awesome. And you kind of just follow the story of Ash, or you just follow basically the Game Boy, and you kind of go down the routes, and it's like here's these Pokemon and then these Pokemon. It's almost like you're catching Pokemon along the story. And I really like the idea if they do are able to kind of like tell a story, and that would definitely be a multi-J drop. Like I could definitely see Pokemon doing being like a 2-week thing where it's like we have a drop, kind of like Golden Moments. I remember they had multiple drops throughout the week, and I could definitely see Pokemon or something like that as well doing that. That would be like the crown jewel, I think, on VV. But it's so far off, and like, I mean, some people even talked too, like, does Pokemon even need to work with VV? Like, are they going to work on their own metaverse and do their own thing? Like, do they need NFTs on VV?
I don't know. I feel like the big thing with Pogo and Niantic is they already have AR mode built into their UIs. Like you can already view all the Pokemon you caught in your house, just like we do with the NFTs and with Con, like you talked about earlier. Like he's the grandfather. He came up with "Gotta catch 'em all." Like he came up with that catchphrase,
Yeah.
and it seems wild to me to think that he founded Veve, and he brought Pokemon across the freaking seas and made it what it is, and we're not gonna have some sort of tie-in. Maybe not a full blown out tie-in, I don't know, but it just seems outlandish to me that it wouldn't happen. I could be totally wrong though, just like it's speculation, just like we're all saying.
Yeah. What do you think of this? Izeki Speak. That sounds like a Pokemon. Izeki Speak. He said, "Hey, I know not financial advice. However, I'm considering listing my ultra rare Ben Riley. That's the one that's like $9 grand. Animated ultra rare spider for R2D2, C3PO, Elsa, and potentially a hat. So basically, 2 ultra rare Spider-Mans for 4 golden moments. What do you think about that? And there's no right or wrong answer. I'm just curious what you think. I'm even still trying to like unpack if this is like a decent deal or not.
I would be doing that for 2 reasons. One, I'm a Star Wars fanboy, so you know I've got the
take that into consideration.
Star Wars set, but so I'm biased to take that into account. But Spider-Man, there's a bunch of them on the platform. I think by circulation, there's a lot more Spider-Mans minted than there are Elsa, R2D2 or C3PO of those 3. And Elsa's the first princess. She has like the pin Easter egg and the foot, and R2D2 and C3PO. My Collectibles did a bit on this, and he talked about how all the golden moments are basically pillars for future drops on the platform. And R2D2 and C3PO, they're the pillars of Star Wars. So as more Star Wars release, they're kind of going to be stacked on top of those 2 as the foundational pillars for that IP as a whole. And that made a lot of sense to me, because if you scroll through the brands on the app, Disney Moments is its thing, but Star Wars is also its own little thing on there now. And the only 2 things in there are C3PO and R2D2. So for me, kind of having the first of Star Wars, which I really can't overstate how awesome that is. It just seems like such a clutch move. I feel like if you don't have those, you should get those. There's a reason why Star Wars has its own park, now and stuff like that. And Mandalorian, Book of Boba Fett, Star Wars just keeps improving.
Yeah, and it's so hard because people are asking me like, should I get? I think there was a period of time where like R2D2 and like the Mickey Sorcerer's hat was the same thing, or it was that, or like ultra rare Steamboat Willie or something like that. I'm like, it's hard. Like that's probably the 2 hardest franchises to pit against each other, because eventually, I think in the near future, I talk about Disney, Marvel, DC. Like eventually, we have Star Wars up there. Like the second they do Star Wars, it's I'm putting it top tier. I think that it's so hard to determine like what's going to do better, Disney or Star Wars. Even though in a way they're one and the same, it's like you're putting against 2 huge fandoms against each other. And
the counter argument really is No Way Home from Spider-Man in the box office. I think now is the number 4 top grossing box office film in all time, like historically, which means that Spider-Man as a franchise still is, a treasure. So, that's kind of the counter argument.
Yeah.
Which wagon do you want to hitch to?
Yeah, exactly. In my honest opinion, I think short to medium term, Spider-Mans are going to be the front runners, but it would not surprise me at all whatsoever if the gold moments overtake things like ultra rare. Secret rares, I think it's going to still be the front runner and maybe outpace all but like Walt for the most part. But like I could see most of the golden moments, R2, C3PO, Elsa, Iron Man, overtaking all the other Spider-Mans other than the secret rare, right? I'm talking probably it might take them a couple of years, but I could definitely see them overtaking
Agree.
the Spider-Mans in the near future. Like Spider-Man's popular, but Disney and Star Wars is a whole nother thing. Especially since you with Spider-Man, I mean, there's just Spider-Man, but you can do so many different angles with Star Wars, and Disney's really, honestly, I was gonna say doubling down, but they're really like tripling, quadrupling down on Star Wars in every different angle and side story and different characters. So it's like they could do so much different stuff with it. Kind of like if they did do a, let's say, Star Wars blind box drop, what would you like to see? I know that's like I know I just smacked you with that. I'm like, yeah, we're talking about Spider-Man and Star Wars, and I just smack you with probably the most
I'm
speculative
not even
thing.
Greedy. A thing that I've said that I've wanted on the platform that I think would just be top tier would be if they just gave us replica lightsabers that were animated that would float, because then you could give lightsabers to like like you could put a lightsaber in Deadpool's hand. You could have Walt Disney holding a lightsaber in front of, like, even if it was just something like that, it would just be top tier. But obviously, like all the legacy sort of Star Wars characters, ships, even droids, I mean, there is such a huge canonical background for Star Wars, and the amount of use and things that they could produce is just mind-blowing.
Yeah, I know. I think Dino is also a huge Star Wars fan, so I think you two guys would definitely hit it off on talking about Star Wars. But I remember he was talking about Star Wars for a bit, and he was like, they were talking about blind box ideas and stuff. I'm like, it'd be super cool if they did, maybe not a blind box, but I love the idea if they release a villain and a hero together. If they did basically, I think the combination I did was like Qui-Gon Jinn and Darth Maul, Obi-Wan and what was his name? The guy that General Grievous, and then they did Luke and Darth Vader. Like basically, like you have the bad guy and the good guy, but like one overcame the other. Darth Maul killed Qui-Gon Jinn, Obi-Wan killed General Grievous, and then you could also have like Obi-Wan and Anakin or something like that. Or Anakin and what's his name? Dooku, because Anakin killed Dooku. Yeah. So it's like you just put all those pairings together. And I even thought about like if they do X-Men like Sabretooth and Wolverine. Like I kind of like that idea that it's like you play the drop, you get the good guy or the bad guy, and then now eventually you have this thing where it's like hashtag good guy, hashtag bad guy, or villain, and like you can kind of start getting some community stuff going there.
You talk about Storm, like speaking of X-Men, you talk about Storm on here being a good buy, which I 100% agree with as an FA for X-Men and an FA for Storm. And now we're in Black History Month, and if we see a Black Panther release of any kind,
yes,
Storm is so linked to Black Panther and current comics and basically current canon. I'm telling you,
yeah.
Go.
That's really gonna take off, and including I was definitely in that camp too. I was just like, I don't like her hair. I wanted her classic look and like the classic outfit and all that stuff. But
like
it's
NPC. You're right.
Yeah. She definitely like looks off. But at the same time, it's like people said the same thing about Deadpool. Like I don't like his goofy outfit, his festive outfit, but it's like he rebounded very well. And eventually, when you can customize your NFTs at the end of the day with different accessories and stuff, like does it really matter? FA is still FA, right?
And I mean, people are shoving Deadpool into snow globes and it's removing all of his accessories, which I'm like, either that's just a massive mistake or that's kind of foreshadowing for what we're going to be getting in terms of accessories on the platform. You take all that Christmas stuff off Deadpool, minus the two animated ones because they are kind of goofy, but Deadpool's kind of goofy too. I think, people are going to be more interested in Deadpool if that goes down.
Yeah. There's an interesting question here by Stephen Longo. It says it's early, but once Master Collector points or like Master Collector program drops and gamification is part of the ecosystem, Mermacorno Season 2 could really pop. Thoughts? This is the thought I had where it's like, do you think there's some legitimacy to certain NFTs, especially comics? Like, even though like they're not that great of comics, they're just propped up so much by the Master Collector program. Like, is it worth just investing in them? Like, might as well. Like,
well, I'll tell you this. Whenever the Master Collection program document dropped, that first iteration, they kind of explained how the point breakdown was going to happen. And in that, a series of comics was actually worth a bonus. The next iteration of the MCP document no longer did a series of comics give you a bonus anymore, but they bumped the value of all the secret rares to 6 points, which is just a bonkers number of points for a single thing. And I went through the market and like the Sabretooth secret rare was like 270 gems or something stupid. There was all these kind of less than desirable comic secret rares that were in the 200 to 400 range. And I bought all of them. Like I bought one of each, and every single one of them has more than quadrupled passively. They dip, they go up and down, but consistently they're increasing in value. And I think that's a direct reflection of the fact that people are already thinking long on the Master Collection program and the points. They're retroactive. You're getting those points every day right now. So I think a lot of people are hip to that, and it's causing some weird things to happen.
Yeah. Do you think, are you pretty bullish on the Master Collector program? How do you feel about it overall? Like, are you spending a significant amount of gems on it, or are you kind of waiting for the finalized thing?
I'm in the middle, I think. And I think the reason for that is I'm on Twitter, in the community, seeing people post, and there's people with like, thousands of collectibles in their vaults, and I'm like, yeah, like my little middling portfolio is gonna be able to compete for MCP points. Like, should I try? But I keep it in mind, but it's definitely not my main determiner on whether I'm gonna go in on something or not.
Yeah, because I was thinking just the same. I explained earlier, you probably already know this, but it's like right now it's, they've already changed up comics once. They'll probably still leave rares as 2 points, but they could make a change where they might say, oh yeah, by the way, commons and uncommons are worth a point each now, up to 5 comics. So now all of a sudden it's changed from, now rares are no longer the best. Now it's you stack 5 commons or uncommons first, and then you switch to rares. It's not like those people's initial investments were bad. Like, you're still getting good points, but like now technically it's better to get 5 stacks of that common or uncommon first, and then get the rares. And now it's like, well, now you got to spend more gems on commons and uncommons. So that's why me personally, I'm kind of holding off on it until it's completely finalized. But what about things like Myrmicornos and stuff? Yeah, what about stuff like Myrmicornos and like some of the set pieces for NFTs?
I am on the fence for what would be classed as designer toys. Right now, there's like a huge industry for designer toys. I know designer toys make a butt ton of money, and those would kind of be classed as designer toys. For me, I kind of like split the difference between the MCP value and the overall IP franchise value. So I don't always go in on something like Myrmicornos purely for the MCP points. Whenever I can find something that's somewhat close to that in value, that also is a stronger overall IP that's a little less speculative. I'm not a whale, so I can't just throw infinite money at everything. So I really kind of have to balance my long-term portfolio goals with the MCP points, because ultimately I'm not going to be able to compete with any of the top 50% of people on the platform, because people are dumping a lot of money. I mean, I saw a guy post on Twitter, he had stacked 250 Spider-Man #1s, and it's just like, people are putting an immense amount of money into the platform, and to think that me being clever and snagging all of Season 2 Myrmicornos is going to compete with that is short-sighted on my part.
Yeah, and especially since, you get 90% of your gems back, so even if most of the time those, let's say you get 500 whales entering every drop, and only a handful of them win, like, the other 480 of them are going to get their gems back. The other 20 that lost their gems. Mechanic. Oh, there's a burn.
So if you enter in your tickets and you don't get selected, you only get refunded 90% of your tickets back. So there is a passive burn mechanic, but still, whenever you have 4,000 collectibles just chilling in 70 sets, like, your daily points you're gonna get more in a day than I do in weeks.
Yeah, and you have to use those points up within 6 months, right? So you have to use them up in that time frame. So that's the other thing too. It's like, like you said, like there's people out there with enough sets that they'll make more points than you in a day than it will take you a month. Yes. Just because the immense amount of sets. So I'm not totally bullish on the idea. Like, I will agree, like, the people that spend the most money, own the most sets, they should get rewarded. Should it be set up this way? Not entirely sure, but as of right now, it's probably the most fair way to do it. But it just is what it is. That's why you have to learn the secondary market. That's why you gotta, if you can understand certain drops beforehand and make, even look at the Disney cards. It's like, I'm thinking, like, it's Disney. How are people not investing in this? Like, the prices of almost all of these have gone up, 50-60% in a day and a half. So it's like, if you just know what you're getting into, that's the important part. So that's why it's important to watch videos like yours, or kind of watch market analysis like mine. There's a ton of other content creators that can give you tips on it before, during, or after the drop, that can kind of give you some sense on what to do and stuff. So I'm just going to catch up with chat really quick, because there's a couple questions here. What do you think about FA Catwoman? Honestly, I still think the pump is just happening because of the cover girls. Like, selling right now is not like a terrible time, but if you hodl it, again, I think over the next couple weeks, things are just going to take off, assuming there's not another major IP announcement. I think us getting that double whammy, and I've noticed Veve does this sometimes too, where they'll announce something for like Saturday, and then so it'll be Tuesday, they'll announce something for Saturday, and then Wednesday will come and they'll be like, boom, we're gonna do another thing on Friday. They'll actually announce something the day before what they announced prior. How do you feel about that? Like, sometimes that one really caught me off guard, like that Spider-Man Marvel Mighty, just like, whoa.
Yeah.
Like,
It kills me because I do a video on every drop. So
yeah.
like, here's a drop tomorrow. I'm just like, well, so much for doing anything with my life.
Yeah.
For the Catwoman, some like notable IP value for that is she'll be in the next Batman movie with, who is it, Pattinson, the dude from Twilight. And then in the Netflix series Gotham, you know, the young Catwoman who will, you know, grow up with the young Bruce Wayne is also there. So she's a character that's getting some television and movie love. So when those things start hitting, could pump it. Who knows?
Yeah. Another person said
catalyst to look for, I guess.
Yeah, I think so too. And something I noticed, like even with the Spider-Man, the most recent movie that came out, like there was a Spider-Man pump, but it was like a month before the movie came out. Yeah. Then it kind of died off like a week or two before the movie actually came out. So I don't know, people were kind of like anticipating that there would be a pump, so they want to sell it before the pump. And then a lot of people thought the same thing, so it became like a self-fulfilling prophecy where it's like, I'm just gonna sell before the movie comes out. But who knows? But Brandon Wu asked a little while ago, he said, should I flip my lenticular Disney set for a Todd? Unless, I feel like you don't have enough gems unless you have like 2 sets, right? Because even if you flip the whole set, like that's like 4, 5, I mean, that only puts you at like 7K. So I feel like you either have 2 sets or maybe you have like the extra like 4 or 5K to like make up the difference. Even then, even if you wanted to flip the lenticular set, I legitimately think if you wait like 2 or 3 days, like you could probably get an extra like 15% out of it, 20%. If you just wait 2 or 3 days, it as of right now, it doesn't seem like Todd is moving a whole lot. I can pull him up right now, but like
some of these big market ones aren't being affected by these gem squeezes anymore. I mean, they are, but it's a tiny move, it seems.
Jeez, Todd's at 10.3. What do you think about this too? Like this one's kind of bewildered me a bit. That like, do you think it's just the run up? Because as I'm pulling up now, like that run up from Todd, I remember when he was at like 3.6 and he just took off to 13.4. I mean, that happened within 9 days, I think. It was about the course of a week and people thought it was going to stop, kept going, stop. It just kept going. It just didn't stop. So I think people might still be recovering from that. Or I think, sorry, you were going to say something.
I think there's like 2 market perspectives that you need to think about with something like the Todd McFarlane Batman. And one is that we're still kind of in this closed ecosystem. And while to people on Veve that have been on Veve know the value of Todd, they know the provenance of the character, whenever we're opened up to the larger community, I'm not sure everyone's going to be like, oh, wow, that's the first one ever, so that really matters to me. Like, it matters to people on Veve because people are emotionally invested in Veve. The people that have been here for a long time put a lot of value in metrics that I'm not entirely sure that the general community are going to put the same value on. So that's kind of my feeling. I'd love to have, I don't have one of those, and it's one thing that I'm like, man, I wish I had one. And then also, there's the crossover with the physical. I mean, every unboxing video I see from a Veve content creator,
it's Todd.
I mean, it's packed. You know, everyone's packed in there because everyone's excited about it. So yeah, it's a wild one. I'm not as sure of it as I am of some other things.
Yeah, and I think in my opinion, I think the run up was just so hard so quickly. You have a lot of people between like probably 4K and that 10K mark, even higher, like that 13K. That started it looks like January 2nd. It was
because the Killer Croc drop.
Killer Croc was, when was Killer Croc? Killer Croc was, where is he? Oh gosh, I put in killer and pulls up all the serial killers. I can pull it up. Killer Croc was, what was the announcement on there?
Where you at, Killer Croc? Why are you hiding from us like this?
Yeah. Yeah, because mostly it's because I think it just pumped so quickly that I think we just do have a lot of people that own Todds trying to take profit at this point. Looks like Killer Croc was like January 24th, 23rd. 23rd. So I mean, it's
you also have like the second wave of users. I don't know if you want to call it the second wave, but you kind of have like the new era of users that weren't able to get in on things like the black and white series, and they're trying to attach values to this is the first Batman that's not black and white. They're attaching values and metrics to try to give relevance to things. That's an awesome statue. Like, I love the Killer Croc statue. I can't wait for the Batman battle statue with Darkseid. I think that one's friggin' awesome too.
Yeah.
But a lot of these, it just seems speculative to me. A lot of these seem speculative, especially whenever it's something like Batman that has so many minted across the platform.
Yeah. I see that across the board too. It's not just Batman versus Killer Croc. Everyone tries to apply value to stuff like like people try to apply what was that, the Todd McFarlane thing to Homer and Bart. Did you hear about that? People are like, well, I'm like
I can't find anything to validate that.
Yeah, I mean, even if it was true, it's not on the statue. It's not, it's not on the actual Homer and Bart thing. It doesn't say Todd McFarlane anywhere. And I'm kind of under the firm belief where it's like, if you have to explain something to someone that's not physically on the statue or the NFT, like, then you've already lost. Like, unless you're like that person's not always going to physically be there to like have an explanation or whatever. There's people on the app right now with gems that are like, what do I want to buy? Like, either they're going to like Homer and Bart or not,
Yes.
They're not going to buy it, be like, oh wait, this is Todd McFarlane. Okay, now I'm going to buy 2,000 gems worth of Homer and Bart. Like, that's not going to happen.
And that's kind of the downside to like designer toys, or even this like pilly fantasy War of Dragons that's about to drop. Those are things that you need to explain. Like, people are going to watch my video because they have no clue what that is. And based on that video, they'll make a decision on it. But anytime we have to do that, we can assume that the value is going to be less.
Yeah. Let's see here. Is the guy still asking if I think he said he already has a Todd. Let me see. Let me double check here. Why isn't a Home and Bart getting Todd credit? We kind of talked about that. We just couldn't find any legitimate stuff to like tie it. And even if it was true, I don't think it's like a major selling point.
If you could link, like, if you have
a link,
source or anything for that, like, I'd love to see. I didn't spend hours, but I spent a fair amount of time searching the internet trying to find something to validate that, and I couldn't. So I'd be interested to see it. I'm definitely not discrediting anything that's being said. Like, I'm always open to learn and be corrected.
Yeah. There's a guy, another here, Stanthrow said, I was offered a partner statue, 3 Steamboat Willie ultra rares for my Spidey secret rare animated. Partners basically was offered a partner statue, 3 ultra rare Steamboat Willies for his Spider-Man secret rare animated.
Whew, off app. Yikes. I mean, how else was that? How's that going to go down? We can't.
Yeah, exactly. Let me pull
part. Stuff, dude.
Yeah, when you're trading that much, I really hope you have a solid escrow lined up. Like, people can do what they want off app. Like, that's not. I don't really care. I've never done anything off app. Personally, I would never say like I would or wouldn't do it. But just when you're dealing with that much money in gems, it can be scary. But to be honest, like, I'd probably take that deal, me personally. Secret Rare Spider-Man, I mean, it's been talked about, but there hasn't been a whole lot of movement recently. And I mean, getting three top tier Disney NFTs, and it's much easier to liquidate too, like 4 NFTs rather than 1 mega one. Way more people are going to be able to afford an ultra rare Steamboat Willie than 1 Secret Rare Spider-Man if you needed to kind of liquidate stuff. I like that deal.
I agree with that.
And I think in a matter of time, I could see partner statue being the crown jewel of Veve, given enough time. If you wait long enough, I think a day will come where I think partner statue could flip Secret Rare Spider-Man. It could take years, it could take a while, but I think if we get the right people on the app and the right kind of money, not right kind of money, but enough money, let's say, I could picture that happening. Could you see that happening potentially, or is that?
Yeah. I don't think we'll ever see Walt Disney, like the human Walt Disney in NFT form again. I think this is it. It's a one and done. If that happens, that's going to dramatically impact the value of it. But I just don't know if that's going to happen. And because of that, I have won partners. I chased it. I think I allocated. I think this will probably be maybe 2,000 gems if I miss the drop. And I missed the drop, and I had 2,000 gems. And my bank was like, "This is frauds." They like stopped me from transferring any more gems, and I got that sorted. And by the time I landed it, it was at like 2.6. But I always tell people, don't do the FOMO market thing. But some things you just know, it's never going to come back down. There's never going to be another entry, and that was one of them. But yeah, I'm strong on, if there's one thing on this platform, I'm like, partners.
Yep.
It's a sure
and right now, I do think, as of right now, it does, like, Disney, all the Disney NFTs, I would say all of them, but every Disney Direct, I don't even know what the term is, because there's like Disney licensed stuff like Homer and Bart, then there's like Disney, someone had a breakdown that explained it very well. They said like Homer was the first licensed Disney, and then there was like the first promotional Disney, and like there's all these different terms for it.
I'm trying to think who did that. I know exactly. I can't think of it.
It was laid out so it was laid out so simply, but it's true.
It My Collectible. It might be My Collectibles actually. He does some really good like analysis breakdowns. I'm almost positive it was him.
Yeah, he has a really good breakdown of that kind of stuff. He's a smart guy, and I love his video format where like he does it on his iPad, but it's still like easy to view, and it's so like personal. I really dig his stuff, and he has really good insight into. And I like him because he does focus on the smaller to medium size trader or investor that's on Veve. It's like not everything everyone says, okay, buy this, buy that, and everything is above $1,000. Like not everyone has 1,000 gems to invest in, so that's why I made it. That's why it's almost in a way kind of difficult for me to judge like very high tier stuff, because A, it doesn't happen that often, and B, it's like I'm in the mud figuring out stuff that's usually below 1,000 gems, and anywhere in between. But
yeah. And for those of you in the chat asking, Group or Grail, like he has a series called Group or Grail, and he talks about the pros and cons of liquidating a Grail for a group and vice versa. Yeah, and it's a pretty good source of information if that's something you were thinking about doing.
Yeah, because that's another thing is just it's so. How long have you been on Veve for? When you started?
I came right before Golden Moments, so yeah, I'm not a super OG by any means.
Yeah, I started literally during Golden Moments. My friend told me about it. Like my brother told me about it shortly after, and so I started. I kid you not, probably 2 days or a day before the first Golden Moments drop. Didn't get Homer. I think you've heard my story about Elsa and Walt and stuff. I don't know if you have, but
it was. I don't think I have heard that story now.
Maybe we'll save it for another time. Okay. It is kind of like a long-winded story, but I'll save it for another time. But
it was Star Wars for me. My buddy kept showing me on Veve, and I should have listened to him. And of course, I was like, "Explain to me, blah blah." I wanted all the reasons for why NFTs were valid, and then he was like, "Star Wars is coming." I was like, "Okay, I'm in, 100%. Let's do this."
Yeah.
And the rest is history.
Thoughts on Spider-Man 2099 Secret Rare?
Major.
I think it's pretty big. It's the first secret rare of the Marvel Mighty set. I don't think that's like a major selling point, but if they ever do any kind of gamification, that's going to be a huge deal. And I don't know everything about Spider-Man 2099, but I do know.
Yeah.
If you know something more, I know he's like probably the most powerful Spider-Man, isn't he? I know he's got like some crazy powers and stuff that like.
All of that aside, the IP value of 2099 is that the next Miles Morales movie, there was Into the Spider-Verse. The next one's called Across the Spider-Verse. That movie has Spider-Man 2099 in it as like one of the main Spider-Man in the movie.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you know anything about Spider-Man in general, but Miles Morales Spider-Man is one of the most popular current Spider-Man that exists. That's why that comic, the FA for, what is that, 50? I'm not sure. It's not 50, but anyway, the FA comic is huge in value. And also that costume is going to be, I think, one of the costumes that we're going to see kids wearing like on Halloween. It's a very awesome looking costume. So I'm super bullish on 2099 for those reasons. From an IP standpoint, Secret Rare thing's awesome for sure.
Yeah, and it is definitely one of the most unique looking Spider-Mans, hands down. Sure. I don't know all the nuance, but I could have sworn like that Spider-Man is very powerful. Like I think he has the vibranium. He might have like vibranium claws. I could have sworn he had like psionic abilities. I could have sworn he had some other abilities. Like I don't know if you watch a guy named Comics Explained. Have you ever heard of that YouTuber? You should. I think you would. I think you would really like him. His name is Comics Explained. The dude his channel's been around for years and years and years, and he breaks down. He gives like a very abridged version of a comic. he breaks it down in very like layman's terms. He explains it like your everyday person, you know, powers, abilities, the overarching
Very
story.
cool.
And he has a video on just like he you know, we're gonna talk about this. I think it's like beyond Omega level, which Omega level is like a term they use for, I think, superheroes that can threaten on like a worldwide scale at the very least. That's what Omega is. So creatures that are above Omega means they can
level demon.
yeah, like threaten level.
That's One Punch Man reference. For you
Yeah, it's a
out there.
yeah. I almost thought about dressing up as One Punch Man this last Halloween, but I would have to shave everything, and you know, I didn't. I think I could have ordered the outfit, but it would have came from China. It would have taken like 3 months to deliver, so I'm like, I'll have to do it next year. Yeah, but dude, specimen number 80. Thanks for the donut, dude. $2. I appreciate it. I still need to figure out a way how to do the overlay with like all the super chats and stuff. I've been a little bit lazy with that, so I need to catch up. And Daniel Marquez always coming in with the emotes, comment with the rockets. Yeah, he's always around. He's probably definitely one of the biggest supporters in the, at least that I've seen them like on YouTube and stuff. So we appreciate you. He's everywhere. I see him on Demo's channel, like different live streams and comments, and like when I did that little like video premiere today of like the tier list ranked thing, he's like the first person in there putting in rockets. I'm like, oh, that's pretty cool. Have you ever tried doing that, the little premiere thing for videos on YouTube?
I saw Gail do it, and then I watched it, and I was like, this is actually pretty cool, but I have not done it yet.
Yeah. I was like, you know what, I'm, you know, still kind of in an experimental stage for different stuff on YouTube. I was like, oh, I'll try it, and like actually it turns out to be all right. It's like, it's pretty fun that you can chat with people almost live while the video's going. Yeah. It does feel a bit weird like watching yourself, and like as you're watching it, you can't help but critique yourself, like, oh, I messed up on that part, or like, I need to edit that. Like I'm that lazy. Like I try to do most of my videos in like one take, so I don't have to do any editing. But occasionally I do have to fix it, or if I do need to put some sort of picture overlay, then I of course have to go to like my Sony Vegas or whatever for editing.
Yeah. I was kind of curious from like an algorithm standpoint, because you're having that chat happening in a separate box. Like those comments aren't transferring to the overall comments on your video. So I'm curious, like algorithmically, what that's doing to the views on the channel. I'm like an analytics nerd. I'm like, what's happening here? Like, what's going on? So I'm not sure. I need to look into that.
Yeah, like I think I feel like I would assume like if you're very consistent with like the premiere thing and you can schedule ahead of time, that's another thing I like. I mean, you can obviously post your video ahead of time and let people know like, hey, like this is coming out at this time. But if you can do a premiere thing and maybe encourage a bit more interaction, get more people to like the video, because I know like the first 24 hours of a video is crucial for analytics and stuff, especially even like the first couple hours. It's like really big deal. So even if you could just jump in the chat and be like, hey, like, and like, I know for all of you guys that are watching, I used to sell basically like marketing software and stuff like that for small, medium-sized businesses, and like all the kind of like likes and replies and comments and like all that algorithmic stuff like plays a big role, whether it's like YouTube, Google, Yelp, like all that stuff like really matters. So like I know it sounds like a lot of content creators are trying to show like, oh, like, comment, subscribe, but like it does help out, like even though it's very incremental, like, but if you do that times 1,000 people, 5,000 people, 10,000 people, it really adds up.
Big difference.
Have you noticed like your channel's grown a lot in this last month? Personally?
Yeah. I think last week I had my 1.5K 5 comic giveaway milestone giveaway, and I think last night it hit 2K, and that's 500 in a week. So either more people are coming to, I think it's got to be more people coming to the platform. I don't know what else it could be. Yeah,
exactly. I mean, I looked at my thing and said the last 28 days I got like 1,050 subs or something like that in the last like 28 days, and that's like 90% of my subs. Yeah, and I think I just started at the right time, you know. And I think there are people kind of with more new users. Not all of them are coming in with 10,000 gems. A lot of them are trying to figure out how to play the secondary market, or like, hey, I'm not winning literally any drops. Like I'm right there with you guys. Like I'm not winning comics. I've never gotten a rebound in my life ever. I've won 2 comics. And I do decently well with blind box, so I'm excited that these next 2 formats. Why do you think blind box is so universally loved by the community? Because I remember when Sue Storm came out, Fantastic Four, people were just like, do you remember that on Twitter? They said it wasn't blind box, and people lost
their mind. I think because people that are using scripts, like script overlay bots on their phone, have a massive advantage whenever the buy button is available on the screen. But with the kind of, what do they call it? What does Veve Vault call it? Space gate? Whatever it is, where that little gap is, and you need to push right there. With that, you pretty much have the same odds of clicking as that bot would. So there's kind of a better chance that you're going to land something off that. I don't know if that's 100% true, but I do know from personal experience, the only thing I ever land, and rarely, is via that format. So
yeah,
you know, we can blame bots and we can say that's what it is. It could just be completely anecdotal. I don't know.
Yeah. I'm the same way too. Like, I'm an old school gamer. I used to play a lot of shooters. I used to play a lot of on PC and stuff. It's like just spam tapping, you know, clicking. Like, I could do that all day. And I might have a slight advantage because my phone does have a stylus, just so I can be more exact with my taps. Because you don't want to, like, I've done it a couple times early on where I accidentally press that little down arrow on the description. It like pops down, and I'm like, I think I lost a golden moment drop off that. Like, who knows if I would have won, but I remember that happened, and I'm like, what happened? I had to get, someone had explained to me like, oh, you click the down arrow. I'm like, oh, okay, and I had no idea. I thought like literally the buy button moved or something, but yeah. So someone was asking, I think it's what would you buy around 500 gems, or do you think keep the gems? If you're gonna try and play any of this stuff in the secondary market, like the cover girls or whatever, you know, I wouldn't say I wouldn't keep the gems, but trying to think of some things you can invest in. I try to always tell people to, you know, ideally you try to keep like 100, 150 gems in your account, because a lot of the time, sometimes Veve will do the stuff like they just pulled with the Disney cards and Marvel Mighties. Like, they'll actually have two drops back to back. Sometimes a day apart, but usually they're 2 days apart. Like, one be Tuesday, one be Thursday, and each one, you know, both of them could be Marvel drops, and they're both 50 gems. You grab one for 50 gems, and you know, initially Sue Storm was only selling for like let's say you got a common, they were selling for like 55 gems, and so you're like, I don't want to sell this for a loss or whatever it is, so you hold on to that. If you don't have any gems in your account, you're basically forced to sell that first drop for a loss just to have enough for the second drop. So I try to tell people, always have enough gems for at least 2 drops, because you never know what Veve can pull. And they just announce like, hey, this is coming out Tuesday, or you know, this is coming out Thursday. Then they announce something like, oh yeah, by the way, this one's Wednesday, the day before. And now you have to, yeah, that's kind of my thing. But even then, sometimes I still catch myself falling below 100 gems. I'm like, I can maybe squeeze out a little bit here, and I invest in like that NFT, and it just doesn't pay off sometimes. But
it's probably going to be a bunch of wildcard drops this month too, with Black History Month and the Lunar New Year event. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see some out of the blue drops with, you know, 24-hour, 48-hour notice.
Yeah, and if this next AMA, if Veve has to drop any bad news on us, they'll probably also follow it up with a good drop just to shut us up. Like, oh, here's a big IP drop on Tuesday. Just deal with these next 2 drops, and here's a big one on Tuesday. Just start talking about that, you know, instead of whatever else.
Panther, Wakanda forever.
Yeah,
Don't hate us anymore.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, let's see here. And then also we had a question from Pixel Trader: Sorcerer's Hat or C3PO for long-term hold, currently the same price. Wow, really? Let me pull those up. Gosh,
Where I'm at.
Yeah, I know where you're at.
Do you want a character or do you want an object? I mean, I guess a droid's an object, but that droid has a personality.
Yeah, exactly. Though it's funny because I think Veve Magic, I think that's what her name was, and in a NFT Pirates thing, and she said that there is a I don't know if it was a show or there was like a movie where the Disney Sorcerer's Hat, like the Mickey hat, was actually like a character. Like, I think it was Mickey was like chasing, I think it was Fantasia, and there was like chasing it through all the different previous Disney movies. And so
that's fair.
It's, you know, so in that case, it's kind of a thing. I think it really depends.
Fantasia hat fix my starship if I'm stranded on a planet being pursued by the Sith, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Question I have to ask myself.
Yeah, if my engine thingy gets decoupled, like, is it going to be able to fix it or not? Like, what's going on? But yeah, it definitely. I will say too, like, strangely enough, the Sorcerer's Hat is the one that people most often forget. Like, every time I hear a content creator talk about like, oh, golden moments, oh, I'd rank this and this and this, like almost every time they're like, oh my god, I forgot Mickey hat. Like, and I think it's just because, you know, maybe not all of them are huge Disney fans, but and I think for a while, like, my original list was like Walt, Mickey hat. Then it went like, then I think it went like Elsa. after that, and then Iron Man and everything else. And I think people were putting R2D2 and C3PO in like that mid tier, but now I mean we're seeing both of them push the upper tier. Now they're both crowding that number 2 and number 3 spot. And in my honest opinion, I said this before for a week or two. I'm like, I think R2D2 is like the next nominee for a Grail. Like it's like I think there is a certain point where some NFTs just get slept on so much and they do so well that like they just get inducted into like the Grail category. I think that's kind of what happened with Steamboat Willie. Like some people were kind of talking like it's a big deal, but I don't think it was talked about a lot until like a week after the drop, where people are like, wait, you guys don't realize like this is the first appearance of Steamboat Willie. Like this is Mickey before he was even called Mickey on Disney.
If only they would have watched my video, they would have known.
Yeah, exactly.
Just messing with you.
So yeah, no, for sure. Like for real. Like, and this is why like being up to date with content creators, like one of Andrew Ellis's most recent videos, he talked about, hey, if I could start Veve over again, one of his tips was like, you need to be up to date with just like new information. You can't just, I have 2 friends like this where like all they do is just play the drops. They do no research, no information, and they're like, hey, is this a good drop? And they ask me a bunch of questions. I'm like, dude, like, I love to help you out. Like I introduced you guys to Veve and stuff, but like you need to do your own research or like figure out, like I can't tell you, I still have to tell them each morning, like, hey, like, by the way, guys, there's a drop in 10 minutes. And they're like, oh, okay. Hey, do I tap here again? I'm like, yeah. And they're like, hey, do I tap here? I'm like, yes, you do. Like, it's a blind box. And like, damn, I didn't get it. I'm like, yeah, neither did I. But yeah, so it's like he talked about how getting understanding information, just try to get yourself as much information as possible, whether it's YouTube or Twitter. And just knowing that information is so important because that's going to help you with things like these lenticular cards and stuff. So let's see. But yeah, so I definitely think staying up on your information, and I think that's why your channel, so many other channels are probably better for that, because when I see a drop coming, like I watch channels like yours to like get that information. And like me, I'm very good at just once it's out, reacting to the market. And once I know the information, like you've told me, or like other content creators, like, hey, this is a huge deal in this region or this part of the world, or I don't think people realize like this IP was like generated this much income over the last 20 years, whatever it is. And that kind of helps me with my price analysis.
That's why I love your morning show, because I just don't have time to pour. I have a ecomi wiki. Like I know how to use the charts. Like I use them for screenshots for my videos, but I just don't have time to go through that all the time. So those morning shows are big time help.
Yeah. So what do we have? I thought we had another question here. Already got Disney card set, maybe stack more then, potentially. Should I sell the Steamboat common and grab a Disney card? I don't think that's a bad move at this point. Like, I mean, Disney cards are really running. I know Steamboat Willie has a lot of room to move, and I know I've been harping on him for a lot, but I don't know. What's your take on that?
It's some of these things you're just kind of like splitting hairs in terms of the
I think so too.
of it. Like you're going to be making those flips and you're going to be paying the taxes on those flips, but ultimately both of those for me are long term. Like those are things that I would just put in my vault and forget about, unless I'm just strapped financially and I need gems, and there's no other way for me to do it. But both of the things, those lenticular cards and Steamboat Willie, for me are vaulted and forgotten about. Some things I just don't mess with, and those are 2 things I don't really mess with.
Yeah, and it's just interesting, and I think it's usually people that ask these questions like, do I hold my cards long term and stuff like that. These are people that usually win the cards on the drops, and I think they just don't know whether to sell. Like they have so much gems in front of them now, they're like, I don't know what to do. But like people that bought Mickey at 500, 600, they're not asking like, should I sell now? Because they already knew, like, I'm buying this for the long term. Like if I'm buying this at 600, 700, like I'm holding this long term, which is why I tell people, like, if you're holding long term, like you shouldn't concern yourself with a week of fluctuations or even a month of fluctuations. Like who cares? Like it's gonna go back up. Yeah, I thought there was another question, but maybe not. Bart, first license NFT, yeah. A lot of people talking about C3PO. Yeah, dude, those golden moments drop for so cheap after on the secondary market. Like Treon Sound said he got a C3PO for 280 and then a Bart for 180. I think some people back then, including myself, did not realize what they actually had on hand when they won those drops.
I won R2D2 and then
Dude,
I can't
that's
remember
awesome.
what I got C3PO on, but it was like literally within hours of the drop, maybe less. You know, I had got C3PO, and I was like, well, let's forget about those for the next 3 years.
Yeah. Daniel is asking, how do you feel about Little Friends XL, gold? I know you mentioned silver. What about gold? That is one, like, I'm not a huge fan of the decon stuff. I will say the one thing I do like about just the XL or like Little Friends Apes is like there's an entire community built around literally a meme of apes, Bored Ape Yacht Club, Ape Strong, Ape No Hurt Ape. And there's the Omi Kongs. Like, that's why, in my tier list system, even though I put decon very low, I'm like, unless you're buying the Silver Apes or like the Little Friends Apes, like that's kind of why I even rated Alligator Loki kind of high, because it's like there's already some big hitters on board with like the whole Alligator Loki thing, like Randy Chavez, Brock McBlockchain, and like a handful of others that are just like, yeah, I'll buy 150 they're just like, I'll just buy 150 Alligator Lokis. And who knows, they could burn them, they could not obviously not all of them, they want to have some, but like the fact that you just have some big name and big hitters like on board with it, or a community surrounding an NFT, like that's a pretty big deal. So at least specific
makes it more dangerous for me, chasing after that.
Yeah, exactly. Or you can maybe ride the wave, get the common Alligator Lokis now when they're at like 75. Yeah, so try and get it, try and piggyback off that success. But then again, who knows what's going to happen. But at least for like gold and silver, I'm not entirely sure. Gold was always like really expensive. And like, to be quite honest, like there's always like, and other entities I'd just rather invest in. Like silver was always in that okay price point where it's like, all right, it's around 1,000. Like it's not too bad, but gold is, let me look it up here really quick.
Are they fluctuating much with this?
I think the silver was down to like 750. I had one for a while, and honestly, I'm so glad I sold it for like 980 like a week ago. So I kind of got rid of it before it just hard dipped, but gold right now is down to 7K. Little Friend silver is down to 775. So I got rid of it before it basically dipped 220 gems.
Tiny mints still.
Yeah, it's tiny mints. I do think that is carrying it. I do think, do you know if on, because this is stuff I still am trying to figure out myself, like if we sell an NFT on Immutable X, are they, like if you purchased one, let's say, on Immutable X, do you know if you can bring that back to Veve and get that like operability again? Or is it like once it's off the app, it's off forever?
I don't know. That's a Crypto Chris question right there.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I'm honestly a little confused about the interoperability in general, because I know we can't even send everything off the app. There's some things that are going to be locked on the app. And if you're a Veve true believer, that shouldn't be a big deal to you. But if you're more about that decentralized game, that is a big deal. Yeah,
because if you can't bring it back, that is a big deal, in my opinion. But then again, if you got big cojones and you want to be that pioneer, because there's a lot of people that don't want to take their NFTs off platform. But let's say you own a Little Friend Silver, even though there's 1,000 of them, if literally only you and 10 other people are the only ones off platform, that makes its own little market. And it's like, hey, there's only 11 Little Friend Silvers on Immutable X, and that's the entire market. So you're gonna have to, pay X amount of ETH for it, or in this case, now you can maybe buy it with Omi. And that was another thing I had a question about, was like whether you can, I know eventually they're gonna have it where you can do Omi to NFT, but am I then allowed to sell my NFTs for Omi or gems? But I know Omi's running in the background, so it's like, I don't know I would love to sell my NFTs for Omi, like straight up. But then again, I think they might keep it gems. I know I'm throwing a lot of questions at you. Like these are questions I literally had on my script for tomorrow, and I don't want to sound silly. Like, it's like, I know someone in the community already knows the answer to these, but like, I just don't know them. But
Chris knows the answer to all these.
All right, I'll have to shoot him a tweet or something like that next time and be like, yo, can I do this and this and this? And yeah, he definitely
he'll know for sure. He's like super like locked into that stuff.
Yeah. And one of these days I'll definitely have to buy his coffee, because he runs a coffee shop. And he runs a coffee shop.
I had no idea.
Yeah, he runs a coffee
online.
He said I think he's working on figuring a way to be able to send it internationally and all that stuff. Or I don't know where he lives exactly, but I think right now it seems like shipping fees and stuff like that are pretty pricey right now. I used to actually sell transportation back in the day, and like it's pretty much the thing that they do every year. Like UPS, FedEx, they just increase their rates like year over year, and not much changes. But but yeah, but at least for like the little friends, gold and silver, the gold one just seems like, honestly, there's just other things I'd rather invest in than the gold, but the silver is actually at a manageable price point at 750. So buying it for 750, and like I said, if you want to be one of those pioneers, I don't even know if XL will be one of the first ones off app too, like if they'll allow it. I honestly don't know that much about XL either.
I'm almost positive it was either David Yu or Dan Carruthers, and it was either last AMA or the AMA before that was talking about interoperability, and I'm almost positive that they said that the designer con stuff was going to be some of the first things that would have for sure interoperability off platform, but don't quote me on that.
Yeah.
I would need to confirm it.
Yeah. Yeah, is there any other topics you wanted to talk? I know I've been kind of just slinging you stuff, but if there's anything that you wanted to kind of like ask the chat or just whatever.
Ride,
hell yeah. Someone mentioned that there was a Superman for 4.4K floor right now. Dude, what do you think about... I've mentioned this like my last like week and a half. I'm like, dude, is Superman really a grail? Like, it's just hard to imagine that a grail. And also, by the way, there's an amazing Spider-Man secret rare for 820, which is like 63 below floor. And then the next highest after that, I'll just pull it up on my screen. So if anyone's, I think, which one is this? Amazing Spider-Man. This is the Green Goblin one. Let me pull it up on my screen. So this one. This is, which one? Whoops, right there.
Where's shit? I'm seeing Superman still.
I'm just going to pull it up in the middle. Sorry, I put it up on my phone.
Man, look at that price cap.
Yeah, it's like 820, 870. Oh, it updated. Someone put it another one. Oh, well. Just an FYI, if someone like had their eye on it and was like waiting for it to go below like 850 or something, you can go snag it. But yeah, back to Superman.
I don't understand. Superman's one of the things on the platform that doesn't make any sense to me because it's the only. You know, there's a butt ton of Batmans, there's a butt ton of Spider-Mans, there's a lot of these other things, and I mean, for me, Superman is one of those primary key characters that comic and really television lovers are into. And at 8,800, what is 8,888, right? It doesn't make sense to me. I don't understand the price action on Superman.
I don't either. Do you think it has anything to do? I'm not saying this is, of course, the main reason, but do you think it has anything to do with like just the DC IP just kind of not doing the best job promoting superheroes and handling the IP as well as like Marvel the last like 10 years. Like Marvel's done an amazing job with their movies, setting up for the whole Thanos arc and like all that stuff, and you know, doing that, you know.
I mean that aside, it's still Superman. You know,
exactly. Like who cares about all that? Yeah.
It's still, if you show that logo to 95% of the world, they'll go Superman. So I don't know. It doesn't make any sense.
Or maybe, yeah, or maybe because, you know, again, it could be because of, you know, pop culture and like media and stuff, but like people seem to like the other S-hero, the Spider-Man. Like people just, there's just so much more Spider-Man. Like I like Superman, but I don't know. Plus, I think Superman's also a victim. He's in that very, very weird. I think he's like arguably one of the cheapest grails on the platform. Would you say? Like and even grail's a loose term, right? Like what does grail mean? Because everyone thinks of Todd and Walt and Secret Rare Spider-Man. Some people even put ultra rare Spider-Man in that category too, and like those are all 10K above right now.
I think my definition of grail is just different than the community. So my definition is wrong, essentially. But my definition of a grail is something that's not going to shift wildly with market fluctuation. So like things will ebb and flow just a little, but they're not going to significantly dump or jump in price with every little piece of hype or FUD that gets put out there. And Superman, for whatever reason, just fluctuates. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah. And plus, I mean, it could be a combination of like the announcements, but also like R2-D2 passing it up and maybe people selling Superman to jump on some of the golden moments because there's some golden moment movements. And plus that 2.5% fee is pretty nice for some quick flip profit as well. So yeah, I'm not entirely sure what's going on with Superman entirely, but even I think that's even something that we could flesh out and maybe talk as a group one day. That'd be a good show topic, which is like, what's the definition of a grail, and is a grail and a blue chip two different things? Because like, in my opinion, like someone could identify like a grail is something that like we might not see ever again. This is literally a one of, like a Walt. Like we'll probably never see Walt ever again. And I don't like that could be considered a grail, but like we're gonna get tons of Spider-Mans. Like, okay, Spider-Man.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I said, but then we could identify blue chips as like kind of everything else. You know, Secret Rare Spider-Man. There's gonna be a ton of Spider-Mans. This isn't gonna be the last Superman. This isn't gonna be the last Wonder Woman. Like they're very solid. It's an FA. It's something that you can feel very secure in investing and holding long term. But like a grail, it's like it's a true one of. Like there's no more probably gonna be there. So maybe in shifting the definition of it.
For me, blue chip is associated with poker. And so for me, a blue chip is something that I'm willing to bet and gamble. Whereas a grail is something that's precious that I will vault and never look back on. So for me, that's kind of like the difference between those. So at this point, I guess Superman would be more of a blue chip because there's definitely profit to be had buying it right now.
Yep.
And waiting until it peaks again and dumping it for that low trade fee. I would never do that with my Walt. Like I'd never be like, wow, Walt's at, you know, 50K. Let's go ahead and sell it and see if I can get it back. Like that's bonkers. I would never do it.
Yeah. I think that would be kind of good to have a, you know, I don't think we need to have like a community consensus on like what these definitions mean, but like I didn't know that's what blue chip like originated from. I figured it was something with poker, but I didn't know if it was a term that was like.
I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong.
Yeah.
My buddy that turned me on the app's a professional poker player actually, so I can just ask him.
Oh, okay. Or it could be like you said, it's something that you could put your money on, and it's pretty much guaranteed to give you profit if you just wait long enough. You're going to see significant returns if you just give it enough time. It will get there. Like you can't go wrong with an FA Superman or this or that. So, yeah, I thought there was. Someone said, were you fast enough to get Bart at 75 gems? Yeah, there was a lot of mislistings. And I think that's one of my theories I had for the queue system. I know, kind of changing gears here. But I think when the queue system comes out, we're going to have a lot of people that have like not won drops in months or a long time. And I think we're going to see a lot of mislistings after queue system because there's going to be a lot of inexperienced traders either on Veve for the first time or they've been on Veve for a while and they just haven't listed a lot of stuff. And we're going to see a lot of low mints for floor. A lot of people putting 1.2 gems instead of 1.2K. Like I think we're going to see a lot of that, or just people just listing just for low in general. It's like, dude, how are you listing this Disney NFT for 2 times box price? Like this thing has got to be at least 6 times or whatever it is.
I read that in some other countries they actually use a comma instead of a period. So maybe that's where some of these improper listings are coming from. They're using a comma thinking it's a period and then just getting rigged over the coals.
Yeah, I would think that I would hope that in the future Veve would add a security thing where it would just like either double warn you or just like,
are you sure?
Yeah, like it already asked you like, are you sure? But like it should double check, as like really nothing on the app goes for a single digit when you really think about it. Like nothing goes for 9 gems. Like maybe some people might mislist like day one, like comics on day one or whatever, but in general, like that hardly ever happens, especially any more recently. I remember that kind of happened back in the early days, like during golden moments when people win comics. Like some people would list comics for like 9 gems. It was like 2 gems above box price. Like, okay, whatever.
Why wasn't I there?
Yeah, exactly. But now it's like it should probably double check you. Like, hey, are you sure you want to list it? Like double check to do it. I'm not sure if there's a system like that in place, but yeah, I've caught myself almost doing that a couple times where I'm listing and I press 0 twice and it doesn't do it. Like I'm just too fast with it or whatever. Or people say 1.2K all the time on accident. Who was it? Non-Fungible Wonderful has a recent video. Have you seen that video?
Was it just his brand new one? Because it's in my queue. I haven't seen his newest video.
His newest video, it's like a meme video. It's like 30 seconds long, or it's like a funny video.
No, I haven't seen it then.
Yeah, you'll have to watch it. It's pretty funny. But he tells his friend like, hey, how much should I sell this for? He's like, oh, that could probably go for like 1.2K. And he goes to his screen to like the market and he puts 1.2 and then clicks go because that's what his friend told him. And so he's, he just doesn't know, right? So that one was pretty funny. Let's see. Someone said Shake and Bake sold Superman at 5K and got 6 Donalds. Good move. I think that's a fantastic move.
Yeah.
In my opinion, I like if those Donalds. I mean, they're already at 1K. I legitimately think they can run to 1.2, which pushes the price to like 7.2. Superman's gonna have to work very hard to get back up to 7K. I think that's a fantastic move, and I think that's the exact reason why Superman is getting flipped. It's like if I could just flip Superman at 4.5K, I can grab 6 cards or 5 cards or whatever. I can grab 3 Plutos plus a whatever. Yep. Like those are all great moves, and plus you don't have to eat that extra 6% fee. So it could be that maybe there's just better NFTs below him. That people are just stacking or just investing in. That could be it.
Conversely, this doesn't make any sense to me, but maybe the next Superman that gets released is going to pump the value of the first. That doesn't make sense to me because it's still the only one. So you would think it would just grow consistently, but clearly not the case.
Yeah, and it's funny you mentioned that because I was going to say that before because you're like, well, if they release another Walt, that would reduce the price of the first Walt, but it's like, but it really? Because then, I mean...
yeah, I don't know.
I feel like it either needs to be a solo thing or there needs to be a whole ton. So if it's a solo thing like Walt, it's a one-of. Disney's never going to do that again.
I don't think so either, yeah.
And so like that makes it unique. But if there's... Like look at Spider-Man, it's like, oh, there's so many Spider-Mans I could buy and they're all, good. But do you have the secret rare? Like do you have the most expensive one or like the FA version? So it could be that. Maybe Superman just like needs more Supermans on the platform to just do better than like maybe give it an art. Yeah, put up some Supermans that look not great. Put up some weird looking Artist Alley versions or
NPC Superman.
Yeah, cover girl Superman like
you.
Yeah,
an arrow to the knee.
Yeah. Must have been the wind. Just move on. What's it? So why season 1 Harley Quinn Terry Dodson hasn't gone higher with only 750 mints? Is this a blue chip? So I think this is also another topic we can talk, as a group one day, which is just the things that the community values has shifted a lot, even from early. Like I really got insight into this when I listened to NFT Pirates and his brother when they were talking about like the early days of Veve, like January 1st, like 2021. And they said back then, they just put so much more emphasis on low mints and high rarity. So when Nightwing came out, people were just like, oh my God, Nightwing has 1,850 mints, like, but Todd has 7,500. Like, so Nightwing must be better. So 2 Todds for a Nightwing. And that's just all they knew. And so I think right now we're starting to see a shift of, instead of, we have so many people on the app, 7,000 mints versus 1,000 versus 20,000. It doesn't matter. If the character's popular, the price will go up. There's enough people that like that IP or character, the price will go up.
And it's something I kind of talk about on my channel because I kind of do aesthetic breakdowns of products whenever it's like, we've seen a bunch of these and I kind of like talk a little bit aesthetically about it. And a lot of people are probably like, does it even really matter? And I think once the market's saturated with lots and lots of all these characters, the aesthetics are going to matter, especially once you navigate to OpenSea. Like I said, maybe people aren't going to care that, the Todd is the first. They're going to want the coolest looking Batman, whatever that is. And that will be, money's going to decide ultimately what is the most valuable. And it's just as simple as that. We can talk about master collection points. We can talk about mints. We can talk about all this stuff, but ultimately, whatever the great big wide world decides, this is the coolest, this is the best, join the club, that's where it's going to be.
Yeah, exactly. Like even if you, oh gosh, it just crashed on me. If you compare the golden moments, Iron Man and the Avengers logo released at the same time. Avengers logo is half the mints. I mean, 3 rarities higher than Iron Man, right? But Iron Man is still selling for more by a full like 1,200 gems because people want Iron Man, not a logo, not a poster. And I think you seem to follow that mentality too. It's like people want characters and superheroes, not posters, logos, things.
Randy put that out first. I think Randy Chavez.
Oh yeah, he did.
Talking about that first, and I was like, that's
so right.
That's a correct way of thinking about it.
Yeah, I'm both pulled up right here. I mean, Iron Man has 12,000 mints. Avengers logo has 6,000, so it's half the rarity or half the mints. Iron Man is common, Avengers logo is rare. It's like, okay, well, the math says Avengers logo should be higher, but people just want Iron Man. It's, you know, it's
the counter argument to this, and this is very much a long reaching argument, would be once there is an actual metaverse, like what is an NFT? It's just digital stuff that we're going to be taking with us to populate a sparse metaverse, where it's the things that we're going to be seeing. And maybe whenever that actually comes to fruition and there is actually, you know, a Veveverse that's in actual place, things like an Avengers logo might actually be very, very valuable, because it is something you could put on top of your Avengers building that you've made a replica of. But as of right now, people want characters.
Yeah, exactly. So I could definitely see a space where having things, and I think that's why I'm a bit, like, as of right now, I'm a bit hesitant to recommend people like, go get your DeLoreans and your Ecto ones and this and that. It's like, or your ghost trap things. Well, even though the interaction with Slimers, you know, kind of cool. You know, so many of those things rely on the Veveverse interaction or some sort of thing to make it you know, special and unique. Like if eventually if they add something to the Avengers logo where it puts out spotlights and you can make it look cool on top of your building, that's awesome. But until it gets to 2025 and they say that is going to happen, I'm not going to like just speculate and assume it's going to happen, right? Same thing with like the cars.
Like the whole hashtag soon, hashtag when thing. When the DeLorean released, if you look at historic tweets, they're talking about you're going to be able to drive this thing. And nothing's happened with that. And that thing released, you know, more than a year ago. And at a certain point, I think people are like, are we going to be able to drive it, dude? Are you sure?
Yeah.
Like, is this actually a thing?
Yeah, well, I heard that the I think the 1 to 6 version, so the smaller version, you could actually drive it in VR. Did you ever see videos of that?
Wow.
They did it in VR. They drove it around, and then I think they took away that that ability to do it. But even then, it's like, all right, well, if I buy the rare version that says it's non-interactive, can I not drive a car? Or like, if I drive the
in your garage,
or if I drive the 1.6 version, is that too tiny for me to climb into now? And it's like, well, I guess I'm just out of luck. Like, maybe I can put my Marvel Mighties in there and drive them around like a go-kart. Or
you have to get the Ant-Man suit, which is going to give you the Ant-Man abilities and the Veveverse, then shrink yourself down, and then you can get in your 1/6 car, and cruise around, and hope to not get stepped on.
Yeah. So yeah, like the whole, you know, I'm excited for the Veveverse just like everyone else, but it's a long ways off. I'm definitely more bullish on the idea of real estate and the rental feature at some point. Honestly, because as far as I know, currently, let's say you just needed a Goofy to complete your card set. If I give you a Goofy, that doesn't give you points for Master Collector, right? For completing the set. Do you know that?
That I don't know. I'm gonna write that down. I don't know that.
Yeah.
The question is, if you're gifted an item to complete a set, do you get the set completion bonus?
Yeah.
Is that the question?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I from what I've heard, it's no. But if they said yes, I think that would make renting very, very. It would make it infinitely more lucrative. Because imagine if someone's like, I can't afford a Secret Rare Spider-Man, but I'll rent one for 100 gems just so I can complete the set. Or rent, like, sometimes there's some NFTs that are just so expensive that it's like, I'm not going to buy it, but I'm down to rent it for, you know, 1/1000th of the price just to have it for a day to complete the set and then just give it back. Like, some people might do that. Some people might just do it to get that achievement tick mark on their account.
You would, because if you're gifted something, you're still getting the little badge that says set completion on there. Yeah, I'm gonna look that up. The chat seems to think that that's correct.
I think so too.
We'll confirm it.
Yeah, but if that was but if that is the case, I think that would make renting, because there could be some, you know, obviously you can get achievements and stuff, but maybe there's some things that are gated by the number of achievements you have. Like, you can't enter this area, you can't do this feature or interaction until you have X amount of achievements. And it's like, well, I guess I'm gonna go rent some collectibles to finish sets. And like, you can maybe just rent the collectible for literally an hour just to complete the achievement. You take a picture and you give it back, and then you're done. And it's like, cool, I paid X amount of gems. So
yeah, it's why I'm pretty much 80/20, 70/30 on comics because of the renting feature. Because I do feel like once you're able to rent books out to places like comic shops, libraries, and things like that, then you're getting paid per interaction with that comic, then there could be some values there.
Aren't scams pretty scary for renting though? I would assume it's all done through the app, and it's impossible. It's I don't know how you would scam via renting though, because it would just put the NFT in your vault for X amount of time, and it would just automatically go back. You probably want to be able to interact with it. Like you can't trade it to someone else or sell it, obviously. Those are probably features they're trying to flesh out if they did it.
We just only have like Decentraland and places like that to really harvest information on renting and things like that from. And since we don't really know what the heck's gonna, Veve said, I think, man, I want to say this was either you or Dan Crothers was saying that technically the Veveverse is here already because your vault is the Veveverse. Whenever I heard that, I was like, dude, if you're telling me that our vaults are the Veveverse, then I'm gonna be pretty disappointed. No,
I do not remember saying that, but I do. I as much as I hate to say it, I do think the first iteration of Veveverse, if it even comes out this year, or
David, you.
Yeah,
not you.
Yeah, if it does come out this year, I don't know if you're familiar with like VR chat. I've never used VR chat, but I've seen other people do it in like YouTube videos and stuff. I think it might be a slightly glorified version of that, where you can look around your vault, you can maybe walk around a bit, you can maybe have your avatar look like an NFT, maybe play some very simplistic like mini games, and that's about it. And like and who knows, is it all going to be on one giant shard server where like you can all see each other? Are there going to be private servers where people just have their home and it's like no one knows? No one knows. So I think that's why I like to kind of revolve a lot of my investments grounded in what we know now and like short-term speculation. But like I'm not trying to think of I mean, if you have enough fiat or enough gems to stock up on a bunch of DeLoreans and hoverboards and stuff, like then go for it. And if you're not hurt or strapped for cash for the next drop, then go for it. But for me, I'm not in that position.
This channel, if you have
probably not.
Buying everything and you don't even care.
Yeah. So someone said, gosh, Todd getting to 9K, Joe Mad going to 1K. That is, let me look at Todd right now. There's no way. I think it said it was approaching. Yeah, Todd's at 10.2, and then I remember when I just say Joe Matt. I don't know how to pronounce his full name, Joe Madeira or something.
We know what you mean.
Yeah, Joe Matt. He was at. I remember when. Yeah, he's at 11. He's at 1,200 right now. Maybe maybe the market hasn't updated yet. So making sure that's off.
Yeah, we're at 607, so.
So as of right now, it looks like you have a comic behind you, Thor. Which one is that? The comic? Like actually physically behind you, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's just an art piece.
Oh, okay. So it's not an actual comic.
It'd be awesome if it was, because it would be like bigger than my whole upper body. It's the giant-sized X-Men first appearance of Storm.
Yeah.
Which I hope we get during Black History Month, let me tell you.
Yeah, there's gosh, they could do so much with that, like Black Panther, and I didn't know that it's also just so interesting. I don't know, like, are you a Star Trek fan at all? Do you ever watch Star Trek or Star Wars? I know Star Wars, you're huge on. Middling?
I'm big on Star Wars, I'm middling on Star Trek. I still think Star Trek's like a super valuable IP down the road. And when the Star Trek stuff released, there was just like oodles and boodles of coverage, and that was kind of earlier Veve. And I just feel like television merchandise on the platform currently just doesn't perform very well. I don't think that collector subsect is really here in force. And we're kind of seeing that with Bond too. Bond underperforms, and again, that's kind of like a television centric. I mean, that Bond is the first Bond where James Bond dies. Like, that's a pretty big precedent. It's a pretty big movie.
Yeah.
But still underperformed majorly.
Yeah, like I said, it's unfortunate. I think it's one of the biggest flops on the platform, and that thing is just riddled. I mean, I will admit that Glider is pretty cool, but the other stuff, like the posters and the weird memorabilia, it's like,
yeah,
I don't know.
I can't believe we waited for that rare to drop, and it was Valdo's case. And I was like, maybe this will be the car. Like, how awesome would the car be? Valdo's case. I was just like, all right, let's make this video.
I remember so many people were,
guys, Valdo's case.
Yeah, because people kept on running into that because it always said coming soon, and that there was just that covered box, and like people were speculating like what it is. And I remember I don't know if I favorited it or bookmarked it or whatever, but it would always appear, and I'm just like, what the heck is that? And then eventually, months and months and months later, it was Valdo's case, and like all it does is open up, some buttons light up, and I'm like, come on, like that thing almost immediately. Yeah, that thing almost immediately went to below box price. I think I took like I pretty much did. What do you guys think of this Spider-Man Common Mighties, like the new Marvel Mighty? Up or down? I think it's going to go up. I said this during the drop, like before the drop. I'm like, I think Spider-Man's going to hit 250 to 300, and that price point is based on the other Spider-Man's recovering in the meantime too. Because I thought realistically, I thought right after the drop, everything would just fly up. Because that's what we saw with Golden Moments. That's what we saw after 12 Days of Veve. Like after a big series of announcements, or like if there's big IPs that are announced, and once those finish, people buy what they want or they have what they need, and then they go shopping. They start buying up all the other things that they've been keeping an eye on the market outside of the immediate drops, and they buy that up. And so I'm like, all right, cool. Like after the drop, people are going to get their Marvel Mighties. They're going to be done, and then they're going to buy up the other Spider-Mans. And Zombie Hunter Spider-Man's going to go back up to 350, 400, and then the new Spider-Man's still going to be the cheapest, but it'll probably be closer to like 300. But then we had that market glitch where, Veve didn't announce it or even mention it at all whatsoever. So people just kept on undercutting each other. So that's a question I would have in the AMA. Like, were you guys aware that there was issues on the market like on Wednesday? And
say yes, of course. They're like, oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, they're like, oh yeah, we knew. And it's like, oh yeah. Well, that's what I asked, like a two-part question. Like, were you aware there was an issue, and like, is there a reason why you guys didn't give an announcement or do anything on the app to stop it? Let people know, slow it down, notify, like anything.
I think it's the skeleton crew that's running Veve right now, because whenever the Discord was compromised, they had an admin that got like his password taken, and someone was being the admin and posting like a fake link to OMI token swaps. And like Cavill Anderson made a video that went like super viral, of course, and Veve didn't know that this was happening for almost 3 hours. And truly, again, back to customer support, I just think it's a skeleton crew. Like they just need more personnel 24/7 monitoring what's happening so they can pivot and move a little bit faster on this stuff.
Yeah.
Because again, one Andre Jick, one Fred Durst, one big name person just drags them through the mud. It's going to hurt.
Yep. One Slum Doge millionaire, one of those guys, like any of those, people that jump on with a huge audience that aren't already on video.
Just palling around on Veve, right? And I think I saw an Andre Jick video with him, and they were palling around about Veve.
Yeah. And it's funny because like I think that exact thing happened during 12 Days of Veve. A lot of people got on. There was more, because what is the thing they said? Like 50% of the gems that happened in 2021 happened in December. And like the other 50% of gems happened the other 11 months of the year. And I'm like, that is crazy. So we had a bunch of people getting on the app, playing the 12 Days of Veve, probably just getting a feel for the app, buying a couple things here and there. But then once 12 Days of Veve was done, there's probably a handful of people that are like, all right, I like this thing. I see how the market works. I see this NFT that was 40 gems on drop. Now it's 400. Okay, I like this app. I'll put 10K on it. What do you suggest? Yep. And their friends are like, well, you should probably get a Todd. You should probably get Superman. You should that's why the first things that went up the first week of January was all the blue chips or grails.
To my mic. I think they can't hear me still.
Yeah, they're like, why is he whispering? They said that all the first week of January, all the blue chip and grails just started taking off. And then you had all the kind of like the mid or like B tier, I would argue, NFTs then going up. And then towards the bottom, that's when you saw like Deadpool and Storm like finally starting to kind of get pulled up at the same time.
But back to Mighties.
Mighties.
An interesting thing with Mighties is that there's kind of 3 subsects of groups that are investing in Mighties. You have a group that are investing in Mighties purely for MCP points. You have a group that are investing in Mighties purely for the fact that they might become gamified at some point. And then you just have kind of your general interest group of people that are collecting them because they like them. They just think they look cool. They like the aesthetic. And I think because of that, that's going to drive scarcity moving forward, especially when MCP rolls out. I think the markets are going to be bare. I think you think about the MCP, there's going to be one person in the world that is the top ranked collector on Veve. And imagine what that top ranked collector's portfolio is going to look like.
Yeah.
The top 20 or even 50 collectors on the platform by rank are going to have portfolios that are so massive that people are going to be doing news stories about how much money the top 50, the top 20, the top 10 people on Veve have invested and what that's worth now. And I think whenever that happens, people are going to be like, holy smokes, MCP's legit, buy all the things, burn all the other things so other people can't have them. And the days of being able to browse comfortably the market for things that you want, especially for these early season things, they're going to come to an end. That's my belief. It's speculation, of course, but I strongly believe that that's going to be a thing that happens.
Yeah, and I think it's, probably to some people's benefit, it's probably better that they're ambiguous, so they don't know where they're actually ranked at compared to everyone else. Because once the hard numbers come out, they're like, wow, I'm in the bottom 10%.
Yes.
I give up, whatever. Like forget this MCP thing. It's like people are like, yeah, I got 5 sets. Like, I think I'm good. Like, I'm probably in the top.
That's
like,
I'm gonna be like, what was me?
Yeah, you're like, hey, I got 5 sets. I'm doing all right. And you're just like, wow, I am in the bottom 40%, and I got 5 sets, and my vault's worth XK. Double. It's like I got a 5-digit, vault, and I have this many sets, and I'm still in the bottom 40%. Like, what is going on? But Veve did say like the majority of their users have like less than 100 gems in their account. And I do think a lot of those people are probably mostly like my friends, where I told them, and they're like, all right, if you guys want to jump on the app, like I'd probably start with 100 gems so you guys can play a couple drops and just do that. And like that's all they do. They log on, play the drops. If they don't get it, they log off, and they're done. So I think there is that point. So there was a question on here. Sorry, were you going to say something real quick?
What you just said is kind of like another catalyst that hasn't happened yet, and that's that Veve is mostly word of mouth. How much actual mainstream marketing does Veve do? None. So whenever that actually starts happening in tandem with the word of mouth, and with tandem with the MCP, and tandem with the MTL, it's gonna be the Wild West, man.
Yep. And I was just thinking about this too. I'm like, when the queue system drops, and you have those people that, I've said this before, like there are some people out there that have perfected these drops so well that they use it as a passive source of income. Like every week they're just like, yeah, I do well and this and that. And you take that away. I'm like, if you said that like the secondary market's gonna be crazy. Like if you think the secondary market's crazy now, wait till Q system. And then you have all those people that usually win. Now they're going back to the secondary market to buy those up. And now we have 3.5 million users instead of just, 1 3/4 or however many we had. Do you know how many users 100%. We have now? Like active users? I think it's
not. They'll tell us during the AMA. Was that tomorrow?
It's tomorrow.
Yeah.
At some point tomorrow. But someone was asking, what if we can rent out to rent out? Was that like subleasing your I don't know, that was Daniel Marquez. I was like, yeah, sublease your NFT, I guess. Let's see if they'll let that go. Drew Pear, is Donald Duck or Happy Whistle a toss-up? Thank you. Love the mellow vibe. As of right now, like if you have the gems, where's Mickey right now? And this is kind of like, and this is probably just the sale size of me. When someone says this or this, I'm like, because sometimes they actually own one and they're trying to figure out if they want to sell that for the other. And I'm like, that's an entirely different question other than like, hey, I have 1,000 gems. Which one should I get? Wow, Donald Duck's at 1,100. He broke 1,000. Good for him. Where's Mickey? I don't know. Donald Duck is on a run right now. I think it's actually already surpassed Uncommon. Mickey. Oh, it's because I'm on Collectible Gainers.
Listings are going up for that too. So people are clearly looking to make some money off of it as well.
Yeah, people are already probably taking profit at this point. Let me just pull up Donald Duck in the meantime. Another person asked, projections on the Disney cards in the next few months. Projecting that far out, like me personally, it's so hard to tell. When you have literally NFTs that will 3x in price in the course of a month, and then you have something like Superman that can go down 40% in the course of 2 weeks, like it's so hard to project the market when that happens. But I don't know, overall listings are going down for Donald. It looks like now it's down to, yeah, for 322. It doesn't seem like, it seems like people are just letting this ride, and I don't blame them. Like, I'm just letting this ride. Like, let's see where the top goes, right? We'll take a look at the uncommon Mickey, which
I think
is
those Disney cards are going to be 100% contingent on if they release more Disney cards.
yep.
Like I said, if there's Marvel cards, Star Wars cards, you know, more Disney core character cards, Disney princess cards, like just think of all the Disney characters that they could turn into cards.
Yep.
If they start releasing those at a fever pitch like they do with comics, then I'm telling you, the first set of Disney cards, you're going to be happy to have them.
Yeah. And does someone like My Collectibles, does he collect comics? Or at least like very
He
loosely?
gave me like a really brief rundown, and basically he ran like a collectible shop itself for like 5 years or so. Then he switched more to online. So he's got a really good kind of experience-based background in physical collectibles. I'm not sure if that's specifically in comics. I would assume it's in everything, judging by his background purely. You know, all those Legos, all those figurines, and the comics.
Yeah, because the question I'd love to ask him is like, if they made more series or sets, but maybe not of the exact same characters, but if they added sets to that same series, does that make the original set cost more? Like, we kind of return to that question where it's like, well, if these are the only lenticular cards, yeah, they'll go up in price, but like, will the price actually go up if they introduce more lenticular cards? Because someone actually put up a really interesting photo. Let's see if I can pull this up. But this is gonna look like really bad as I pull this up, because I think I might just do an MS Paint because it's easy. But that's the question I have, is like, if they added things like, will this work? Oh, that's not it. I'll have to find it somewhere else.
The thing that's kind of like interesting about the lenticular cards is a lot of things that drop on the platform are completely speculative in value. There's not a physical clone of it, so we kind of assign value based on whatever metrics we deem are important. Well, lenticular cards, on the other hand, there's a butt ton of those physically, and older generation ones, especially in sets, they go for a lot of money in places like eBay, you know, after sale kind of locations. So for lenticular cards in particular, I'm a little more bullish on, because that's kind of an established collectible for the Disney fan base. And that's why I think kind of like comics have a perceived value in the sense that the physical comic is tied to it somewhat. But Spider-Man 1 is always going to be worth more than, say, Spider-Man 237, just because it's number one, it's the first. And if we apply that same kind of thinking to the platform, these are the first lenticular cards. So if we're starting like a new way of looking at pricing and evaluating these lenticular cards, I just have to assume that the first type, the first edition, is just going to be always a little more valuable.
Yeah,
that's my guess.
Yeah, because my thing is like, if they add lenticular cards of, because actually I think it was more of a golden moment thing, but I saw someone on Discord link a screenshot of all these like golden statues that are around Disneyland. There's like Tinkerbell, there's Minnie, and there's a bunch of other ones. And I'm like, you know, let's say they had the equivalent of that for lenticular cards, that they came out with Tinkerbell and a bunch of other ones. It's like, does that make the original set more expensive because like, oh, that's the original? Or is it better to be the original or the only? I guess that's
I'm like confused about those are tagged as first edition, which makes sense because they're 2D art, but are they first edition because they're the first lenticular cards? Like, will other lenticular cards that release not be first edition because they're not the first of the lenticular? Like, that's what I'm confused about, and I think that's a question I'd love to ask. Part and the valuation of those.
Yeah, I think it's mostly because I think when you do printed versions of things, when it's like comics, posters, things like that, I think they use, even Pokemon cards, they use the term first edition, not first appearance. Yep. Like when you look at a first edition Charizard, it's not called first appearance Charizard, it's called first edition. Right. So I think they stuck with that terminology because they knew that terminology would resonate probably with comic collectors, people that own posters or like cards, things like that. But Tree Town Sound, with the $7 super chat, thank you. I got your next comic drop. Been here since April, and first time checking out your channel. Super entertaining. Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, usually I do market analysis, and to be quite honest, it's nice to have a little break to not constantly, crunch numbers and do the market stuff. Occasionally, I do like. I would love to have more guests on to do kind of things like this. So
Happy to be here.
Yeah, of
Thanks
course.
for having me.
Yeah. And it's so nice that it's like I bring up a topic and you're like, oh, I've already done all this research and this is gonna do well, and like it's in this movie coming up. I'm like, nice, because I do not like doing all that research myself. So other guy asked, can you pull up the chart for Ghost Bear Red? Want to know the price action of this. Also appreciate your videos and inputs, super helpful. Sure, Alpha.
Luke Chu with the Ghost Bears.
Just pull up Ghost.
You know, he didn't even know whenever his stuff was being released for DesignerCon. He was completely unaware of that.
Really?
He was really excited to find out via Twitter. I was like, don't the artists get like a free NFT or something?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm kind of curious too. Like, that's another interesting question because, like, a lot of the NFTs, they withhold the first 41 mints, right? So it's like, I assume some of those go to Veve employees, some of those go to the animators or developers that help kind of maybe do the project, or a lot of the maybe the original person that came up with the concept of whatever it was. So I'm kind of curious, like, I'm sure they have contracts where it's like, you cannot put this on the market for 5 years, 10 years, whatever it is. So, I mean, do you think something like that is going on with those first mints?
I have to wonder if they don't just keep those first mints to inflate kind of their company's liquidity and value. Like those
Probably.
are just long term. They said that they're going to be. This is like a crazy thing that they said during the last game. My wife actually asked this question, and she's like, accounts that have been deemed disabled and fraudulent bot users, like what happens to those NFTs? And David Yu said that they're going to use those NFTs in giveaways, which is pretty terrifying considering the number of people that are being disabled right now.
Yep.
So they really need to screw their hats on and get the customer service aspect of this thing handled before they start fire sale giveawaying people's NFTs. Because that's like, in my eyes, that's a lawsuit, right? Oh
yeah.
I mean, that's a lawsuit.
And maybe there's a small workaround because it's, well, he paid for it in gems and not for real money. That's a pretty big, I mean, that's a stretch right there. But Hamoon, one of my OG biggest fans, one of the guys I love. Great stream, guys. Minnie or Mickey card? What's your take?
Minnie.
Yeah, I would say, let me pull this up. Actually, we got the Ghost Bear right here. But Minnie or Mickey, like I said, I think right now, like, Mickey's pulling ahead, but I think it will get to a point where, like, the difference between the two cards will be plus or minus 5%. Like, when Mickey gets ahead, Minnie will try to catch up, maybe overtakes it, but I think they're always going to be plus or, like, I don't think there's ever going to be a case where, like, Mickey's at 2K and Minnie's just, like, way behind at 1K. Like, that would never happen. At least I don't see it happening.
It's hard for me to, like, split my head between collectible 3D and collectible 2D. And so for me, because 3D Mickey exists, like, I'm like, it's got to be Minnie for me is more valuable because this is the first time we're seeing her, even though it's not 3D. And that may be a completely flawed way of looking at it, but that's just how my brain tries to make sense of it.
Gotcha. Yeah, so I'm gonna just quickly go over Red Ghost Bear.
I see fingers.
Yeah, not gosh, like the Red Ghost Bear, I don't know that much about it. Like it peaked at 635. Did see some resistance. That's another thing I look at. Like, as something is going down, are there peaks where, like, people are not necessarily fighting back, but, like, people are finding value? Like, yes, I do want to buy this at 400 or 500 on the way down. But some NFTs just roll over when they go down, and people just let it go.
And again, we're in the designer toy category. So just out of curiosity, could you pull up, like, Specimen? What's the common Specimen 72? I just feel like all of these designer toy, all of them they fluctuate. They truly are kind of like your tradable blue chips. Like,
yeah, you're gonna pull up the common,
wait to the market pumps. Really, any of them? I imagine they're all trading the same way. Like, they're all reacting heavily to the squeeze. Yeah. And then eventually, with news of hype, like if Jermaine Rogers or Luke Chu announces that they're going to be doing another thing, they'll pump again.
Yeah, I mean, this graph doesn't look great because this came in the middle of the because what happened towards the end of here?
And there's the strong market there at the start. And here's
it just drops off.
Spiral.
It's just
all of these, not all of them, but most of them seem to be doing that, right?
Yeah, I've noticed that with a lot of the independent artist stuff, where it's like It starts off strong, and in my honest opinion, if you get one, you need to sell it within the first few days, if you can. If you think it's going to go up, because like even this one right here, like it started at 165, pumped all the way to 240, and then started going back down. But I honestly think with like the independent artist stuff, like there is some margin to be had, but you pretty much just need to play the gem squeezes. You have to time it very well. Like basically, you need to expect an announcement to happen that could cause it to squeeze, sell before. And then after it squeezes, you buy at the bottom. Yeah. You got like, I've noticed that with a lot of the designer stuff where it have huge peaks and people are like, oh my God, look at all this margin. But it's like, you need to be very good at timing it and probably understand the week to week of Veve. Like, all right, they usually do their announcements days this day. This is drop days. This is, all right, if they do an announcement today for Saturday, okay, the Medium article is going to come out tomorrow, and kind of expect that. Hammond with it.
Bumping my volume again. Everyone's saying it's still quiet, but I mean, I've got the thing.
I think you.
My gain's maxed. I don't know what else I can do.
I think you're. I mean, I can hear you loud and clear. I think you're fine. Hammond with another 250. Appreciate it. Just bought a mini for floor price, 1482. Let's go, dude. That's nice.
Ooh, nice. Dude.
What would you consider something as low mint? I know it's a very general question, but
5%, bottom 5% of whatever the category is.
Yeah.
That's kind of, and that's just because I'm heavy in comics, so when I get a comic, I try to meet the low edition bonus criteria. Like if you buy a secret rare comic, you get 6 points daily, right?
I think your voice just unplugged. Sorry. I don't know if like something unplugged or something changed, but like your voice started really high, then it like jumped down.
How about now?
Oh, that's better. Yeah, there we go. You just had it.
Okay.
Okay.
So if you buy like a secret rare comic, you're getting 6 points a day. But if you meet the low edition bonus, that bottom 5%, you get 50% more points. So that 6 points becomes 9 points a day. So for me, I kind of apply that same way of thinking, even though it's probably not a good thing to do, to collectibles. And I'm like, if I want the thing, I want to try to get the bottom 5% of it. And I think of it like grading too, like that first 41 mints that Veve holds is like a graded 10 comic. And the bottom 5%, that's like a graded 9.8 comic. And then as we go down, the grading classifications would go down because we just have no other way to identify one thing from another other than the mint number. Yeah,
and that's kind of why I tell some people. People are like, I got a mint number 2,400 and something or another. And it's like, well, it depends on the max mints of the NFT itself. So that's going to determine its value. But I tell people, it's like typically, because I know on Alice and Veve, are you subscribed to that notification thing? It's like an automated bot that will let you know if there's anything on the market floor that's 20% or lower. I think that's okay, but in my opinion, like, unless if you're in like let's say like 10 to 15 or like 5 to 15%, like you can maybe ask for a tiny premium, or at the very least, as long as you're on that front page of the market, maybe you can kind of skip the line, because if there's a wall of 11,000 somethings and you're 3,000 something, like you can skip the line and ask for a small premium above floor, but like don't expect to get 50% floor or anything crazy like that unless you're in that bottom 5%, in my opinion.
It's just two different investment philosophies. I think if you're going for low mint, then you're holding long, and if you're looking to flip, you should just be buying the floor. Like that's really the two, for me, that's the two ways of thinking of it.
And sometimes I'll like say an NFT's at 670. I'm down to spend 700 if I can get a low enough mint to where I think, all right, if I see that at floor, I'm just gonna, not floor, but somewhere around that first page, like I'll buy it. So I'll actually spend the 30 gems extra to when I sell it later for 50% of the price or double the price. I'm trying to get rid of it quickly, or whatever the reason is. I usually just put it somewhere on that first screen price wise, and sometimes it sells just because it's lowish mint. Like if because there's someone thinking that exact same thing, like, I could buy this for 800, or I could spend 820 and get a mint that's way lower than all these other ones. I'm just gonna buy that.
And comics kind of are weird, because comic collectors and people that are into comics really care about edition numbers, so those mint numbers become far more valuable. So for comics, on the flip side, if you see something that's 30 over the floor and then falls into that like bottom 5% mint, you can buy that and then sort by edition to figure out where that value lies and what's listed, and you can make some pretty solid returns doing that. It just takes a little bit longer, because it's going to take a person that's interested in that comic to sort by edition size because they want a top 5% comic, and then they're going to scroll through, and if you've listed lower and put yourself in a good position, you can make some pretty decent I do that a lot with comics. There's an opportunity there for those specifically because of the value that the collectors are placing on mints in that niche.
Yeah, I would love to have just like more search features in general. Like I'm all about the market, like people, because for me, I'm talking about on my like questions I would love to get answered by Veve. Like of course buy orders is one thing, but the other one too is like be able to search by just range of mint numbers. Like I'm looking for this range of mint numbers. Can you just show me all these? Or another thing is like I'm just trying to find a range of NFTs in this price range. Like show me all the collectible NFTs between 50 and 150 gems, because that's what I have. And I just need to see them all on one page and just have them populate everything. Because, you know, when you have that little gems, you know, you have to jump around to Cryptkins and then this and do I want comics? And, you know, sometimes just showing you get overwhelmed. And then just showing you your only options is sometimes the best. We have a question from Sebastian Felipe. Torch, Dragon, HODL, or Sell. Do you know much about these dragon things?
They were kind of a wild card for me. I made the video on it. Had a little bit of information about this one's the Scott Tolson. Is that right?
Yep.
Okay. And he did the Designer Con mascots for Designer Con. He has a pretty decent following, but it's not like I wouldn't consider him a top tier artist in the collectible designer toy category. But with that being said, he's won a lot of awards for designer toys, so people know who he is. You can search like designer toy awards and you can find his name listed in a lot of different categories. So for me, this is one of those things like apes, where if people decide apes are cool, and people buy apes. If people decide that dragons are cool, and people are going to buy dragons. But in terms of a consistent growth, like you would see with something that's an established IP, this is a fluctuator. It's not a consistent sort of drop for me.
Yeah, in my honest opinion, I know the whole comics and crypto, and dude, like I love their segments, like the music and their whole little judgment at the end where it's like HODL or Sell. If I had to follow their notion, like I would give this a Sell. Even at where it's at 155, its all-time high is 175. Like waiting 20 more gems, I mean, you can't get that much more waiting to 170 versus
pump my volume anymore in Discord.
Maybe not. What I can do is just like I could just turn down the music. Plus,
I don't even hear the music, but I can hear you just fine.
I can actually turn you up a bit.
Fine, so I feel like it's got to be something between Discord and YouTube or something.
Okay, I turned you up.
Because I've maxed gains on my mics. There's nothing else I can do.
All right, I turned you up. Hopefully it'll be good. I did it on my OBS.
Y'all hear me?
Should be able to. What should I list Pluto 4,321 for? So 4321.
Awesome.
It's a cool mint number, and will you get a super premium for it? Unlikely. But I mean, it's a cool mint number. Typically because that one only has, how many mint numbers does that Pluto have? Let me look it up.
See if I'm gonna set my mic down if they can hear me. I'm holding up to my mouth.
Yeah, so
I have one of those mic arms. I just haven't put it on this desk because I usually shoot on the other side of the room for my videos.
Yeah, my mic arm is like broken. I have like it propped up and there's like tape on the corner, and I probably need to get a new one.
It's well loved.
Yeah, but Pluto, there's 6,666 mints. Like that doesn't sound like it's a cool mint, but I don't think it's a special mint. Unfortunately, I think that's just floor price in my opinion. Maybe you'll get picked up faster, maybe put a little bit above floor, maybe someone will think 4321's cool, but other than that, at the end of the day, I would still HODL Pluto. I would still wait. It's running really hard right now. In my personal opinion, I don't see any reason to sell it right now. But again, if you want it on drop and you want to take profit and you're trying to make a quick move somewhere else, like I totally don't blame you.
If you're patient, I would list it higher, obviously, because there is, like, I see it on Twitter all the time. There's people that are absolutely after those weird mints like 4321, 5555, 11111.
True.
So if I was going to list it, if I was in your position, not financial advice, I would be listing it a good ways above floor and just be patient to see what happens with it.
Yeah. Put at like 2K or something.
Hot girls and boys video chat is in the house. Hey-o.
Oh gosh, let me ban this guy. Let's see.
Our chat isn't spicy enough.
Yeah, clearly not.
Add more spice to it.
I think that did it. Oh my gosh. It did that one message? Come on. Let's do this. Please hide all that. There it goes. Took us long enough. At least they're nice enough to just have a strawberry as their icon. What else? Should I sell my Spider-Man common and buy a Minnie Mouse? What do you think for long-term hold? So it's Spider-Man common, which is let's see. I don't know. It's strange. Like people, and this is even a weird thing. Like people are considering selling Spider-Mans and stuff for these cards, and this is like
first edition, first of the series.
Yep.
If it's a new category, you know, if cards become a thing that drop every other week, it could be valid. I don't know.
Oh yeah. And like honestly, Disney and of course obviously Veve helped too, but they really nailed it with these lenticular cards. They're such a collector's thing. I know we've harped on it a couple times now, but at least for Spider-Man for what was it, a mini card? I think he said mini. Spider-Man for Minnie Mouse, what do you think? Do
you have any other Spider-Mans? That would be the first question I ask.
Yeah. Do you have multiples, or do you have other stuff you could sell? And in my honest opinion, I said this before. I'm like, I think the Disney stuff is gonna, when there is a run up or a pump in the market, the Disney stuff will go first, followed by Spider-Man, followed by DC, probably the black and white series stuff, and then everything else. You know, the Wonder Woman, all that stuff. I think it'll go in that order, because what's happening right now is what are people doing? Are selling their Spider-Man. Spider-Man's low. People buy up Spider-Man. Spider-Man is pretty much at an all-time low. Like, and same thing with the black and white series. I think a lot of people are liquidating their Spider-Mans and Batmans for the Mickey stuff. And then when those get low enough, people are going to buy those. And then all of a sudden now everything's out of reach for everyone. And then they have to go down to the next tier, which is, all right, I thought about this. Like, should I get Wonder Woman or should I get Deadpool? And then it goes down even lower.
So. Only one Spider-Man, the Common, and Marvel Mighty as well.
Interesting.
I don't know.
I feel like
I would have to think about that.
Yeah, I think I'm not a huge fan of just chasing pumps like this, especially if you got to sell a. You know, it's not like you have a terrible NFT. Like Common Spider-Man is very solid.
Correct.
If you had like arguably an overpriced like independent artist NFT, and I'm like, all right, like I don't think that price is going to hold much longer. I would just get rid of it ASAP and take the Mickey. Then yes, but Common Spider-Man is still very good. Eating the 8.5% fee. Sucks. And
forget about that. Yeah.
There is that. So plus, like, how much is Mini right now? I haven't actually checked. I mean, sometimes these just run up. Right now these things are running up by the hour.
Yeah, we're about a quarter till too, so we'll be getting our hour update soon.
I'm gonna check it up here really quick on the thing. Plus, like, if you sold your Common Spidey at floor, I mean, first of all, if you wanted to sell it sooner rather than later, you would have to undercut the floor a decent amount. Mini right now is at 710, so like you'd be able to barely afford a Mini right now if you sold your Spider-Man. I would just hodl, dude. Like, as much as I've been there before where I'm like, oh my god, this is pumping, I should sell this. Spider-Man's still solid. A day, like, your NFT will probably pump in the next like 2 days. I could see it.
The difference is the pump value, right? Like when Spider-Man recovers, that recovery arc is going to be a lot higher than whatever the Mini. I'm assuming whatever the Minnie Mouse pump value is going to be. Yeah, I could be wrong on that, but
yeah, it's kind of like I don't know. I played football and did sports for a long time and stuff, and when you work out, let's say your maximum bench press was 300 pounds, whatever, and you stop working out for a while and you get weaker. It's actually easier for you to get back up to that 300-pound bench press again because you already still have that muscle mass. It's just kind of worn away a bit, rather than trying to basically rebuild that muscle all over again and get to that previous point. So the fact that like Spider-Man doesn't have to like try to break new barriers to like get back to where it was, because they're already broken. People can see the history, and I think that's even kind of like we're not the only ones looking at these ecomi charts. There's cherry charts. There's other ways to find out. So people are like, I did the same thing. I'm like, dude, Comet Spider-Man went up to 1400. It can go back up there again. Might take a time. But the fact that, like, you know, it's going to be really hard for Mini to break 800, then 900, then 1000. But Spider-Man could just blow past 1000 pretty easily. Much easier than Mini, in my opinion. But who knows? We're going to see a lot tomorrow morning. And a lot's going to happen tomorrow morning with the market, with the AMA, with the what's it called? The Medium article for like the both probably drops that are coming Sunday and Saturday. So be a good day tomorrow. Let's see. Long-term hold, Mini or Minnie Mouse or Spider-Man comment. Is this a different guy or is it the same guy? But like,
this guy has a question.
Oh, it's the same thing. Yeah, if you see any questions, be sure to like shout it out if there's anything I've like overlooked.
Nope. Looks good. I'm trying to figure out where you are on the chat list.
I'm at the very bottom now. I kind of just skipped all the hot web girl cam stuff. Oh, can you show the amazing
before
Spider-Man?
that, you have a Day of the Dead question from Faux Fixie or Fofi? I don't know. 444 Day of the Dead. Mother valuation.
Mother. Day of the Dead. Day of the Dead. 444. Is that just the mint number?
It's got to be.
Typically with the typically with the mint numbers like that. I'm not like a huge mint number person. I don't own any like low mint stuff. I'm kind of the school of thought that you mentioned before. It's like I just buy the floor and move on. But if I do see a significantly lower mint, like I'm not trying to shoot for sub 100s or anything crazy like that. I usually get those just so I could sell it quicker next time. But typically what I do is like I just go on the market. I look for organized by listing or mint number. I just look for mint numbers that are around it and kind of come up with the price around there. And if you're really trying to get rid of it, like try and undercut, you know, people above and below you. If you're like trying to really get rid of it. So yeah, that's kind of my advice on it. Like at least when it comes to mint numbers and stuff. Where is the...
I think stamps like common or stamps like comics, people do care a little bit more about those edition numbers. Because people who collect stamps obviously care about editions. So I think a lot of that niche collector base, they are going to be looking for unique mint numbers. That's my guess on that. I'm not sold on stamps still. Maybe I'm the only one.
Same.
Stamp art. As opposed, I get that they're the only USPS certified stamps coming from the United States of America, but I think 3 other countries, Switzerland, UAE, and Austria, both have released NFT stamps from their countries, and those stamps you can use for postage, and there's an NFT version of them as well, and those on OpenSea are like 6 ETH. Like they're legit. They're worth a lot of money, and a lot of people make a comparison between those and what we have. But there's a company called Case Mail, which you can just Google, and that's actually the company the United States Postal Service has basically certified as their NFT utility stamp people. So I don't think Veve stamps are ever going to have that sort of utility that we kind of I mean, I really hope for. I'm a philatelist. I come from a stamp collecting background, and I have all the stamps, but it truly for me is really speculative because of that. If they had that utility that the other countries are injecting into their NFT stamps, because stamps are collected in a global sense. Stamp collectors are from around the world. So for me, I'm not as insanely bullish on stamps as I'd like to be, sadly.
Wow, is this Peter Parker Spectacular Spider-Man 131 really $15? It's super cheap for a common. Like that's gotta be like the cheapest common.
Look at how many are listed. Holy smokes.
Yeah, there's 1600. Oh gosh, the app crashed. Gotta refresh it.
My speculation on that is the fever pitch of the bot action that was happening during the Craven saga, where we had a Craven comic drop every single day, and everyone was complaining, I'm not getting any comics. And I think a lot of them were being swooped up. And if you look at the selling lists for a lot of the Craven comics, they're going to be those like goofy first name, last name, number, price walls. But in terms of like physical value, the Craven saga isn't like immensely valuable, but it is still cool because it's the first series that was released on Veve. We've never had a comic series released before, so
Yeah.
that's kind of like bonus points for it for me. I love the saga. Like Craven's badass. Like I love
Uh-huh.
Are we allowed to cuss on your show? Sorry, man. But
No, yeah,
I think
fine.
Craven's awesome. And Craven was also teased in the latest No Way Home movie. If you look between the ripples of like the universe tears, Craven's standing in there. So, and there's also a Craven movie in the works for 2023. So Craven could get some love down the road.
Nice. So, Pinop wanted me to pull up Amazing Spider-Man #1 common. Man, there's a huge dip in the listings. I guess people are buying that up, but yeah.
Yeah.
ASM #1 is at 180, 556 listings. So again, I know this is a great comic book, but in my mind, me just trying to, optimize my gems, it's like, all right, do I buy this, or like, is there a more expensive NFT that's going to do a better run or whatever? Like, or is it just comics at the end of the day? It's like, just buy any of the top 3, 4, 5 comics. Doesn't matter what you buy, what rarity, like it will run up eventually.
Let me grab Boodle's list. But if you look at any comic tier list, and I know a lot about comics, but I'm not like a physical background collector. So a lot of what I know, I've learned from people in the community. But if you look at any tier list for comics, that comic is a top tier comic. And that's because the fair market value for that comic is super bonkers.
Yeah.
Give me 1 second.
Sure.
Here we go. Yeah, the fair market value isn't even listed on Boodle's list. It's just, all it says is HODL. But the tier under that, his AA list, those comics are selling for like $250,000, $750,000. And that he's ranked that higher on his tier list than comics that are selling for $250,000. And the argument here's the argument. Those are physical comics, and you're right. But if you look at the graded listings for those comics, how many are cased by the CGC and like actually in circulation? It's a very, very small amount. That's why they're so valuable. So I think as comic collectors, more people that are interested in that space start coming into the NFT space, they're going to be like, holy smokes, I can buy a Spider-Man #1 and read it without damaging it for less than $1,000. I've never been able to have this comic, and the only way I would be able to do it is to spend $250,000. $1,000 isn't that much by comparison.
Yeah.
So for me, like those top tier comics are just a no-brainer, and they're gonna be a no-brainer for a while until supply reduces and prices just become kind of stupid.
Yeah. What do you think about the like uncommons versus the commons? Like, do you think that the uncommons are going to be that coveted because the original art? But then again, I did hear, I think it was Jeremy Padower, or was it someone else, talk about like just the market cap of the uncommons, just like such low rarity and it being kind of like a unique cover with like the different. I mean, it's just the cover, right? But the interior is different.
It kind of depends on the comic release. Like a standard comic is going to release 30,000 editions, right? The uncommon is going to only release 5,000, whereas the common is releasing 21,000. 5,000 is a lot less than 21,000. So if you believe scarcity influences value, then you should probably be looking at those uncommons. And also there's a whole subsect of physical collectors that collect only grayscale comics. I didn't know this. This is something I learned from Sleeping Comics channel. So you should absolutely be watching his content because it's top tier. But there's an entire subsect of collectors that collect specifically grayscale styled comics, and 95% of comics released on Veve that are uncommon are a color selection. So do I think people are sleeping on commons? I'm not sure, because everything I've just said is way speculative, but there's some merit to those arguments, I think.
Yeah. And I think even if you do invest in the uncommons, which I think, at least as of right now, Amazing Spider-Man #1, like the uncommon is higher than the common. Yeah, because I do know there's some people that do like collecting those preliminary sketches of the comic book covers or whatever. Or I remember when I did some research on the Ninja Turtles thing, and I was researching their story and all that stuff. I didn't know Ninja Turtles was a comic before it became a show.
Like, they straight up murdered Shredder in the first comic, and then they're like, oh, we need to keep the bad guy around.
Yeah, exactly. And but they took out, like, it was 2 guys, and they basically like they basically like took out a loan, like one of their, like, the guy's like uncle's names or something like that, and like made the comic. And like Even like the technique they use for some of the comics and stuff like that is super interesting. But I think they still, there's people that do, collect those like preliminary sketches of either the comics or I know sometimes not the artist, but like the author will release like a limited run of like their kind of initial sketch, like grayscale of their comics and stuff. So that's probably, I assume that's what you mean, right? When they collect like the grayscale stuff.
No, I'm talking comics that are just completely desaturated of color. They're exact replicas of the original art. They've just been desaturated, and there's a niche that collects those. You're right. That's the thing. Comics are like stamps. There's subsects of collectors for almost everything you can think of in terms of just pure cover. So there's value in a lot of them, especially when we talk about how massively those mints are reduced. Like I said, 30,000 for a normal comic release, 21,000 are common, 5,000 for the uncommon, and then the numbers really, it's like 20, 50, 1,000, and then 600. So big differences in mints.
Yeah. Did I put that wrong? I'm just gonna do this. But we got a dono from Fun Under the Sun, $5. I really appreciate it. You two are such a valuable asset to this community. Great knowledge. Can you please check ASM 252 ultra rare? I love the color. Yeah, check it out really quick.
The comic I can never. It's one of the only comics I don't have. That's the 1,000 bonkers mega super limited edition release comic.
I heard like me, I kind of gave up eventually collecting like a common of every comic. I was like, gosh, this is just too much. But I knew that was kind of a contentious comic because there were a lot of people out there that like, I wanted a common of every comic, but now they couldn't because this is just way too expensive. I'm gonna pull it up here right now.
The ultra rare and rare covers for this comic are just top tier too. They're beautiful covers.
Yeah, do you tend to like these? Because I know some of these covers, because the early edition, or say the early comics, they just basically change the color of the cover, right, to grayscale and different. Like this is colored and this isn't colored. But like
there's just a few exceptions, But for the most part, you're right.
But a lot of the more recent comics, they've been doing. I think they've probably outsourced the art to other artists, and they actually make an alternative cover. So do you think that which ones do you like more? Is like these kind of like highly not highly altered, but like these alternative covers of different artists, or do you like the ones that are they take like a certain panel within that comic and like blow it up like a kind of an iconic panel, like they did with the Spider-Man, like the first appearance of Doc Ock where he's like slapping Spider-Man? I like that one too. Like, what do you think?
It's like 100% dependent on. They've done comic releases where all 5 of the rarities are physical variants that exist in the real world. And that's cool, but it's also not cool because every time that a comic is tethered to a physical value, that can either be a really good thing or a really bad thing. One thing that secret rare comics have whenever they're doing an interior panel pull and putting that on the front of the comic, that doesn't exist anywhere else except for on Veve. So there's a lot of speculative value with that. What's that going to be worth? What are collectors going to think of it? No one really knows, and we're not going to know until there's mass adoption. But for these exclusive, like rare and ultra rare covers, it's kind of 100% dependent on the artwork. A good example is, what is the X-Men comic? Here, let me zoom in on this picture here. There's the X-Men comic, and it has like Wolverine's claws on the front of it. But from that series, there's a cover by an artist called Gabriel Dell'Otto, who's just like an epic artist. Like if you Google Gabriel Dell'Otto variant covers, they're all eye candy. They're all beautiful. And it's his first cover on the platform. So whenever we're getting exclusive art from very exclusive top-end artists, then I'm all about that. And for me, those are more valuable in a lot of ways than even the secret rares. Just because who knows what the secret rare, I don't know if the comic community is going to be like, they took an interior panel and they put it on the front. That's worth a lot to me. I don't know. Like maybe they will say that. Maybe they'll be like, that's trash. I'm not sure. So we'll find out.
Kind of curious to see, like if those Veve exclusive covers are going to have a lot of value because it's only on Veve. You can't get them anywhere else, like physical or digital. As is, so that could be a big deal. One of the covers I absolutely fell in love with because I love X-Men through and through. Grew up with it, watching Saturday morning cartoons with my brothers, and just you know, just X-Men in general had a big influence in my life, and just I love even though it's like complete trash here, everyone says it's terrible. I think I need to buy this set again because I think I sold it off at one point for some terrible reason, but I do want to buy into these again where it has the full X-Men sitting like at Thanksgiving.
I loved it. I have all of them. I have all of that series because I was like, I love these covers.
Yeah, like these covers are awesome, and I love. My favorite one is probably where it has most of the villains.
Yeah, you got Juggernaut on it. I mean, you've never even seen him anywhere yet on the app.
Like I'm just waiting for the day where all of these get their own FA appearance. Like that's gonna be big. We have I forgot the dude on the left with the red hair, but we have like Mr. Sinister, Magneto, Juggernaut. I think that's Dark Phoenix, Sabretooth, Mystique.
So good.
I forgot the girl's name. Like not Frost Queen, or it's like
Emma Frost.
Emma Frost, yeah, I know there's Frost in there, but I forgot the red hair, like silly Joker guy name. I forgot his name.
The black and white version of those are even pretty too.
Oh yeah, we pull those up too. But
that's the secret rare. I bought that for like almost nothing because everyone was like, "This comic's trash." And I was like, "That's cool. I'm gonna go ahead and get a secret rare." That's a low edition. That's one of the only low edition bonus secret rares that I own because it was so cheap. I bought it for next to nothing.
Yeah. Holy cow! Another dono. Just M. $5. Honest opinion on Mickey and Friends set. Valley, short, long term. Do you fellas have the set? Mickey and Friends. I do have the set. I got a double. I have a double of mini I actually bought last night because I'm like, I think these things are going to really run. And sure enough, they did. So I'm already up 150 gems or whatever on mini already. But like, so short term, I mean, Donald's already at 1.1K. I mean, we can pull those up really quick. Put up Mickey and Friends. It's so hard to determine the upper limit. Like long term, just a lot. It's so hard. Like I said before, like if someone told, what was it, a month ago, maybe a month and a half ago when Todd was at 3.7, if someone told you like, oh yeah, by the way, Todd in 3 weeks is going to go to 14K and just do a 3.5X, everyone would have been like, you're nuts. Like you're nuts. Like, yeah, Todd's going to hit 100K by the end of next year, but like, it's not going to hit 5 digits in 3 weeks. There's no way. And it did. But you know, look at it now. It's also been retracing for 3.5 weeks. So it's so hard to do long-term price predictions. Like
I've said it a couple times, if these are first edition cards, we don't know if that means is that tag gonna belong to this series or not. If it belongs to that series, then that's going to increase the long-term value. And if they release a whole bunch of lenticular cards from different subcategories, Star Wars, Disney Princess, what have you, then the value of the initial set, I think, long-term is going to be very, very strong. I would have the set, but I'm just strapped on liquid. I'm waiting for the next pump so I can liquidate a lot, because it's been a fire sale, and you can only buy so much of these things that are going to move up before you have to sit and wait and be like, so are we going to move up? And so I'm probably gonna have to wait a cycle or two before I can snag mine. Hopefully they don't run too much, but we'll see. I think they might actually.
Yeah, and there's no comparison to these either. Like it's not like it's so much easier when it was the Marvel Mighty Spider-Man, because all I did was compare mint numbers, popularity, all that kind of. We had 2 previous sets to compare it to, and I'm like, look, Spider-Man's more popular than Fantastic Four and Captain America. The Green Goblin is more popular than Red Skull. If people only know the MCU, they'll say Green Goblin's more popular, but if they really understand the power and the influence that like Doctor Doom has and like the comics and the shows, Doctor Doom should be the most popular villain in pretty much just Marvel and Marvel in general. So long term, I think Doctor Doom will do better, but long story short, with the cards, we have nothing to compare it to. Like we have posters and stuff, but like none of them are lenticular, none of them have music, none of them have these hard-hitting characters, IPs like Disney.
Unprecedented.
Like, there's nothing to compare it to, and I think that's where these could take off. And I remember I didn't really give like hard price predictions on these. I don't remember if I did or not, but I legitimately think by the end of the week, it would not surprise me. I mean, Mickey Mouse is at 850. Minnie Mouse is at 700. Like these could hit if these keep with their trajectory, these will hit a K end of day tomorrow. Like Minnie and Mickey even Daisy, that was like really lagging behind, is actually surpassing Mini right now. Just
And that's
hodl.
during a crappy market too, which says something.
Yeah, I would say if you own it, you should buy it. If you have enough liquidity to buy into them, I would still buy them, to be honest. If you're playing out hodlies long term, the fact they're even asking the question long term means you're willing to do it. I would say yes. In my opinion, M. So, and I do have the set. I have an extra mini, which I will sell at some point. I'd probably say probably in the next like week and a half. I don't know. There's going to be a certain point where I think it plateaus. Like I might, I don't know. I have an extra, so if I sell it, it's still profit. Like I'm not upset about it. But I am going to rely on her for a bit of liquidity for whatever like the next big IP announcement is. Let's see here. Just added a 5th ASM1. Nice. Stacking that hard. Fun under the sun. Smash that like button, fam. Thank you so much. Only 90 available. Top 5 best looking cover. I think he means the
talking about. Oh, ASM1.
Yeah. Love X-Men, dude. I cannot wait. Like, who was it? Someone asked me. They're like, "Is there an IP you would sell your whole vault for, to liquidate, to prepare for, without Pokemon?" I think I know what yours is, but
yeah, the Star Wars.
Yeah, Star Wars. Yeah. I don't know. Okay, maybe aside from Star Wars, let's say there wasn't Star Wars. Like, what's like the next biggest IP you're bullish on?
Man. I mean, Pokemon's not in the running. Honestly, if they do any legit anime, One Punch, One Piece, Naruto, Dragon Ball, I mean, any of those, I'm super bullish on those. But I'm kind of seeing those pop up on other platforms, which I'm like, maybe that's not going to happen for us. There was like a Naruto scam NFT site that I saw popped up, and for a second I was like, oh whoa, is this legit? And then they had clearly like made sketches, made everything without any permissions. They got taken down and everything, but yeah, those are kind of my big ones. I mean, I have Jiraiya over here as like a physical statue because I just love that series.
Yeah, I've not watched Naruto, but I've watched One Punch Man, My Hero Academia, Death Note.
Yep,
I've watched
any of those.
Yeah, have you ever seen Berserk?
Yeah,
Berserk is great. It's probably too gruesome for Veve, but I remember that was going to be one of my when Wednesdays was Berserk. I was going to have of course Guts be the common, and then Casca the uncommon. I was going to have Griffith be the rare, and then what's his name? For the ultra rare, it was going to be the Nosferatu guy, like the big horned dude. I forgot his name, the big evil guy. And then I was gonna have
the anime community would just be major. I mean, if they just release any one of those, people are gonna be like, "Oh, well, Vivi's doing anime."
Oh yeah,
and it would. I'm not saying it would be a Pokemon type event, but it would bring in a mass group of people.
Yeah, and I had the red Bailet egg thing be the secret rare. That was gonna be like the secret rare. I was like, oh, that's pretty cool.
Wednesdays were awesome, man. I know that was a time suck, but man, that Ninja Turtle one you did, it's one of the first videos I saw from you, and I was like, I like this guy a lot. This guy's good.
And I remember for Jurassic Park, I think you said you watched that one, but I remember for the airdrop on that one was the Amber. So it's like, so like I was like, the Brontosaurus is going to be the common because that's actually the first dinosaur you see in Jurassic Park, like the first movie. That's the first one you see is the long neck and super high mints because like people are going to want a herd of these. That's kind of the meme. Is like they travel in herds, so why not own more than one? And I think
see you later, Daniel.
see you, Daniel. I appreciate it. I had the uncommon be the like Jurassic Park like Jeep because just add another vehicle. It's a pretty iconic. Yeah, it's an iconic Jeep, and I think I had the rare be the Raptor. The ultra rare, the T-Rex, and I had the secret rare be the Jurassic Park gates, like the big gates that like open up.
Dude, yeah, that would be really cool.
And like, so that way you only have it, and it's like, in my mind, I'm like, if you own all this stuff, if you own the Raptor, the T-Rex, the Brontosaurus, the car, the gates, I'm like, you're pretty much running Jurassic Park, and like the only person that owns it is Dr. Hammond, who has the Amber. I'm like, it has a little mosquito inside. That's the airdrop. If you own the set, you get the airdrop. I'm like, that'd be sick.
That'd be awesome.
And now for the Viviverse, people could do that stuff, but so I'm like, dude, that'd be sick. So it's, it's just I don't know, like there's just certain things that I think of and it's like my creative outlet, but it takes so much time. So it might be something I might do every couple months, but
Yeah.
doing it every week or even every other week was just like way too much. So I might have to do a one Wednesday sometime at some point. But yeah, like they could definitely do themed months. I know we were talking about anime, but I bring it up I brought it up as a joke a while back. I'm like, they could totally do that. Like they could make March
For sure.
Anime month, where it's just like every week. I mean, they could obviously prepare for it ahead of time, and it's like, this is Naruto week, this is Dragon Ball week. There's 2 or 3 blind box drops.
That's what they did with Marvel. That's how we got Marvel. It was the month of Marvel.
Which is pretty nuts to think about. So yeah, Edon likes Dragon Ball Z. Brian just bought a mini.
Congrats.
Hammond bought another mini, or not another. I guess he already bought one today. Man, I sold a couple of NFTs to buy Daisy Duck. She blew up with the rest of them. Yeah, it's so hard to chase those pumps.
Tricky.
It's difficult.
You should really be in the like Twitter spaces. Like if you're looking to like chase pumps, you really need to be on the Twitter spaces. You need to find all the Discords, because there's a ton of manipulation that's happening on all of these, and there's tons of organized Facebook groups, Discords, and they're making it hand over fist. So if you're going to be trying to like time these things, you really need to do the work to get into all those groups. I'm not encouraging you to do market manipulation. That's not what I'm saying. This is not financial advice. But if that's something you're going to be involved with, you don't want to be on the losing side of it. You definitely need to be in all those spaces.
Yep. And you got to be ahead of it, right? Like whenever I think that's why I would hope some people kind of caught on to me, or I think stuck around, because when I was first streaming, people were focusing on this, like when the FA craze was happening. Remember, all the FAs were just pumping. But I noticed, I'm like, wait, a lot of the FAs are season 1, and I started telling people like, buy the season 1 stuff, like I didn't tell people to buy Ecto 1 or the Ghostbuster stuff, but like there's still other Marvel and DC characters that aren't season 1. So I knew that FA would just kind of like bleed over into season 1, and sure enough it did. That's why I bought there were some other, I bought Ben Reilly's during that time, because I don't think it was technically season 1, but I just saw a lot of Spider-Mans were like pumping and stuff. So like I knew the other Spider-Mans would pump as well. So it's like, I always try to find an angle where it's like, if this is pumping, it's gonna bleed over to somewhere else, or someone else is gonna be trying to find like a different angle on this same thing. So I always try to find something that's like adjacent to like what's pumping, like what's the next thing that's gonna do it. Or you just wait for it to retrace. Like these cards aren't gonna pump forever. Like who knows, tonight, early tomorrow morning, the listings for mini right now, they're at 477. They could jump up to 550, and people are just going to take profits, and then she drops down to to 650. Who knows?
It'd be interesting to have like a social aspect, like some sort of element that tracks social media platform attention, because right now these cards are one of the most talked about things on Twitter, and of course that's going to influence. People are on Twitter and they see a comment with 5 million likes about how this is the next Moon Baby, and of course, what are they doing? Yeah, they're going to go buy it. So I think being plugged into Twitter and things like that is going to be a pretty good indication to try to figure out what you need to do.
Yeah. A comment and then a question. So Eric Gonzalez did mention, he said Marvel Mighties is the NFT game to come to another game called Marvel United that came out a while back. Same characters, too obvious. So I guess there's a game, and some people have thought about that, like the Black and White series.
Saw that.
The Black and White series, there's already statues. The Cover Girls, there's already statues. So like there's some ways where you can kind of predict certain NFTs or certain characters might get introduced, because I mean, if the Marvel Mighties are based on a game that already exists, just look at the rest of the roster.
It's slightly different, though. I'm almost positive I looked at that. It's Marvel Unlimited, right?
Yeah,
that's going to take me to the reader. But there was a game for that, and the characters were similar, but they were slightly different in their appearance, and that game failed. I'm pretty sure. It was in the App Store, and I'm pretty sure it closed down. I could be wrong, so don't come after me, man. I haven't done my due diligence. But like you said earlier in the show, we are leagues away from gamification if we can't even look at a comic in our vault. Like we can't even view a comic in our vault yet. I just feel like a lot of stuff needs to happen on the platform before we get that sort of gamification. But if you're down to buy these things with that intention, you're willing to just sit and hold for that long, that could be a major play. It really could be. But with that being said, that liquidity could probably be used in other things in the meantime, because with the exception of some of these really hot, like Green Goblins, 2099 Spider-Mans, like these really, really hot Mighties, there's going to be a lot of play with the rest of them. I'm thinking.
So 2 questions. First one, Ben S. Been super patient. He's been asking multiple times, and I apologize. What do you think is? Yeah. So what do you think of Zombie Hunter Spider-Man, guys? I'm assuming you're talking about the common. Maybe we'll cover both very quickly. I think these are great buys where they are, but then again, it's kind of, I've been telling people to buy it since 250, and it's like, all right, do you buy the dip, buy the next dip, then buy the next dip, and it's like, I do think once Disney starts plateauing, like maybe once the cards start pausing there, people are going to start finding another angle to make profit, which is probably the Spider-Mans. I do think they're primed to see some increases over the weekend. Like, I don't think DC Cover Girls or whatever this new drop is on Sunday, I don't think that's enough to like, I mean, we're still having millions of gems pumped into the market every day. Like, these gems got to go somewhere eventually. And I don't care how strong-willed you are. Like, when you see certain deals, like, you know, there's some times where you have a lot of liquid and you're just like, all right, I'm going to hold this. And you're like, I don't know, that looks like a good deal. Like, that looks like a good deal.
And people are coming to the platform with like, they're putting like 10K in the app and they're just picking a thing and they're buying nothing but that thing. Like, I'm seeing vaults with nothing in it but like one item, and there's 200 of that item. So I think people are getting restless, like you said, and they're just YOLOing that money at whatever they think the next thing's going to be. And they're going to dump that thing, whatever it is, and it's going to crush that floor.
Yeah. But I think Zombie Hunter Spider-Man is still a solid investment. I'm kind of curious.
I agree.
I still kind of curious if the Marvel Mighty version's actually overtaken it at this point. Let's see. Thought I had it. It has by 5 gems, at least since the most recent market update. So yeah, I just don't see it. Who knows? Again, this is kind of like uncharted territory, but zombies. I don't think Zombie Spider-Man is not going to stay where it's at for much longer. I mean, it's peaked at 490 before. I did sell one at like 485 like a while back. So it will head back up. I think it's a solid purchase right now. I would still personally, I would still take it over like the new Spider-Man, like the new Marvel Mighty Spider-Man, in my opinion.
I agree.
And then at least for the ultra rare Zombie Hunter, I would kind of say the same thing. It's been hovering around 1,000 a lot, but I think it had an all-time high of, I want to say 1,700. I'll pull it up here.
It's kind of like what you talk about. Zombie Hunter Spider-Man has a history of growth, which people will look at and be like, oh, it could get back to that point. But this brand new Spider-Man doesn't have a big history, so no one really knows what's going to happen with it, and that's going to cause some people to be kind of, do I go in on this?
Yeah, and now that the new Spider-Man costs more than Zombie Hunter, people are like, no, which one do I pick? This one actually has a history of basically doubling its price. This other one doesn't yet. Zombie Hunter went up to 1,800 at one point, and this is what I like to see. Like, as it's going down, like there's multiple peaks, so there are people that are like, this is a good price. There's a good price. This is a good price. There's levels of resistance, and there's a candle behind it too. So it's like, worst case scenario, even if you bought it for 1,000 and it starts plateauing at 1,300 or 1,400, that's still not as like all-time high. So I think both of them are solid pickups right now. I really like Zombie Hunter Spider-Man. And it is one of those NFTs that gets slept on for a long time. Same thing with Ben Reilly, and all those other ones. And I do think these are the next ones to move once the Disney cards or just the Disney NFTs in general kind of start plateauing. And the next one is, what do you think about the new drop this weekend? Well, there's 2 of them this weekend. Cover Girls, we're not sure yet. We're gonna have to wait for. I mean, both of them need to have Medium articles come out.
None of those are FAs. We know that much for the Cover Girl series, which to some people is super, super important. So that can influence the value. But once we get to look at how many are being minted, I mean, I guess we could look at the old Cover Girls and see how many. I think I saw you do that actually in your morning meeting. Didn't you do a breakdown of the previous Cover Girls? You're looking at how many were minted and you're seeing if the prices were the same for all of them or if each one was different because you were worried that it wasn't going to be blind box maybe.
Yeah, that was it. Because this one is blind box. They did say that in the thing.
Nice.
Because originally, Catwoman, so Batgirl was 40 gems. And I guess back in the day, you actually had to pick which one you want. And kind of like the independent artists, like the most recent like Specimen one, where it's just like, you want the common, uncommon. And even between the rarities, there was different price points. So back then, Batgirl was 40 gems. Catwoman, and you could only have so many per account. That was another weird thing they did really early on.
I saw that.
You could only have 3 per account, and that's That's kind of a strange thing they did early on. And it seems like in the description they were very formal with the way they wrote everything out. You know, this is the first appearance in letters, then they have like the copyright logo and DC. I don't think the new ones don't seem to be that formal. Maybe they are, and I haven't really paid attention, but at least in the description. Catwoman was 50 gems, Mira was 60, Supergirl was 90. Like that was a big jump in gem price. And Supergirl and Mira, you could only have one of each. Catwoman, you could have 2. So I'm assuming they're going to waive all those things. It's going to be the same price for all of them. There's not going to be any restrictions per one. They haven't done that in a very, very, very long time. So like no restrictions per account. So, yeah.
Well, I think I'm going to hop off here, bud.
Yeah, of course.
Sounds like I got a crying baby and the wife's getting dinner going. Appreciate you having me on, though.
Yeah, of course. Thanks.
Good luck.
Yeah, take care. Appreciate you stopping by. And please go check out VVM3 and just wave at people. Or if you want to put a link to your channel just in chat so people can check it out, please do that.
Yeah, just click my face.
Yeah.
A little 3. Click my 3. All right.
Awesome. Thank you so much. See you later. Bye. Let's go. That was fun. Dude, he gave a lot of really good insight. Plus it filled up a lot of space where I'd bring up something and like he would just have a very good explanation and some history and some like research into like a certain IP. That was awesome. So thank you again, BVM3 for stopping by. I definitely want to do that stuff more often. I know I just feel bad because like I was just so all over the place. I know VVM3 is a very poignant, detail-oriented person, and I'm just like, what do you think about this? What do you think about that? What do you like? What about this price action? So he did a great job, and I had a ton of fun. Good grace, yeah, he was really good. Please check out his channel. I think he just broke 2K subscribers, so he's growing his channel just like I am. He does an amazing job doing a ton of research. So if you guys like, if there's a new drop coming up and you guys are wondering how popular is the superhero, you know, which regions is this pop, you know, if you want to know all the nuanced information and you want to see this, you know, VV thing as more of like an investing opportunity and kind of really understand where your gems are going, I highly suggest you check out VVM3. I've watched, I think I found him a few weeks ago, probably about a month ago, and I watched a lot of his channels, a lot of great information. So like he was talking about things like I just had no concept of, and I'd bring up a topic and he'd be like, well, yeah, this, like the new Dragon stuff. Like I didn't know who the artist was or anything like that. He's like, yeah, he's kind of like a mid-tier artist and he does toys. And so I'm like, I had no idea any of that. Like, that's so cool. Like just knowing that information, like I can do that research, but I hate it. The Imperial Lotus Dragon, yeah, like I'm just not the biggest fan of those like independent artist stuff. But then it's nice that like he has a legitimate reason or like research to back it up. Like a lot of the toy oriented NFTs just don't do that well, especially when they're done by independent artists or like small toy companies or whatever. Like they just don't do great on the platform. So it's nice to be able to have like a tangible connection or a way to like verbalize that reason, right? Because I was always like, I don't like them, I don't know, they just don't do well. But he's able to kind of like verbalize that, put it into some like concrete examples and stuff. So thanks again, VVN3, and all the people that donated up to this point. Like I honestly really appreciate it. It seems like you guys enjoyed the guest and we got some good questions out. Sorry I was behind on chat a bit, like Ben S, like you guys were super patient, and like a few others. First time I ever had a guest on, so like kind of logistics of dealing with that. Looking at chat, and he just had some like really good input, and I didn't want to like cut him off with a question or anything like that. So thoughts on TA on ASM 14. I have a stack and I bought in high 30s, low 40s, and it's just been hanging out for a while. Don't know much about comics, but like it just seems like in general, just hodl them, dude. Like all the comics are down right now. Just give it enough time, or just give it time, and like it'll just grow. If you stacked that many, so when you're stacking something, I'm assuming you're hodling long term, right? Is that something you're trying to stack and sell within a month or a few weeks? And if you are, I mean, so be it. Like, will Zombie Captain America follow? I think so, Alberto. I do think Zombie Hunter Spider-Man will follow. It has a history of going up to 490, almost 500 at a certain point, at least like the common. I still have 2 Zombie Hunter Spider-Mans that I bought at 280, and I'm just waiting for it to go back up. Like, I'm hodling just like you are. Like, I'm not going to sell those for a loss anytime soon, or sell them for a loss, and I'm not going to sell them anytime soon. So, what's his channel name, please? It's VVN3. That's him right now, or right in chat. VVN3. I like his information because he keeps it's very condensed. It's information packed. And his first few videos, like you said, are like, they used to be 3 minutes. But sometimes there's just so much information you have to unload and give to the community that there's just so much information that you want to unload and like give to the community that you just can't do it in 3 minutes, especially when there's a drop. There's a lot of nuance to it. You're trying to compare it to other drops or other artists or other IPs, and it's difficult. But all of his information, like most of his videos, are under like 8 minutes. I think for him, like 8 minutes is a long time, which is, my videos are just long rants about all kinds of stuff. So, hey, is Deadpool rare a steal right now? Any of the Deadpools right now are a great steal, in at least in my opinion. Like, pretty much any of the Deadpools right now are great. Like, I'm kind of surprised the uncommon's not down a bit more, but yeah, the common's at 160. Candy Cane comments at 150. You might have a slightly easier time selling the common over the rare, but yeah, it depends. Great combo, I think so too. Yeah, we I would like to get some other. I've been in recent contact, or at least just been introduced to other content creators like Chris and my collectibles and a few others, and would love to do some more collaborative stuff with them in the near future. What are your biggest holding? Ultra rare Steamboat Willie. That's like my biggest NFT or whatever. Drew Pear. Awesome. Thank you so much. Wow, I actually kind of skipped this whole brick of text from Specimen. All I have left now are my peace sign Spider-Man that I got on the drop back in the day. My favorite girls like BG, Harley Quinn, yeah. A couple of new Spider-Mans. Are you like cashing out or something, Specimen? Not Ketchup and Mustard Spider-Woman. I actually had her #1 comic when I was a teen. Cool. That's really cool. Do you expect Deadpool's Secret Rare to come back? It's been sold pretty badly. Dude, everything's been sold badly. Like, everyone's like, oh no, like my NFT is doing bad. Like, are you doing Wonder Woman bad? Where you're like, legitimately, you were more than 50% discounted for a while? Like, the Secret Rare Deadpool is approaching that point, but it's an FA Deadpool at the end of the day. I remember someone asked me a while back, they're like, would you rather have a Secret Rare Deadpool or if it was like a Becky Cloonan Batman? And they were like the same price. And I still think they kind of are. Maybe Becky Cloonan's a little bit cheaper now. And I'm like, first off, someone has to specifically like Becky Cloonan Batman to want that, because there's a bunch of Batmans. There's like 11 different Batmans like on the platform right now. And I think those are going to be mostly dictated by their price points, but also, people have a specific one or which one they like aesthetically more, they'll pick that one up. But if someone likes Deadpool, and if someone wants the best Batman, they're gonna have to pick Todd or Rizzo, right? Or Becky Cloonan's the #3. But if someone wants the best Deadpool, it's the Secret Rare, right? That's the only choice. There's not 3 or 4 other decisions like there is for Batman for the most part. And I do think the Ultra Rare is also really good as well. So there's just been a lot of retracement with Deadpool for the most part. I mean, just across the board, all the NFTs have retraced quite a bit. But yeah, so don't feel like, my NFT is doing, like, dude, everyone's NFTs are doing bad. Except for those that are the Disney card holders right now. But I really think it's going to be Spider-Man. Then as the black and white series are pumping, you're going to have the Deadpool's pump. Because Deadpool's kind of an afterthought, right? After Spider-Man, probably around the same time, if not after Black and White series. But Deadpool will pump, probably alongside maybe Storm and stuff like that. But like on the lower end, like I don't see Storm pumping like anything like Deadpool. But he will have his day. Like people just need to hodl. I don't know how new some of you guys are on the app and stuff, but someone also asked like a crazy question about R2D2 earlier today. Oh, Specimen, you said something earlier. I said Elsa or R2D2. What should have more value long term between these two? They're just such different price points right now. I think the real question is it two Elsas or an R2D2, right? So R2D2 is at 8 grand, and Elsa is it's not even at 4 grand. So it's more like two Elsas or an R2D2. Right now, I would say two Elsas, because two Elsas has yet to blow up, right? And it's going to happen at some point. As of right now, I would say two Elsas, but we'll see. As of right now, I would say two Elsas. And both of them are great long-term holds. Like, at this point, we're trying to pit Star Wars against Disney. Like, they're both huge and amazing IPs. I think R2-D2 could run a bit more. Like, if you're like, what I think could happen is, like, you buy two Elsas, hopefully they pump, and like before R2-D2 does, or I know she'll pump at some point, but hopefully that's to the point where you can sell both of them, buy an R2, and still have gems left over, right? And then you can buy something else. Maybe you can even buy a lower tier golden moment with the extra gems. Because if both Elsas jump to 5K, 5.5K, and R2 only goes up to 9 or something like that, you know, you can sell that 1,100, 12, because between the two of them, they're going to be 11,000, 12,000 gems. You sell them both, you buy an R2. Now you can get a Wally or something else alongside it. Yeah, but the fact that R2 and C-3PO are basically FAs of Star Wars, I think overall, I do think the Star Wars will do better than some of the Disney stuff. Some, not all the Disney stuff. But yeah, we'll see. Scroll down. Mickey and Friends set looks like it's ready to moon. It already has started to moon, dude. Gooseneck. I got the full set. I kind of wish I doubled up on more cards. I just doubled up on many last night. Yeah, kind of wish I bought more of the cards over the other stuff. I mean, I got the full set of this too. I mean, I bought Spider-Man 2099 at 2.3, so he's doing pretty well. Still unsure if I'm gonna hodl him like forever, right? If I did have to sell one, like I'd rather sell this than Goofy, or even like Pluto or anything like that. So we'll see. And to be honest, like I don't have like a ton of fiat to like keep putting into the app, you know, week over week, month over month. I just invested in the Spider-Man set as well as the Disney set because I know they're gonna go up in price. And if a time does come where I need to sell it for gems for something else, either another Spider-Man, another DC, or another, you know, whatever, like I can bank on Disney and DC as well as like Marvel to do that. So for now, I'm planning on hodling it long term, but again, everyone has a plan until their favorite IP drops, and then, you know, Wolverine gets announced and I'm just like, well, I guess I'm just selling everything. But and probably what I would do is I would sell everything but Goofy and Spider-Man 2099. Like that just has like the most potential, right? At least in my mind. So it's like I'd probably sell everything below. That's pretty much what I did with Steamboat Willie. Like I know Steamboat Willie and all that stuff has a lot of potential, but I'd rather just sell the common and uncommon and keep the ultra rare, right? Just keep the most high end thing of that collectible. And I know my vault is getting all messed up. Keep the most high end thing in the collectibles. So do you got the Star Wars set? I do not. R2-D2 is crazy. R2-D2 is crazy. Vane. OTP. John, would it be worth more stacking a collectible out now or waiting for a new collectible to come out? I don't think you can go wrong with either one. I think I don't even want to say this and jinx it, but it's like I think Veve is like gonna be good for like another week or two from like slapping us with another big IP or like character announcement, but I could be completely wrong. So like in that case, all right, it's better to stack, but at the same time, you know, maybe not. If you were stacking anything, I would grab like anything black and white series, anything Spider-Man. Like I don't know, I was gonna curse, but whatever. It's like I shit you not. Anything black and white series, anything other than like the most recent Spider-Man stuff, because I think the Marvel Mighties are kind of getting to their end right now. I don't know why I've typed in Marvel, but if you get anything black and white series and legitimately anything from like the Spider-Man stuff, Zombie Hunter, the original Spider-Mans, or the Ben Reillys, like get any of that stuff. It'll go up in like a week or two. Right now, Disney's making a move. Then Spider-Man will make their move, and then Black and White series, then Deadpool, then like it'll just work its way down. I'm sure the Steamboat Willies will make their move at some point around that same time too. So just give it time, right? Because what's everyone doing right now? Everyone's selling their Black and White series and their Spider-Mans for Disney cards because they're pumping. And then when Spider-Man and Black and White series gets low enough, people are going to buy those because that's super low. So if you're planning on stacking, stack anything Black and White series, anything Spider-Man, and it'll probably 2x in I don't know, over the next few weeks or something like that, whenever the market correction comes. But yeah, that's what I would do, John. I wouldn't leave enough gems for like a drop, but like don't spend every last gem on stacking, right? XU speak, legit feel badly for people who bought the top of Soups a while back. He'll be back there. He will be. You're just gonna have to hodl, right? And sometimes at the end of the day, this is something I saw on Brock McBlockchain's thing with, I think it was Taps Trades the other day. Yeah, he was, he said he's bought NFTs before, and there's times where he's had to sell at a loss. And even something like Superman, let's say you bought it at 8K, you know, and you're like, shit, I gotta, you know, sometimes you have to sell it at 7.1. Just take the loss. I mean, the 2.5% fee isn't gonna hurt as much as the 8.5. But if you just see a better opportunity like Disney cards or whatever, I don't think that Disney cards didn't come out, you know, when Superman was at 7K. I think it was closer when he was at like 5.3 or something like that. But sometimes you make that move. Like someone just said, like they sold their Superman to buy 6 or 7 Donalds, and now Donald is gonna be worth more than Superman, like those ones. So it's like occasionally it's okay to take a loss and move it to somewhere else. I've had to do that before. That's literally what I did with my Jim Lee Joker. I bought a Jim Lee I still have another one, but I bought a Jim Lee at like 1,600. I had to sell it at like 1,250 because I'm like, I need to get more of these cards. I need to complete the set. I know these are gonna do well, and so I took like a 300 gem loss on Jim Lee. But I knew, I was like, I'm gonna get 2 minis and I'm gonna complete the set, or you know, I was gonna double up on something. And I probably wish I could have liquidated more stuff to double up on it, because it's like now Mini is, what's Mini at? She's at like 800 now, right? Like she's more than made up for the loss that I've missed, right? Like it is what it is. Like yeah, she's at 750 right now, and I think I bought her at 450. I bought one at 450 and one at 550. So it's like, I mean, she's paid herself off. I'll probably wait a bit longer until, I mean, she won't pay herself off until she hits like 800 or whatever, but I'm down to wait that long. Viker, thoughts on FA Joker? Can you compare it to the Todd? Can you compare it to the, in what way? What do you mean to the Todd? I mean, I still like the FA Joker, but like, again, I just need to liquidate something. I don't know what you mean by like compare to the Todd. Like that is, those price points are literally 10x difference from each other. Did you know that half of the mints of the first Avengers was burned? Of the Captain America? I heard about that. I'm not sure if that's, it sounds true, but I don't know if that's actually like reflected on the app. Specimen, I mean, all Disney cards now except those mentioned. Okay, gotcha. Brian Sotelo. Any good Twitter accounts you like for Veve inside info? I probably should do a better job on Veve. I mostly just do the Twitter spaces and stuff whenever I'm on there. Allison Veve is good. That's actually just a bot ran by Omi the Clown that notifies you anytime there's a mint in the bottom 20%. That's at floor price. So, you know, there's 14,000 mints of mini, so that means 10% is 1.4K. So if someone lists a mini for below 28, if it's a 2,800 mint or below, it'll notify you if it's at floor. So because sometimes people just put lowish mints at floor, right? Pretty often. And so you'll actually get a notification that says like, hey, there's a mini 1,142 at floor. You can go in your app and buy. I mean, hundreds of other people are also going to get notified too, but maybe you can catch it first, right? But insider info for accounts and stuff, I really need to spend more time on Twitter, understanding that kind of stuff. It's mostly Twitter Spaces, to be honest, which is like the Google Hangouts / Discord server version of it. You just listen. I just go in there and just listen to people for the most part. And if it's a topic I don't care about, or if they're just like BSing, then I just kind of like leave. If you're new, it's a great time to buy. It's an amazing time to buy right now. Like this is what I'm talking about when you need to make moves on the secondary market. This is how you learn to really make money on Veve. Don't do it. I know what you mean. Don't do it. Also, bots to humans. What? Sell Wonder Woman for Donald? No. A, it's too late, and B, Wonder Woman will have her time. Like I legit, KY33. I think, I shit you not, I think Wonder Woman will be announced in the CoverGirl, again, speculation, I know we don't know, but I think she will be announced in tomorrow's CoverGirl thing. I think that will actually add more value to the FA's Wonder Woman, because now there's 2 Wonder Womans. People are going to buy this one, but wait, do you have the FA? Like, now, you know, there's going to be a difference there. So I do think the Wonder Woman will see a nice little pump in the short term, as well as, and she'll just recover fine. She'll probably be one of the last DC characters to recover after the Black and White series and stuff, but she'll get there. I think chasing Donald now is a mistake, and who knows, Donald could actually retrace all the way down to like 950 or something like that. So as Wonder Woman's up, Donald's down. If you want to make that trade at that point, that's the time to do it. Avengers logo or Pluto? I'd probably pick. Those are different, right? Avengers logo's at like 1800. Braden. If you're buying with gems, I guess Pluto, because at least you would have like, I don't know, 500 gems left to play over with other stuff and invest in that. I like the Avengers logo, but you know, it's a golden moment. But again, it's a thing, and I mean, so is the card, but Disney card is just a whole nother level in my opinion. Yeah, I'd probably pick Pluto. Use the extra 500 gems to like stack something else, play drops, whatever. In my personal opinion, I think Wally will do better than Avengers logo. I think Wally will do better than Avengers logo after some time. Barana, Catwoman FA will get a similar ride like Wonder Woman. She's already in CoverGirl, right? Yeah, she's already in CoverGirl. Like a lot of the CoverGirls that currently exist already got a small pump, but they're pretty much done. Like they're all up in value right now, but what you really need to do is buy like the FAs of what's gonna come out, right? You need to buy like, actually it's a different version of Batgirl, right? I mean, some of them could be the same version, but I think you need like a more speculative buy is like Wonder Woman or God, who was it? I'm just gonna be at a loss right now. Harley Quinn, that's the other one. Like the FA Harley Quinn. Maybe any of the Harley Quinns would do fine, but like preferably Harley Quinn. Hawk Girl with a K. Hawk Girl. Yeah, that's probably it, I would say. Would you swap one Todd for R2-D2 and Iron Man? Probably not. No, especially not at this price. Todd is way too low. I do see Todd doing a pretty significant reversal at some point, and it would not surprise me if and when he did. Oof. Let's see. What's your price prediction of C3PO? To the moon. I couldn't give you, like, I don't know, without giving a timeline or anything else, like I couldn't tell you. It's just gonna go up. I feel like they have 2 huge drops this month. I mean, I guess if you combine Marvel Mighties and the lenticular cards, like, yeah, those are both big drop. That's just one big drop. They happen within, I mean, basically 24 hours of each other. Yeah, I could see them having one more big one maybe in a couple weeks. Wouldn't surprise me. Or I don't know if you meant 2 more big drops fun under the sun, or just 2 this whole month. Unfortunately, Catwoman FA is sitting at a sitting on a safe prop. Yeah, there is that. Otherwise, I would have her. Yeah. Execu speak. Great point on selling for less, considering flooring Ben to jump on R2 right now. I'll still be profitable on Ben, but I really think R2 is consolidating to go. I think so too. Let's actually like run. We haven't like really run the numbers on R2D2. Golden. Let's see. Yeah, I mean that's another thing. Like me and Veve and 3, I think at the end of the day, once things really take off, we get certain NFTs on the platform, we get many communities and people on the platform. I really think that the top NFTs or the top IPs will be Star Wars and or Disney. Like those are going to be neck and neck. Some of them, you know, I don't see Walt getting past anytime soon, but I think both of them will pass up Spider-Man. Spider-Man will be the number 3 IP on the platform. Right now it's number 1 because the secret rare, it's the most expensive. Oh my God. But I think given enough time and we get the right people, not the right people, but the right, you know, certain people, let's say, on the app, and then certain money on the app, partner statue is going to start running away. A lot of the golden moments are going to start running away. And I think it's going to leave certain Spider-Man. Like, I think Secret Rare Spider-Man is going to always probably be top 5, you know, most expensive NFTs. But I do think Disney and Star Wars are going to be tied basically at number 1. And then Spider-Man, and then, you know, all the other stuff. So Ben Reilly, like, they'll still be super expensive in the future, but like, will it be more than R2D2? I don't think so. I think R2 will do better than Spider-Man, and I'm talking long-term hodl. Like you're gonna hold these for years. So, but yeah, R2. We're gonna like run the numbers on that. Like I said twice. Thoughts on Common Robin? Let me pull them up here in a little bit. R2 and C3PO would be worth 30K together in a couple months. Potentially. Wouldn't surprise me. Oh, yeah. Price has been going up, and like the listings, I know they've been dipping here and there, but it's like, it's pretty much plateau. Which just means we're going to get one of these sometime soon. And I think C3PO is on the chopping block in a good way with that happening too. Let's see here. Looks the exact same. Like that, this thing has been plus or minus 20 listings for 2.5 weeks. Just been doing this. Price has been going up. Listings have been doing this. So all it takes is, I don't want to say one person, but all it takes is maybe a handful of people or one whale to just be like, yeah, I'm gonna buy 10 of these, and they just, you know, 10 or 15 of these and just buy them straight up, especially when it's at the bottom. You know, once it goes down to this like lower end of like 211 and then it starts going below 200 listings, it could really take off. Yeah, that's my take. But Common Robin, let's take a look at Common Robin. Common Robin. I think it's all right. I think I would still pick Darwin Cook though, Batman over it. They have their graphs look almost identical. A lot of people just taking profits here with Robin. Like, it's definitely not a bad pickup at all. But I think I just like the Darwin Cook a bit more, or even Dick Sprang. But yeah, Darwin Cook at 28, you know, for 10 gems more. I just like these candles and this activity a bit more than Robin. Like, there's, you know, again, it just seems like there's more activity, and plus there's less mints, which isn't that big of a deal, but it does have 100 less listings, which means you might have to fight with less people undercutting you when you are listing it or trying to sell for profit at some point. So that's my take on it, John. I would probably prefer Darwin Cook, but what was the other one? There's another like really inexpensive, was it Dick Sprang? Yeah, maybe Dick Sprang. I think I would still pick, yeah, maybe it is Dick Sprang. I think I would still pick Darwin over Dick. Even though this did have a higher peak, there's just not that much activity around it. I mean, any of them are good. Like I said, like legitimately any of the black and white series is fine. Like even if you did go with Robin, like you might only be short 10 or 15 gems, which isn't the biggest deal in the world. Like once they all peak or plateau, like that's pretty much it. Like again, we're just splitting hairs at this point. Bendaru, Mohan, Ratna, dude, that's a mouthful. I dig the name, but it's a mouthful. I bought FA Spider-Man, uncommon over Daisy, long-term hold. What you think? Yeah, it's fine. A time will come, Daisy will plateau, and like the uncommon Spider-Man will overtake it. Like Daisy's not gonna just pump infinitely. Who knows? Daisy might not even hit, you know, 1K or, you know, 1,000 or whatever. Let's see. Daisy? There you are. Gosh, she's up 270 gems. She is just running. So look, there's already people taking profits. So we're gonna see a slowdown because I mean she peaked at 740. So there's already people taking profits. Yeah, the listings have already increased by, I mean, not that much, like 15. So people are trying to take profits at this point. So that might just slow her down. Like, I mean, people taking profits here and here and here, but it's not stopping it. So, Spider-Man, the uncommon, like it's still a great NFT, dude. Like you can't go wrong with any of them. If you went with Daisy, yeah, maybe she would go ahead of the uncommon, but maybe that only lasts a week and then the uncommon overtakes it, right? So even though Daisy's ahead of Spider-Man hanging out, like let's say Daisy just chills at 750. A time will come where like, okay, Daisy's worth more, but then Spider-Man all of a sudden jumps up to 850 or like the uncommon. Which is another thing like me and Veve and 3 were talking about, right? At least Spider-Man has a history of going above $1,000, above 900, above 800. Like Daisy has yet to do that. So it's gonna be much harder for her to push through those levels, but he's already done it. So it's much more likely he's gonna recover better, but who knows? Either one is gonna be fine, dude. Like don't beat yourself up that your NFT is not gonna pump. Spider-Man will legitimately be the next, it will be the next one in line to pump. Mendes Flips, she is on drop for the weekend. It's on the app, just hard to find. Who is? Let me scroll up. Mendes Flips, who? I don't know. If you go to the store tab, scroll down to the bottom where you see brands and click CoverGirl's title, you will see the series 2 there on view all. Oh. Store page. Brands. Okay, so like this. So I went to brands. Scrolling down, and then I passed it. Did I pass it? There it is. I don't see it here. Do I need to update my app or something? Because I'm on the store page. So this is store. You said brand. So store brands. If you go to the store tab, scroll down to the bottom where you see brands. So go to the store tab, scroll down to where you see brands, and click the CoverGirl's title. And click this. Okay. We'll say their names in here. Batgirl, Wonder Woman, Supergirl, and Harley Quinn. Okay. Wow, that is a leak, dude. That's sick. Dude, I did not know that was a thing. Yeah. Batgirl, Wonder Woman, Harley Quinn. You guys can see that, right? Here, let me zoom in. Ah, that's blurry as all hell. But yeah, it says it right there. Batgirl, Wonder Woman, Supergirl, and Harley Quinn. Now we just need to know the mint numbers and which rarity, right? I'm assuming they're doing Supergirl again. That's kind of eh. What do you guys think? Wonder Woman, assuming no secret rare. Let's just assume rare, common, or no, uncommon, common, rare, ultra rare. I think ultra rare will be Wonder Woman. Supergirl will be the Supergirl will be the rare. Batgirl will be the uncommon. I think Harley Quinn will be the common, potentially. Because Wonder Woman's already the common in a different series, right? Supergirl has already appeared twice. Harley Quinn's already appeared a ton of times. Batgirl already has a common in the CoverGirl series. So yeah, I'm kind of curious how this will play out. I do think Wonder Woman will see a pretty short-term pump after this. So, dude, this is a really good shout. I'm like refreshing the page, or it's based on minutes. I thought that was seconds. But dude, that's a good it's a good eye right there. Good thing I got you guys in chat to tell me what's up. I honestly don't have like any gems left to like invest in. Like, if I really want, like, even if I could buy gems, like, I don't think I would like rush to like buy Wonder Woman. Like, I might buy one Wonder Woman, but I'm not gonna buy like 6 of them and hope they all pump or whatever. Like, I'd rather invest in the cards right now, even though they are a bit on the high side and they could consolidate. If not, then I'd probably just stack any of the Spider-Mans. Like, legitimately, any of the Spider-Mans you stack will do well. But Mendez flips, that's a good shout, dude. Anthony, should I sell my Spider-Man Mighty and go Spidey? Let's see where they're priced at. I mean, if you got them on drop, dude, like, I'm not gonna tell you not to do it. I said this before. I do think Spider-Man will hit 250. I said before the end of the week, like yesterday or 2 days ago, and he's already at 230, so could be 300. And Ghost Spider will probably hit 200. If anything, I would hodl both, dude. Hodl both. And like, if I had to make a move, I would hodl both and probably sell them like tomorrow night or the morning of Saturday, because I think that's when the price will be highest before people start buying them off. I'm not entirely sure about that. You have to watch the market, but I would hold both of those, Anthony, at least for a little bit longer if you're contemplating selling them. Braden Soto, I meant, should I sell my Avengers logo for Pluto? Okay, bought the logo at 650. Yeah, see, that's why it's hard to tell, because if you say this versus that, I'm like, I don't know if you own one or the other, or if you have liquid gems, or, you know, if you have to sell. Like, since sometimes people ask that question, they're like, I'm like, oh, get that, and they're like, okay, cool, I'll go ahead and sell my, you know, 2 ultra rare Spider-Mans that I bought yesterday. I'm like, whoa, if you bought them yesterday, like, just hold on to them, like, they'll go up in price. So I don't know, I know what you mean. I meant, should I sell my Avengers logo? Where's logo right now? I don't think it has that much room to move, to be honest. Let's see here. I am probably gonna get off here soon, guys. Let's take this off, because I've been streaming for 5 hours, and on top of that, I've had to pee for probably like 2 hours during most of that stream. To be quite honest, I know it's TMI, but oof, yeah. So I'm gonna get off here in like probably 5 or 10 minutes in the meantime. So I'm gonna double time it through chat just so I can kind of catch up. Yeah, I mean, I guess you could wait for it to get back up to like 2400, but even then, God, eating that, it sucks for Pluto. So if you sold this at, let's say you sold this at 1800 just to get quick money, you're gonna get what, 1650, 1700, 1650 roughly. You could get Pluto and something else, or you could get like 2 Mickeys, Minnie and Mickey. Yeah, I'm not sure. Honestly, you can never go wrong just hodling stuff. I do think the gold moments will pump soon too. Although I don't think Avengers logo will have like a massive pump. Yeah, that's tough. To be honest, like where cards are, or like where the cards are at now, like maybe it's better to go for like Steamboat Willies. Like, I mean, at that amount, you could legitimately get an uncommon and common Steamboat Willie. Those have highs of like 1,800 and 1,200, like respectively. Yeah, it's a tough choice. I'm not in favor of selling a golden moment with an 8.5% fee to chase a Disney card that's already currently pumping right now. Yeah, I think for now I would hodl. Wouldn't rush into it. Specimen 80, Dream, only if the ability not to second guess my decision for a long time. Green Goblin versus Donald. Specimen number 80. Dude, thank you so much for the $3. Dude, you've been awesome. I really need to come up with a better system to actually like show the super chat or whatever, but thank you so much, dude, and bye-bye. I'm assuming that's you saying bye. You've been awesome, man. I really appreciate it, and I've always liked your logo. With specimen number 80, so let me just double time it through here because I do want to get off, as well as I would like to go urinate. That'd be nice. Green Goblin versus Donald. I have both. Which should I stack more? I have both. Which should I stack more? Probably Donald, I would say. I mean, Donald's already running really hard right now, but I would say Donald. Hey, how do you think why Daisy Duck is the cheapest Disney card? Just the least popular Mixo. We've talked about it multiple times with Veve and 3. He was my guest star here earlier. People just want something popular more than just mint number. Like, yeah, Daisy is a rare. She has less mints than oh, come on. She has less mints than Mickey, Minnie, and Donald, but Mickey, Minnie, and Donald are just more popular. Iron Man versus Avengers logo. Avengers logo has double the mints of, or Iron Man has double the mints of Avengers logo, but it's selling for like 1,200 more gems. Maybe not 1,200. It's selling for like 1,000 more gems than it. It's just simply more popular Mixo, to be honest. Yeah, but she is catching up. I do think she'll find herself probably above Minnie, but below Mickey, and Donald will be above all 4 of them. I picked up a secret rare of today's comic for 7 gems. Should I sell it for 4 price and try to invest in a collectible? The newest one today? I forgot what even today's was. 485. Congrats on the drop, first off. That's amazing. I mean, that's a sweet looking cover though. That looks really awesome. I do remember Comics and Crypto said to give this a hodl, because there will be more appearances of this Monica Rambeau as like the Captain Marvel. I heard she did make an appearance in like one of the more recent like Marvel shows or something. Like, see, this is all the stuff like Veve and 3 knows. Like, you would know like who this is and appearance in the next show. Like, I don't know all this stuff. Like, I hear about it like in the distance. I probably need to watch more of his stuff. Just been busy recently, but yeah, like I don't think you can go wrong with hodling at all. It sounds like she might have some more room to grow, but again, I could be completely wrong, and this could be her peak. So I wish I could help you out more with comics, but I just don't know. But John, I think that's not a bad thought. If this was probably closer to like 800, weirdly enough, I would probably say like yes, and then try and get a card or something out of it. I'm not entirely sure, but congrats on the drop. What are your thoughts on UPS stamps? Not very bullish on the stamps. Plus, like Veve and 3 brought up a good point that they're more like stamp like posters or like stamp like art rather than like actual stamps. So I'm not entirely sure that's the case. I'd rather invest in other things than stamps, to be honest. I have one R2. I'm buying another one next week. Dude, hell yeah, Shane. Hell yeah. You're not going to get a C3PO as well? You're not going to get a C3PO? Give me a little buddy. I mean, you can get a C3PO and an Elsa for the same price. I mean, that's up to you, but maybe you are under the notion of getting 2, right? Have 1 to sell and 1 to keep. Efren, I sold my Golden Moments Bart skateboard, meant 647, and bought a Mickey and Friends card. Mickey and Friends card. So I got the Mickey, Comet Spider-Man, Marvel Mighty Spider-Man. Was that a good move? Yeah. Dude, yeah, I'd argue that's a very good move. You got rid of probably one of the bottom tier golden moments. Yeah, it's still a golden moment. It's great. Don't get me wrong, but but you ended up getting a very solid Mickey, common Spider-Man, and Marvel Mighty Spider-Man. That's solid, dude. I like that move. And the nice thing is it's going to be so much easier to liquidate certain ones, or it's up to you, but that's really good, Efren. That R2 chart is in beast mode. It really is. What are your thoughts on mint number versus price? Mint number versus price? I just go with price. Mint number is a pretty much a niche thing, and if you can land one or like snipe it, sure, but like I'm not going to go out of my way for like mint numbers. But that's just my school of thought, because most people aren't in that group. 99% of people on the app, I would say they don't care about mint numbers, but most of them probably won't pay an extra premium for a low mint number. Spider-Man is the most popular worldwide by a mile. Nobody's ever close. No Disney, no Star Wars. Yeah, but I think you're underestimating the fandom that is Disney and Star Wars. It's not as plus Disney owns like Spider-Man. Like think of that too. Like Disney owns Spider-Man, so Disney can push whatever IP or characters they want as much as they want. But at the end of the day, like there's some really diehard Disney collectors out there that also like Spider-Man. And I don't think those things don't need to be mutually exclusive. Like there are people that will spend money on Spider-Man as well as Disney, as well as Star Wars, as well as DC. Like there's already people like that on the app right now. So I don't think those need to be mutually exclusive. Anthony, Mendes flips, damn, I can't see it. You post on Twitter. Stack here. Stack 3 common Steamboat or 2 Joe Mad or 1 Iron Man. Well, when you say stack, I'm assuming you mean you won't get more than one. The best deal right now is probably the Steamboat, because I think those have the most room to move. Joe Mad isn't bad either. I like all of the black and white series are good, but I just don't see them moving as much as like the Disney stuff, as you can obviously tell right now. And Iron Man is much more of a long-term hodl, in my opinion. I would say Joe Mad for short term, common Steamboat will bring in the most profit mid-term. Longest term hodl is Iron Man of that group. Mendes flips Anthony. I sent a photo on him on Twitter. See if it opens it. Okay. What's your take on prima donnas? Not very bullish on the Unicorno, Mermicorno things like at all. I will admit they are probably going to do well because of the MCP points. And when like the final version comes out, like people might flock to them. So it could be an interesting thing, or it could be like an interesting way to make some profit. So I'm just flying through these questions because I want to get to the bottom and then get out of here. Bet Gooseneck Spider-Man may be most popular worldwide, but which fan base has more money to spend? Disney, Star Wars, or Spider-Man fans? Yep. No FAs, they're reaching. I don't know what you mean, Jesse Trades. Jay, maybe all on Android. I've seen screenshots, but they all Android. Saw Wonder Woman. I think just Discord. She looks awesome. Cool. Video back row reminds me the copper tone girl ad. What you asked for Black Cat. That sounds like a really like just mid-range tier. I mean, cat. There's 5,555 editions. That sounds like it's just a normal floor price. I mean, maybe a little bit more, but it's nothing special. Fantasy Bay. Now if we're talking sub 500, sub 100, even sub 1,000, those might fetch a small premium, but anything above that, unlikely. It's that boy Keo. I've been striking out for weeks. LMAO. I just ended up buying a comic for MCP. I feel you did. Spider-Man fans are broke. Seriously? Yeah. Since my gems are doing nothing sitting there. Yeah. There's that. Do you have any gold moments? I used to. I used to have an Iron Man. I used to have an Elsa a long time ago. I used to have a Walt a long time ago. Yeah, not anymore. Hamoon, I believe NFTs are changing hands from flippers to collectors. The market listings are down. Bullish. Yep. Across the board. I said right now, I don't think it's too late to still invest in the Disney cards, but you should be, if you're trying to make gems, speculate, whatever it is. And you're looking for flipping, I shit you not, buy anything black and white series, buy anything Spider-Man right now. Maybe except for the Spider-Man, the newest one. I do think the Marvel Mighty has room, but not as much as the ones that are already down. But yeah, I agree, Hammond. Bandaru, that name. 10-year price prediction for, I'm not even gonna entertain that. It's silly. What about Wally? Only golden moment I have that I would. What about Wally? Only a golden moment I have that I'd be willing to let go. I think that could do well. Like selling it off right now, I would just hodl it, dude. Now, if you asked me 2 days ago when Mickey and Minnie and all those were like sub 550, and I'm like, yeah, sell that, buy a Minnie and a Mickey, or buy a Donald and a Mickey, and then like you're solid. But now it's a bit too late to do a move like that, and I think Wally will still do fine. Jay, I wouldn't worry about it. Gold moments will go up in price. Just wait. Gooseneck, seems like Walt has hit a ceiling. Dr. Profit has run out of money. Maybe. Hold out Wally. Yeah, exactly. Or trade for Pizza Planet truck. Get Pizza Planet truck before it starts going up. Got one for 1.9. Nice. Thank you very much. I have the set. Got C3PO. Hell yeah. Okay, you already have the set. Yeah. Then stack R2 or stack whichever ones you want. Might be picking up another Mickey Ultra Rare tonight if I can sell some things tonight. Nice. Dude, Ultra Rare Mickey is just absurdly low right now. I remember someone floored one last night for about 7.1 and I was just like, what? Yeah, he's at 7.6 right now with an all-time high of 10K. So I still own one. Like I'm hodling him like he's down, 25%, but I'm not worried. Superman prediction, Mark Ibrahim. I don't know what, are we talking in a week, 6 months, 6 years? Is he still going down? All right, looks like he went up a bit, right? He is just getting demolished right now. God, he's just in a free fall right now. I don't know. He will recover. He will recover very quickly, but he's still going down. Star Wars set is a great set. Huge upside. Agreed. Jay Hataru. Hey, VV Vibes. How you doing tonight? I'm doing great. I'm actually going to hop off like very soon. I've been streaming for over 5 hours. I've had to pee for 2 hours. And I got some other stuff I need to do. Hot Girl, a great investment right now. Got one for 300. Fire. Hell yeah. Fuego. Right, Black Ops guy. Matt Chirpanaya. I don't know. Tuning in late tonight, but I'll watch the relay tomorrow. Yeah, replay. Quick question. Any thoughts on Mojo Jojo? Seems undervalued right now. You rock as always, man. Again, anything like Powerpuff Girl related, I'm not very bullish on. I'll just pull up all the Powerpuff Girl stuff. There's a reason why it seems undervalued, and it stayed undervalued for so long. Yeah, I mean, there's some resistance on the way down, but these listings are at an all-time high. Plus, it's just hard in general to like rate these listings that are like low mint. Like, I'd say like sub 3, like yeah, 3,000 and below are like hard to mint. Like 5,000 are not too hard, but there's just so much movement. It's really hard to tell where things are actually at. But if he's at 420, I'm trying to think if there's just other things I want to do. I mean, if you're good at swing trading and you're really good at playing the gem squeezes, maybe. I mean, if you own one, hodl. If you're looking to buy, I'd kind of rather invest in something else rather than that. But Matt, I hope that helped. FA with less than 4,000 mints. Yeah, true. 1 to 2 months. Yep. Uses tanking, that's why I'm asking. Oh, Superman? Dude, just hodl. If you own one, just hodl. Do not sell Superman at this point. Do not sell him. But if you're looking to buy, now's the time to buy. But if you're looking to sell, do not sell Superman. Like, I would put more weight behind those words, but I'm a bit tired. John A, is Harley Quinn FA a buy? Yeah. Harley. Quinnington. There she is. 730. It's a good deal. See, now we're getting to the point where it's like, is it better to own a card or a FA Harley? Interesting question. There's definitely a lot of peaks around on either side. Those listings are pretty high. Let's look at the cards really quick. Which ones are going for like 700? Daisy 700, Minnie 710. Mickey is 850. Yeah, these are all running. It's crazy. Honestly, at this price point, like, part of me, like, I know like these things are gonna like, they have to stop at some point. They just can't keep going up and up and up. But like, part of me is thinking like, is it better just to get like a Minnie Mouse or a Daisy Duck instead of Harley Quinn? Like, she has some history, but it's like not that much higher. It's not like Harley Quinn is like 50% or like 40% discounted. She's getting there. But I think she's only like 30% right now, 35. I don't know. I think it's a coin toss, to be quite honest. If I had to bet, I would say a card over Harley Quinn right now. And would you sell C-3PO and Iron Man for Steamboat Willie UR? No, I would not. As much as I like Steamboat Willie UR, I would not get rid of C-3PO or Iron Man. Should I swap my Pluto for Wally? Somebody asking, like, just swapping these back and forth. Where is Pluto right now? Where is he? It's Donald. Pluto's at 1.5K. Holy moly. Or 1.4. Yeah, that boy just took off. I would hodl. I just, like, this thing is just running up so well. Like, I would hold this a bit longer. Like, long term, which one will do better? I couldn't tell you. I really like Wally. Your Steamboat Willie just listed for 6.9. Holy moly. Dude, that is nuts. Yeah, I don't know between... Sorry, I'm kind of like running out of energy. Like I said, I'm just finishing up a 5-hour stream, so... Just hodl Pluto. It's running right now. Just hodl until you start seeing it plateau like really hard for like... If you see a plateau for more than over a day or 2 days, then that's when you're like, all right, what should I do? Don't entertain selling it when it's running up. Just hodl. I think it will outperform Wally. Jackson, aka Bash $500 limit. What's the first thing you will buy? Big eyes. Anything Spider-Man, to be honest. I think those are gonna run up. Or black and white series with 500. Anything Spider-Man below 500 or anything black and white series below 500 will run up. Right now, cards are too late. Like if you asked me 2 days ago, I would have bought a card. That's why I bought a mini card for 550 yesterday. I knew it was gonna run up. But yeah, that'd be my take. Kia Ora from New Zealand. Mojo looks like a nice swing trade. Yeah, it could be. You have all those like Powerpuff Girls, Adventure Time, all that stuff. You're pretty much just playing gem squeezes. That's it. Fun under the sun. Smash the like button before you leave, folks. Hard work, great info deserves a second like and smash. Thank you so much, Fun under the sun. You're amazing. Yeah, you are Steamboat Willie for 6.9K. Great. Mickey, great hodl. Yes. FAFE, longest stream. Yes. Agreed. Awesome. Thank you so much, guys. I'm going to hop off. Almost a 5.5 hour stream. That is absurd. Thanks for stopping by. I don't know who else is online right now. I'm honestly like too tired to even look. So, but I'll check you guys out next time. Keep an eye out tomorrow. I might release a video talking about some AMA questions I would love to have asked for tomorrow. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Hope you guys take care, and I'll see you later.